Chapter 2015. The battles in the three palaces in the formation world had already reached their climax. The battles in each of the palaces were especially intense, so much so that they could even be described as tragic. The exit was right in front of them. Either they would rank in the top three or last. The two results were simply too different. No one was willing to be last. This was especially so for the famous Outer Palace outstanding talents. They would not give up until the very last moment. Who would be the first to walk out of the bronze doors? After so much time had passed, not only were the palace masters on the light steps in the air waiting anxiously, but the heaven-class core disciples on the ground waiting as well. After all, this concerned the slots for the outer palaces to enter the second stage. This concerned honor and benefits. Everyone hoped that their strongest disciple could stand out and become the first. Why are there no results yet? This is really making me anxious. Why is senior brother Qin Mu not appearing yet? There's no rush. Senior brother Qin Mu is publicly recognized as the strongest of the outer palaces. There should not be any surprises with him obtaining the first rank of the first stage. It would be good if he can enter the top three. With that, most of the people in our Silver Dragon Palace will be qualified to enter the second stage. Given senior brother Yuan Shi's strength, while he might not be the first rank, he is definitely in the top three. The various outer palace disciples started discussing in low voices in groups of twos and threes. The many Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples did not dare to say anything before this group of divine dragon bloodline cultivators. If they said anything, they would attract gazes of criticism. The many divine dragon disciples who looked down on mixed blood dragons mocked them in their hearts. The one at the bottom would definitely be Shao Qin. When Li Luo and the others heard this, they felt angry in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They could not help it. Aside from them, the others were all divine dragon bloodline disciples. If they started arguing, they would not be able to escape any benefits. This first stage is very considerate of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the top three, everyone else is at the bottom. This is really unfair. Indeed. Why? Why can't there be 4, 5, 6, and 7? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Ancestor Dragon City is clearly biased toward these mixed blood dragons. Speak softer. Don't let others hear. So what if they heard it? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just speaking the truth. If senior brother doesn't make it to the top three, our slots will be the same as those mixed dragons. That's unfair. Although the ear-piercing criticism was suppressed, no one present could hear it. Bai Yunfeng and the others held their breaths, their expressions somewhat unsightly. Not far away, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai saw this scene. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yunfeng, don't be angry. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for so many years. No matter what, we have to take care of them, right? These people are not giving face. Just ignore them. I support Ancestor Dragon City's decision." The Silver Dragon Palace disciples were extremely confident of their senior brother, Yuan Shi, entering the top three. On the other hand, Yuan Tai had nothing better to do, so he teased Zhang Xian. On the surface, he seemed to be supporting Zhang Xian, but he was secretly mocking him. Right. Our Silver Dragon Palace supports Ancestor Dragon City's decision. This group of people is truly shameless. They are so harsh to their fellow sect members. Brothers of the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't be sad. Our Silver Dragon Palace disciples are absolutely not that harsh. Ha ha ha. Under Yuan Tai's lead, the group of bored Silver Dragon Palace Heaven Class Core disciples all started laughing loudly. In any case, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yuan Shi would definitely enter the top three. There was no need to worry too much. Bai Yunfeng trembled in anger. wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Li Luo, who was at the side, held him back, telling him not to act rashly. Creak. Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the formation plate. It was not loud, but everyone heard it. It was the sound of a door being pushed open. Someone was pushing the ancient bronze doors. In the blink of an eye, the chatter came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's gaze was directed toward the 3 ancient bronze doors on the giant formation plate in front of them. Everyone turned anxious, including the Silver Dragon Palace's group. The smiles on their faces vanished, and they watched nervously. He watched nervously. After all, no one could predict the outcome of an accident. It's the door in the middle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, every detail of the 3 ancient bronze doors was captured by the crowd. It could be clearly seen that the door in the middle was being pushed little by little, emitting a creaking sound. The person pushing the door seemed to have exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy and stamina. It appeared somewhat strenuous, unable to push the door open in one go. Who is it? Right now, everyone was trying to guess who was pushing this door open. Without a doubt, the person who pushed this door open would be the first. Qin Mu. Qin Mu. It must be Qin Mu. On the light steps, the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master already had a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. He nearly could not help muttering to himself. He could not help it. His earlier words were too firm. He had ruthlessly trampled on the Heaven Dragon Palace. If Qin Mu did not rank first, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Although the palace masters of the other outer palaces knew that it was very likely Qin Mu pushing the door open, they still held some hope. However, he still had some expectations. He hoped that his disciple would be the one who was pushing the door open. The many Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples already held their breaths in extreme anxiety, waiting for the answer. Compared to these Divine Dragon Palace disciples, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples showed somewhat desolate expressions. They did not seek to rank first. They only hoped that their senior brother Shao Qin could help them rank in the top 3. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they would be able to hold their heads high and release all the pent-up frustration in their hearts. As long as they could rank in the top 3, all the grievances they had suffered over the years would be worth it. However, the rumors they heard earlier discouraged them. They had already heard about the snake-tailed tiger. They had already heard about a mixed-blood dragon bloodline cultivator facing a snake-tailed tiger with a whole bloodline. The result was simply unimaginable. Although the ancient bronze door in the middle pushed somewhat slowly, it eventually opened a crack. Then, the crack slowly widened. When the crack expanded to 3 inches, a side profile and a set of blood-stained golden armor appeared clearly in front of everyone under the sunlight. It was Qin Mu. Qin Mu's handsome face appeared somewhat fatigued. However, the sharpness hidden in his eyes, the noble air of a golden dragon, and the blood-stained golden armor all showed it. This person was Qin Mu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars, the strongest person in the outer palace. Ha ha ha. This old man already said that the first rank would definitely be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Earlier, I called him a mixed-blood dragon, and you want me to apologize. Damn it. To think that the strongest golden dragon in the outer palace wants to apologize to a mixed-blood dragon. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master could not help laughing maniacally on the light steps. Clearly, the 3rd palace master was also frustrated. Although his earlier apology to the 1st palace master was not sincere, it still upset him, a golden dragon. After suppressing it for a long time, it finally erupted. Although the 3rd palace master's words were arrogant, when he saw Qin Mu, who was the first to push open the ancient bronze door, the other outer palace masters did not say anything. The 3rd palace master had no choice. At this moment, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the 1st palace master felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything, nor could he say anything. The results were there for all to see. This was a world where the strong reigned. Lord Feng would not care about it. It's senior brother. It really is senior brother Qin. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dignity of the royal clan, senior brother did it. The strongest of the outer palaces will definitely be the noble Golden Dragon bloodline. No one can shake him. The Golden Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciples felt incredibly excited. Some even had tears in their eyes as they cheered in unison. The other outer palace disciples all showed somewhat desolate expressions. However, they did not show much change in their expressions. The strongest of the outer palaces was truly the strongest of the outer palaces. He lived up to his reputation. Qin Mu, who was pushing open the door, felt extremely fatigued. When he saw this scene, he squeezed out a smile on his pale face. It was worth it. It was worth fighting that madman from the Red Dragon Palace to the brink of death. Fortunately, he did not fail in his mission. It was all worth it. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, an explosion came from the formation plate. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the ancient bronze door to Qin Mu's left exploded. Then, a piercing electric light burst out from it. The electric light was as piercing as the blazing sun. A figure shot out from within the 10,000 zhang of lightning. That person wore white robes, looking spotless. He had a handsome face and delicate facial features. His expression was calm as he held up the tyrant saber and landed firmly in the air. Who else could it be but Shao Qin? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Qin Mu had only pushed the door halfway. He hadn't even had the time to take a step out. The smile on his face had yet to fade when it froze. The cheering Golden Dragon Palace disciples were utterly stupefied. After the white-bearded old man on the light steps recovered from his shock, he said calmly, "Congratulations to the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciple, Shao Qin, for being the first to leave and obtaining the first rank." The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, who had cursed excitedly earlier, was instantly stunned. He felt a burning pain on his face. The first palace master felt a lump in his throat, but he maintained a relatively calm expression. Without even looking at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, he said softly, "Tian Yun, let's go and receive Shao Qin." However, Elder Tian Yun could not help turning around to look at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. "Our Heaven Dragon Palace really does not care for your Golden Dragon Palace's apology. You keep calling us mixed blood dragons. You are not even comparable to a mixed blood dragon. What noble golden divine dragon? Noble my ass." After cursing, Elder Tian Yun turned and left. This angered the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master into trembling. He pointed at the other party but could not say anything for a long time. After being criticized by a Heaven Dragon Palace elder in public, the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master felt so frustrated that he wanted to die. However, he could not do anything. Chapter 2016. At first, the many Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not believe their eyes. When the white-bearded old man announced that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Shao Qin obtained the first rank, everyone felt like they were startled awake from a dream. Only then did they wake up from a dream. The emotions that they had been suppressing for a long time erupted, and they could not help but cheer. Senior brother Shao Qin obtained the first rank. He really obtained the first rank. The first rank belongs to our Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not at the bottom. The eyes of several Heaven Dragon Palace disciples turned moist. The earlier feeling was simply too unbearable. "Don't cry. Don't let others see you as a joke," Bai Yunfeng said softly. However, at some point in time, his eyes had already become moist. Although Shao Qin obtained only the first rank of the first stage, it marked an epic-making moment in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace. It had been many years. Even the many elders of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not know how long the Heaven Dragon Palace had been at the bottom for. How much mockery and disdain had the Heaven Dragon Palace endured? Today, Xiaoqin obtained the first rank. How could these people not feel excited and excited? The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples at the side were all stupefied. Their expressions turned sluggish, completely in disbelief. Even though Ancestor Dragon City's Lord had already announced this result, they still found it hard to accept. Yuan Tai, who had mocked the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples earlier, showed an unsightly expression as he stole a glance at Bai Yunfeng and the others. Yuan Tai discovered that the other party could not be bothered with them at all, focusing all their attention on Xiaoqin. Yuan Tai heaved a sigh of relief. If Bai Yunfeng and the others came over to trample on him now, it would be a slap in the face. With Xiaoqian's first rank, even if Yuan Tai suffered a slap in the face, he could only endure it and not lose his temper. Yuan Tai consoled himself, "It's fine, it's fine. This is just the first stage. The second stage is the most important. As long as senior brother can enter the top 3, it will be fine." The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all set their gazes on the final ancient bronze door. They anticipated that Yuan Shi could push open this ancient bronze door. First place, Xiaoqin. Second place, Qin Mu. If not for Yuan Shi, the Silver Dragon Palace would have ranked last in the first stage. However, even after a long time, this ancient bronze door did not open. The faces of Yuan Tai and the others darkened. "Senior brother Yuan Tai, the door is open," someone exclaimed as he pointed at the giant arrayed disc in front of him. Yuan Tai was overjoyed. He immediately glanced at the door and saw it being pushed open. Then, the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao walked out with a victorious smile on his fatigued face. The many Silver Dragon Palace disciples felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, stunned. When Bai Yunfeng saw this scene, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled softly and said, "This is surprising." The Silver Dragon Palace did not even make it into the top 3. However, the people from the Silver Dragon Palace probably don't mind. They were quite supportive of the rules of the first stage. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Yuan Tai and the others. This was especially so when they mocked Bai Yunfeng and the others earlier, expressing their support for Ancestor Dragon City's rules. This time, he had been given a solid slap in the face. He had trapped himself in a trap, and he had no way to refute. His expression was extremely ugly. The other outer palaces were also discussing this matter. Yuan Shi was someone who was thought to be second only to Qin Mu. Yet, he was actually at the bottom of the first stage. Boom! With Ling Zhao's appearance, the first stage came to an end. The outer palace disciples responsible for sniping were sent out. The white-bearded man said, "That's enough. Go and rest first. I will announce the rules of the second stage in 2 hours. Even the snake-tailed tiger could not stop you, and you actually managed to obtain the first rank. You should be glad that you did not run into me." Qin Mu said coldly as he walked past Xiaoqin with a sullen expression. Then, he left without looking back. Qin Mu felt extremely depressed, extremely sullen. Anyone would feel upset. The first to push open the ancient bronze door had already enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, the glory of the victor. Then, he instantly turned the tables, becoming the second rank in the blink of an eye. If not for his good mental state, he would have gone berserk on the spot. "Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the first rank." The Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng walked over and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. The two of them exchanged blows in the palace, and the victor was decided. After the victor was decided, Feng Wuheng stopped decisively, not continuing to tremble. However, Xiaoqin retained most of his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy. Hence, Xiaoqin could shatter the ancient bronze door with one strike. Unlike Qin Mu, who was drained by Ding Jun and could only push open the ancient bronze door bit by bit. You are too polite. The two had gotten to know each other after fighting. Xiaoqin obtaining the first rank was the other party's help, a close victory. Haha. Goodbye. I'll see you in the second stage. Feng Wuheng smiled freely and turned to leave. Junior brother Xiaoqin, you obtained the first rank. Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu exclaimed in shock as they walked over and looked at Xiaoqin. They did not know the results when they were inside. They only found out after hearing Feng Wuheng's congratulations, feeling incredibly shocked. I was lucky. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, his expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the two's injuries were extremely horrifying. They were all terrifying sword wounds. The sword intent spreading from them had yet to fade, still invading the two's physical bodies. Your injuries. When speaking of their injuries, the two revealed smiles. Lu Feng said excitedly, we succeeded in sniping Yuan Shi. We estimate that he will not pass the final test. The first palace master told us to do our best to help you. Although Yuan Shi did not run into junior brother Xiaoqin, it was worth it. When the two learned that Xiaoqin obtained the first rank, they were overjoyed, completely forgetting about their injuries. However, Xiaoqin felt some heartache. These injuries were somewhat severe. Yuan Shi was really ruthless in his attacks. Two mixed blood dragons, don't let me run into you in the second stage. I, Yuan Shi, swear that I will make the two of you pay the price. Yuan Shi, who could not control his killing qi, walked past the two. When he looked at Xiao Jinyu and Lu Feng, he looked like he wanted to attack on the spot. If not for these two, how could he not be a match for Ling Xiao? However, just at this moment, Yuan Shi's expression turned grave. He suddenly discovered an even more terrifying killing qi surging towards him. Then, Xiaoqin said coldly, I, Xiaoqin, swear that if you dare to take revenge on the two of them, I will return it tenfold. Let me warn you, don't let me run into you in the second stage, either. Even when facing Qin Mu's mockery, Xiaoqin did not get angry or take the initiative to say anything. However, this Yuan Shi truly angered Xiaoqin somewhat. The sword wounds on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu had already angered Xiaoqin somewhat. Xiaoqin had been too ruthless in his attacks. Some of the wounds would have resulted in unimaginable consequences if they had not been slightly off target. To think that this Yuan Shi did not intend to let them off, wanting to take revenge in the second stage. This touched on Xiaoqian's reverse scale. Yuan Shi felt startled for some reason. Xiaoqian's killing qi had already affected his mental state. Yuan Shi forced a cold smile and said, do you think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, Yuan Shi immediately left, not daring to compete in killing qi with Xiaoqin. Junior brother, there is no need to be so serious. Perhaps he is just joking. After all, we are all from the dragon race. Lu Feng felt somewhat surprised when he saw Xiaoqian's grave expression. Xiaoqin said softly, that better be the case. Let's go. The first palace master is still waiting for us. Let the first palace master treat your injuries. Right. Ling Xiao, who remained in the formation plate, watched as the three left. He muttered, it turns out that I relied on these two to get third place. This is really shocking. To think that Yuan Shi suffered at the hands of these two in terms of the sword Dao. It looks like the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated. When Xiaoqin returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, the first palace master had already been waiting for him for a long time. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiaoqin said seriously as he performed a cup fist salute and bowed. You can't. You can't. Elder Tianyun quickly stepped forward and stopped Xiaoqin from continuing to bow. He said, "Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, there is no need for you to bow to anyone. The rules of our Heaven Dragon Palace are not that strict. Furthermore, you are our hero. The first palace master and I, as well as all the disciples, have to thank you." The first palace master smiled warmly and said, "Tian Yun is right. I have not been this happy in many years already. It has really been many, many years." The nearby heaven-class core disciples were still young. However, the first palace master had experienced a lot. His calm words contained a sense of vicissitudes that others would find hard to sense. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. A gratified expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Very good. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has not only Xiao Qin but also the two of you. Come with me. I will personally treat your injuries." The first palace master should have a lot more to say. However, when the first palace master saw Xiao Jinyu's and Lu Feng's injuries, he spoke briefly before personally removing the sword intent from their bodies. On the other side, the Silver Dragon Palace's second palace master reprimanded Yuan Shi with a cold expression, appearing extremely angry. Being at the bottom meant obtaining only 15 spots. This was completely unacceptable to the Silver Dragon Palace. The Silver Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Its heaven-class core disciples were second only to the Golden Dragon Palace. 15 spots meant that most of the people would not qualify to enter the second stage. Yuan Shi knew that he could not refute, so he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 2017. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master felt extremely angry after Yuan Shi was taught a miserable lesson. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master had high hopes for Yuan Shi and poured countless resources into him. In the end, Yuan Shi ranked last in the first stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master's reprimand was just short of calling Yuan Shi trash. "Elder Mu, treat his injuries. You should reflect on yourself. Don't make any more mistakes in the second stage." The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master left after saying that. Yuan Shi felt incredibly sullen. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. However, Yuan Shi's gaze lingered on these two for only 1 second before landing on Xiao Qin. "It's him." Back when the three outer palaces gathered, if not for Yuan Shi giving Lu Feng a chance to seek defeat, Lu Feng would not have improved so much. When Yuan Shi thought about Xiao Chen's earlier threat, the rage in his heart nearly spewed out. Damn it! To think that a mixed-blood dragon can obtain the first rank and even dare to threaten me. The repeated reprimands twisted Yuan Shi's heart somewhat. If not for the situation, Yuan Shi would have had the urge to attack Xiao Qin on the spot. The second stage, which would determine the final rankings and results, was about to begin. The various outer palaces' palace masters personally reserved all sorts of peak-grade medicinal pills for their trump cards, not stingy at all. On the light steps, the group of elders from Ancestor Dragon City felt surprised at the results of the first stage. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace obtained the top rank of the first stage. This Xiao Qin is rather interesting. There does not seem to be such a noble clan in the Divine Dragon Empire. Such a result is actually a good thing. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for many years. If they can get a good result in this competition between the 7 outer palaces, they can resolve the conflict between the mixed-blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators. The white-bearded old man revealed a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with such a result. Not only could he resolve the conflict between the mixed-blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators, but he could also suppress the Golden Dragon Palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The white-bearded old man's gaze fell on Xiao Qin. Then, he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Heaven Dragon's mysteries." With a single glance, he could tell that Xiao Qin had comprehended the Heaven Dragon profundity. My goodness! The Heaven Dragon Palace was really going to prosper. The white-bearded old man was secretly shocked. Being able to comprehend the profundity of the Heaven Dragon was already an extremely rare feat, not to mention, Xiao Chen was still young, and the wisp of Heaven Dragon's profound meaning seemed to have already materialized. Not long after, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Summoning a man, he lowered his head and whispered a few words into his ear. That man received the order and left. In the Golden Dragon Palace's group, after Qin Mu swallowed a Heaven Tier Rank 7 top-grade medicinal pill, his quintessential essence and soul power were recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, his complexion was not very good. His face was dark, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Everyone could see that he was in an extremely bad mood. It was best not to provoke him at this time. How many years had it been since he had occupied the #1 spot in the Outer Palace? Yet, at such a crucial moment, someone had trampled on him, becoming a stepping stone for others, a background. When Qin Mu pushed open the ancient bronze door, he could only watch as the other party shot out and landed first. At that instant, no one could understand Qin Mu's emotions. A proud person like Qin Mu found it hard to accept defeat, much less a mixed-blood dragon. Qin Mu. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master walked over and looked at Qin Mu worriedly. Third palace master. Qin Mu nodded slightly, not bowing or greeting. Don't overthink. The first stage is not important. The second stage is the final ranking. The first stage is actually nothing, the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master consoled. Although the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master felt extremely upset, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was not over yet. He could not allow anything to go wrong. He needed to appease Qin Mu's mental state. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he could not obtain the first rank in the second stage. Qin Mu retorted coldly, Third Palace Master, do you think that I cannot control my mental state? That's not it, don't worry. I was just unlucky in the first stage, running into the Red Dragon Palace's madman. I was careless and did not use some of my trump cards. Third Palace Master, there is no need to worry about me. Haha. That is good. After all, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. I don't believe that he can overturn the situation. As the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master spoke, he appeared somewhat excited. Clearly, Elder Tian Yun's words on the light step still made him feel conflicted. Third Palace Master, we are filled with confidence in you. Senior brother, we are filled with confidence in you as well. The Golden Dragon Palace disciples at the back said at the same time. The Golden Dragon Palace's face had never been so humiliated before. They needed to regain it. The Golden Dragon Palace could only place this hope on Qin Mu. Qin Mu felt slightly stunned. After a while, he said, don't worry. An insignificant mixed-blood dragon cannot trample on the dignity of a golden dragon. In the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, Lu Feng's and Xiao Jinyu's injuries had mostly healed. They could still display their abilities in the second stage. Right now, all the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were excited. They were filled with confidence in the second stage. As long as Xiao Qin was around, he could create miracles at any time. When the first palace master saw this, he showed a gratified expression. Unknowingly, the Heaven Dragon Palace's appearance seemed to have undergone hundreds of changes with Xiao Chen's arrival. Xiao Chen's aura and spirit had already influenced the many inner and outer palace disciples. Now, he even encouraged the Heaven-class core disciples in this competition between the 7 outer palaces. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was influenced by Xiao Qin. Even the upper echelon felt gratified. The Heaven Dragon Palace and Xiao Qin had long since merged into one. No matter how much time passed, Xiao Chen's deeds would definitely be passed down in the Heaven Dragon Palace for generations. Xiaoqian encouraged the mixed-blood dragon disciples at the bottom of the divine dragon empire. Indomitable spirit, never giving up until the very end. This was the most valuable gift that Xiaoqian gave to the mixed-blood dragons. From the moment he left the stage until now, Xiaoqian could feel many gazes on him. There was surprise, shock, disdain, and cold smiles. There was even a murderous intent. However, it did not matter. Xiaoqian did not mind. The only thing that surprised him was that the mysterious old man from Ancestor Dragon City on the light steps had been staring at him for a long time. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. However, Whitebeard showed no signs of announcing the start of the second stage. Many people started to feel suspicious. First Palace Master, why has the second stage not been announced yet? A disciple in the Heaven Dragon Palace asked Exian. Exian's expression remained calm. That's normal. If there are no surprises, the second stage will take place in the formation world. As for the specific test, we will need some time to arrange it. The operation and maintenance of this formation is an extremely complicated matter. It is not as simple as it looks. Furthermore, it is good that it takes longer. It will give you more time to prepare. I hope that it takes as long as possible. That disciple had only asked casually. When he heard that, he did not say anything more. Xiaoqian, Li Luo, and the others sat together, chatting with relaxed expressions. What do you think Ancestor Dragon City is like? Xiao Jinyu asked out of curiosity. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, showing a yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Senior Brother Bai is the most qualified to answer this question, Li Luo said with a smile. Bai Yunfeng smiled casually and said, I have never been there either. However, when I was with my senior brothers in Ancestor Dragon City, I heard a little about it. Ancestor Dragon City was built on an extremely ancient dragon race remnant that dates back several epochs. Even now, it has not been fully explored. Most of the dragon race secret techniques that we can cultivate came from there. Speaking of mysterious, it is naturally extremely mysterious. Even the Dragon Kings do not know all of Ancestor Dragon City's secrets. While it is not mysterious, it is just the inner sect of a sect. It is no different from the other rank 7 sections. There will be competition and challenges, and it will not be easy. However, no matter what, being able to enter it will be of great help to us dragon race cultivators on the path of the martial Tao. Bai Yunfeng's words stirred everyone's yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Seeing that they would have a chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City after clearing the second stage, everyone became excited. Everyone discussed why they wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Xiaoqian listened quietly at the side with a smile on his face. Junior brother Xiaoqian, why don't you tell us as well? Why do you want to enter Ancestor Dragon City? Bai Yunfeng asked when he saw Xiaoqian remaining silent. Right. Junior brother Xiaoqian, tell us as well. Everyone felt incredibly curious. Their gazes fell on Xiaoqian, waiting for him to speak. When Xiaoqian saw the situation, he smiled helplessly. You might not believe me, but I entered Ancestor Dragon City mainly to meet someone. I believe you. I guess it must be a woman, a very, very beautiful woman. Li Luo smiled craftily, showing a rare mischievous side. Everyone laughed. No one believed that their junior brother Xiaoqian, who was so dedicated to the martial Tao, would really meet a woman. Xiaoqian laughed as well but did not rebut. No matter what the results of the second stage are, Lu Feng, feel that it is all worth it to be able to fight alongside everyone today. The usually cold Lu Feng showed rare signs of emotion. Everyone was indeed very happy today. Such happiness was something that they had not experienced in many years. Junior brother Xiaoqian, thank you. Lu Feng said sincerely. Then, he looked seriously at Xiao Qin and said, "Really, thank you. You don't know this, but all the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are very grateful to you. It is not just because you obtained the first rank. It has been many years. Those Divine Dragon Palace disciples have looked down on us. Even our own people look down on each other. Without you, everyone would not be so united. We would not have the courage to challenge the second stage." When Lu Feng said this, the other disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace all stopped talking. Regardless of whether they were standing or sitting, regardless of how far away they were, all the Heaven Class Core disciples looked at Xiao Qin. Actually, these were what they wanted to say in their hearts as well. Xiao Qin felt somewhat moved in his heart. He looked around and said, "I have to thank all of you as well. I have wandered for many years, suffered a lot, and experienced many difficulties. The Heaven Dragon Palace made me feel like home again. I will never regret joining the Heaven Dragon Palace or getting to know all of you." At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was of one mind, united as a fortress. Just at this moment, the white-bearded old man on the light steps finally spoke. The second stage was about to begin. The entire place fell silent. The long-awaited moment was finally about to arrive. In the air, the white-bearded old man looked around and said, "The second stage is about to begin. However, before I announce the rules and start, I have something else to announce. Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qin, come out." The white-bearded old man showed a grave expression as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. Before everyone's strange gazes, Xiao Qin walked out. The other outer palace disciples were all startled. To think that Xiao Qin directly attracted the attention of Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. Was it because his performance in the first stage was too good and wanted Xiao Qin to join Ancestor Dragon City? I formally announce that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qin is disqualified from the competition between the 7 outer palaces, effective immediately. No one is allowed to object. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng said this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2018. Disqualification. When they heard this, everyone wondered if they had heard wrongly. He looked around and realized that the others were just as dumbfounded as he was. What Lord Feng said was indeed correct, to disqualify Xiao Qin from participating in the 7 Royal Highness tournament. What happened? What's going on? Why is he suddenly disqualified? I don't think this has ever happened before. Puzzled questions hovered in everyone's mind. Even Qin Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master. The other party shook his head, indicating that he was confused as well. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, why was he suddenly disqualified? This was especially the case with Lord Feng's words. They were extremely serious and did not seem like they were joking at all. First Palace Master Yi Axian looked up and smiled embarrassedly. Lord Feng, are you joking? The white-bearded old man said coldly, do you think I'm someone who would joke around? These words completely confirmed Lord Feng's attitude. Xiao Qin's qualifications were really going to be revoked. Aside from confusion and doubt, the other Divine Dragon Palace disciples immediately felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Suddenly, there was one less heavyweight opponent. The second round seemed to be a lot easier. No, we don't accept this. Why did you disqualify junior brother Xiao Qin? Even if you are from Ancestor Dragon City, you should at least give an explanation. What did junior brother Xiao Qin do wrong? Why did you disqualify us? Is Ancestor Dragon City targeting our Heaven Dragon Palace? Damn it, how could this be? The disciples of Heaven Dragon Hall, on the other hand, fell into a state of frenzy. This blow was truly too sudden for them. I can't accept it at all. Yi Axian, take care of your disciple. I have something to ask Xiao Qin. Rage flashed in Lord Feng's eyes as he berated the first palace master. The first palace master endured the dissatisfaction and rage in his heart. He stopped the first palace master and said, "Don't argue first. Let Lord Feng ask the questions. I want to know what exactly happened as well." Although he was dissatisfied, he knew Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng would not make random decisions without thinking. The place fell silent once more. Lord Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Qin as he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qin, I want to know who you are and what is your identity. Why did you sneak into my Divine Dragon Empire and join the Heaven Dragon Palace? What is your scheme?" Xiao Qin was shocked. He knew that his fake identity had been exposed. Xiao Qin was not a person of the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, for the sake of joining the Heaven Dragon Palace, he had to fake an identity. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was why the other party wanted to investigate him. Xiao Qin couldn't be sure what had gone wrong. The first palace master was startled when he heard this. Lord Feng's words were implying that Xiao Qian's identity was fake. That's impossible, right? What's so good about forging the identity of a mixed-blood dragon? The Divine Dragon Empire had tens of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay much attention to them. I am Xiao Qin, the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Xiao Qin. I am a dragon race disciple in the first place. I cannot be considered to have sneaked into the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Qin said softly with a calm expression. Lord Feng retorted coldly, "You still want to quibble? I already ordered people to use Ancestor Dragon City's Special Intelligence Network to investigate your background. Why do you think the second stage was delayed for so long? I have no proof, so why would I speak carelessly?" Earlier, when Lord Feng was observing Xiao Qin, he accidentally discovered that the aura of Xiao Qian's bloodline was somewhat strange. Xiao Qin did not have the bloodline of the six-colored divine dragons or a true dragon or a mixed-blood dragon. As for what bloodline it was, Lord Feng did not dare to be sure. However, this was clearly somewhat strange. Lord Feng could not help but suspect it. Lord Feng ordered people to use the intelligence network to investigate Xiao Qian's background. It would have been fine if he had not done so. With one check, Lord Feng discovered that Xiao Qian's identity was fake. Then, he connected this to his strange bloodline. Clearly, this person was not qualified to continue participating in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Before Lord Feng figured out the matter, he definitely could not let Xiao Qin enter Ancestor Dragon City. His identity is fake. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were somewhat surprised, not daring to believe it. The other Divine Dragon Palace disciples were similarly shocked. As they looked at Xiao Qin, their expressions turned somewhat strange. Xiao Qin faked his identity, altered his bloodline, and infiltrated the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the northern region's giants. Even in the Central Great Realm, it could be considered a super faction. Naturally, the other factions would send scouts. Xiao Qin did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to it. Lord Feng showed a sullen expression as he said, "I thought that an incredible person appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It turns out that he is just a spy. I nearly let you sneak into Ancestor Dragon City. Fortunately, you can't hide your bloodline from this old man. Which faction sent you?" The situation changed somewhat quickly. Earlier, Xiao Qin was the center of attention, the dark horse that suppressed Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qian's identity changed, becoming a spy. Lord Feng wanted to capture Xiao Qin on the spot. No faction. I am just a dragon race disciple wandering outside. I have no identity. Sir Feng, you can say that I forged my identity, but don't say that I'm a spy. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Qin didn't want to explain too much, but the word spy was a bit of an insult to him. The first palace master hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the matter of forging an identity is really not a big deal. In this great thousand realms, there are really many dragon race martial artists wandering outside. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body cannot be faked. It's impossible for him to be a spy. Sir Feng, this matter cannot be concluded so quickly. There have been cases of fake identities in the past. It can be big or small, but it's still a bit inappropriate to say that Xiao Chen is a spy so decisively." The Green Dragon Palace's palace master said softly as he stepped forward. The label of being a spy was a little too big. Once it was confirmed that one was a spy, it was basically a death sentence. No one could save them. Out of caution, the Green Dragon Palace's palace master helped to say something. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he entered deep thought. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Not to mention faking movement techniques, the bloodline in his body is the greatest doubt. I'll give you one chance. Return to Ancestor Dragon City with me. After I investigate the truth of your bloodline, I will naturally clear your name. Return to Ancestor Dragon City to test his bloodline." Xiao Chen roughly understood what was going on. The other party felt that his bloodline was a little strange, but could not determine that he was of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, they had underestimated the people of Ancestor Dragon City. Although most people could not recognize the Heaven Dragon imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison, most people would not be able to recognize its bloodline. But that didn't mean it wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Sorry, I can't go." "Xiao Chen, why don't you go?" "Go, as long as I can verify that you really have the bloodline of the dragon race. A fake identity is nothing. I will guarantee your safety." The first palace master shouted uncontrollably at Xiao Chen's rejection, unable to control his emotions. Xiao Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, he could only smile bitterly. "First palace master, I can swear that I am definitely of the dragon race. However, I really can't go." If Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, if the old monsters of Ancestor Dragon City came out, they would definitely recognize his bloodline. Xiao Chen had no idea how the Blue Dragon race went extinct. How could he dare to expose himself? Xiao Chen really wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. However, he really did not want to enter like this. After more than 5 years of wandering and suffering, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and arrived here. It looked like he was about to succeed. He could enter Ancestor Dragon City and meet the people he wanted to meet. He was only half a step away from the door, but it ended in the blink of an eye. The affairs of the world were like unfathomable. The bitterness was indescribable. Who could understand my heart? Before Lord Feng could say anything, the Golden Dragon Palace Master suddenly smiled coldly. "Interesting. Where do you get your confidence to think that you have the right to refuse? Since Lord Feng has spoken, you have to go whether you want to or not. Spy, you are really mocking my divine dragon empire for having no one left. Today, I will take you down on behalf of Lord Feng." Right after the Golden Dragon Palace Master spoke, a dragon roar came from his body. Then, he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen. This punch seemed to merge with the sky, spreading Emperor's might. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the Golden Dragon Royal Clan could cultivate. A brilliant Emperor's might surged out from the fish light, pressing down on Xiao Chen. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he frowned slightly. He knew that this Qi Mu wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Xiao Chen, to vent the hatred in his heart from having the first rank snatched away. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate for Lord Feng to make a move to capture this Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's identity was there. There was no harm in letting this Qi Mu make a move. Xiao Chen knew that his chances of leaving today were minuscule. However, this insignificant Qi Mu also wanted to use this opportunity to trample on him. This was truly laughable. In the 4 seas and 8 desolates, the group of dragons is leaderless. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one side, and life is as fragile as paper. Shao Qin shouted, and he circulated his energy for the supreme dragon fist together with that trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. An unruly and berserk dragon might immediately burst out from Shao Qian's body. When facing this punch that merged with the sky and contained a vast aura and a brilliant emperor's might, Shao Qin did not show any weakness. He punched with a grand and lofty emperor's might, not showing any weakness. Supreme Dragon Fist. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Dragon's Gate's forbidden technique, the Supreme Dragon Fist, was very famous. Practically all the Heaven-class core disciples present knew about it. However, this was the first time they truly saw it. The terrifying dragon might that erupted from Shao Qian's body startled them. The moment this dragon might appeared, even the Emperor Dragon's might, which represented the orthodox Emperor Dragon, paled in comparison. Chapter 2019. Emperor Dragon Fist. The Dragon Clan's King's Fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This fist technique was famous for being overbearing and violent. It was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 offensive fist technique. The threshold for cultivating this fist technique was also extremely high. Only the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, the royal bloodline that inherited the fate of the empire, could cultivate it. When this fist was unleashed, all other fist techniques would pale in comparison. He was renowned throughout the entire Central World, and there were very few people who could match up to him. However, 100 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared out of nowhere. It became the most tyrannical fist technique of the dragon race in one go, peerless. Even the Emperor Dragon Fist paled in comparison. However, Shao Qian's cultivation requirements were even more difficult than the Emperor Dragon Fist. The resentment and viciousness contained within it was even more difficult to control, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to lose control of one's heart and fall into the path of the devil. The harsh conditions, the difficulty of cultivation, and the fact that the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned in the Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary. This fist technique was like a meteor, shining brightly in the starry sky of the Empire. After releasing the most resplendent light, it instantly vanished. Since the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned, Shao Qian was the second dragon race cultivator to execute the Supreme Dragon Fist. In the sky, Shao Qian and Qin Mu fought an intense battle. One side used the sovereign Tao Orthodox Emperor Dragon Fist that had been passed down for a long time. On one side was the unruly Supreme Dragon Fist, which raged at the unfairness of the world and hated it for being unfair. Bang! Bang! The vast and boundless fist might in the air was like a clap of thunder, deafening. Dragon roars resounded in all directions. It was not just a competition between the two fist techniques, but also the understanding and application of the Dragon Clan martial arts behind the fist techniques. A golden dragon might spread out in the entire sky behind Qin Mu. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around sparkled with a dazzling golden light. A golden divine dragon containing Emperor's might was hidden in the clouds. Nobility, pride, sharpness, luck. The vast dragon might hidden in the boundless clouds exuded a will that made one submit to it. As for Shao Qian, he was dressed in white, and there was a sharp glint between his brows. Shao Qian's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind of the killing intent. His entire body looked sharp and sharp. The might of the Heaven Dragon spread out in all directions. The evil dragon was in charge, angry at the unfairness of the heavens. The intimidating dragon roar was filled with arrogance and unwillingness to submit to the orthodox dragon might. No one expected Shao Qian to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to face Qin Mu. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist quickly recovered after being at a disadvantage at first. His entire body was bathed in golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. The heavens and the earth trembled. The wrath of the Emperor Dragon was the wrath of the heavens. It was one with the heavens, and carried the might of the heavens to intimidate the group of dragons. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man wore a gloomy expression. The elders from Ancestor Dragon City behind all appeared somewhat shocked, forgetting about Xiao Chen's earlier identity. Below, the first palace master's heart sank. He knew that Xiao Chen was doing this on purpose. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. The Supreme Dragon Fist represented the highest martial technique of the dragon race. If not for the dragon race bloodline in one's body, one would not be able to successfully practice it. If one did not comprehend the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, one would not be able to bring out such might. This was a refusal to submit. With just a few words, the white-bearded old man identified him as a spy and sent him to Ancestor Dragon City to investigate his bloodline. This was a refusal to submit. However, since the first palace master could tell, how could Lord Feng not? The first palace master sighed in his heart. Given Lord Feng's temper, how could he endure this? This fellow is really rebelling against the heavens. On the light steps, the gloomy white-bearded old man snorted coldly, anger appearing on his face. Even if this old man said something wrong, it is an ironclad fact that you used a fake identity to sneak into the Divine Dragon Empire. If you have any grievances, come with me to Ancestor Dragon City, and everything will be clear. Now that Xiao Chen displayed this Supreme Dragon Fist, it was like slapping his old face. In the air, Qin Mu, who suppressed Xiao Chen again, revealed a cold smile. The Supreme Dragon Fist is merely so-so. Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist indeed had a deep essence. This fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had been systematically developed long ago. There would not be any drawbacks. On the other hand, the Supreme Dragon Fist had only been around for 100 years. There were too many areas that needed to be improved. Die. Back then, that arrogant Heaven Dragon could defeat my uncle. Today, I will use the Emperor Dragon Fist to defeat you again. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Mu shouted. The vast dragon might hidden in the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly infused into his body. His entire body immediately erupted with resplendent golden light. The Emperor Dragon might nearly turned solid. Boom! As the dragon might surged out, the ground, aside from the formation plate, cracked and sank. 25 years ago, the purple gold dragon emperor suppressed the Heaven Dragon. Could it be that the same scene would repeat itself today? The many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not help showing expressions of despair. Seeing the other party bring out his killing move, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand. The state of the Supreme Dragon Fist scattered from his body. Such a scene frightened many people. What was Xiao Chen trying to do? In the next moment, surging killing chi erupted from Xiao Chen's body. Buddhist sect 7 kill seal. It was like the lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The killing chi on Xiao Chen's body multiplied. Whoosh! 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 Each wave was stronger than the one before. The horrifying killing chi spread out in all directions, penetrating deep into the hearts of the many disciples. This made them feel some fear. You clown! I'll show you the true Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. This time, he did not use resentment to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Instead, he used killing chi to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. At this moment, boundless killing chi merged with the lofty aspirations in Xiao Chen's heart. He drove his emotions to the limit, and an ancient dragon roar rang out in Xiao Chen's body like a bell ringing. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out, the dragon roar reverberated in the air, long and unending. This was killing chi, rage, and the inextinguishable lofty aspirations and pride in Xiao Chen's heart. This punch raged at the unfair heaven, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. He could not accept this evil dragon that ruled the world. He could not accept that ancestor Dragon City's old man treated him as a spy with just a few words. He could not accept that white-bearded old man doubting the authenticity of his dragon race bloodline. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. This punch also activated the pride of the blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, this pride silently merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries in his body. Bang! Two terrifying fists collided with each other in an instant. A resplendent light appeared amid a loud sound. Qin Mu, who carried the vast and boundless dragon might of a royal emperor's bloodline, pressed down, wanting to crush Xiao Chen on the spot and trample on him. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his clothes red. Kill. However, Xiao Chen did not show any panic or fear on his face. He shouted, and his killing qi gathered again. Crack. Crack. Qin Mu was somewhat shocked to discover that the Emperor Dragon's dragon might supporting him slowly cracked under the assault of this punch. Before Qin Mu could react, the overwhelming killing qi behind Xiao Chen surged over like waves. Bang! 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 In the end, Qin Mu could not block the dragon might on his body. It shattered under the wave after wave of fish light. Qin Mu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his dragon might vanished. Xiao Chen's punch knocked him into the air. All the bones in Qin Mu's body shattered, and his internal organs were destroyed. His complexion paled as his life force drained continuously. Supreme Dragon Fist, ruling the surroundings. Xiao Chen punched again in one go. The fist light gathered into a war banner. The dragon might spreading out in the surroundings continuously infused into the war banner. No! Several Golden Dragon Palace disciples cried out hoarsely. The third palace master paled in fright. At this speed, he could not save Qin Mu in time. It looked like this sure-kill punch would end Qin Mu. The white-bearded old man on the light steps shouted coldly. Then, he ferociously grabbed the war banner, which contained Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, will of soul, and boundless killing qi. Crack! The war banner shattered, and Xiao Chen's mind and soul were injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew to the ground. The white-bearded old man casually flung his arm and said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chen faked his identity and snuck into the empire. He offended his superiors and offended this lord. Furthermore, he tried to murder the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. He deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. Capture him and await punishment." Yes. With the white-bearded old man's command, many dragon race experts immediately appeared from all directions, chasing after Xiao Chen. No one expected Lord Feng to personally attack Xiao Chen and even accuse him of so many crimes. With this, Xiao Chen was finished. Damn it! What dog's hit Ancestor Dragon City is this? It was clearly this Qin Mu who wanted to kill Xiao Chen, alright. Without any evidence, he labeled Xiao Chen as a spy. This is simply despicable. Anyone who wants to take down Xiao Chen will have to go through me, Murong Yen. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen could no longer endure it. Now that he saw Lord Feng personally injure Xiao Chen, he completely erupted. He ignored the Red Dragon Palace Elder's attempts to stop him and soared into the air, instantly clashing with the dragon race experts flying over from all directions. Protect junior brother Xiao Chen. Even Murong Yen made a move. How could the many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples have any fear? They only relied on their hearts and made decisions that they normally would not dare to make. They stood together with the various dragon race guards. The originally somewhat chaotic scene instantly descended into absolute chaos. The dragon race experts who came to capture Shao Qin on Lord Feng's command were all blocked. Amidst the chaos, a gentle breeze blew. "Let's go." Situ Changfeng weaved through the chaotic crowd and supported Shao Qin, who was injured by Lord Feng, on his shoulder. Then, he quickly left. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man showed an enraged expression. He looked around and instantly locked on to Situ Changfeng and Shao Qin, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. "To think that you want to flee under my nose. You are seeking death." However, just as the white-bearded old man was about to make a move, a small world made of flames suddenly appeared before him. The small world expanded continuously, turning into a complete nation. Then, it smashed down on the group of people on the light steps. The appearance of the nation of flames completely blocked the white-bearded old man's vision. Aside from this nation, there was nothing else. Firmament's rage. Axian, you can't resist making a move as well. The white-bearded old man showed a cold expression. He immediately recognized this move. This was the famous consummate technique that the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Axian, used to sweep through the northern region, Firmament's Rage. This Firmament's Rage was much mightier than the one that Shao Qin executed. It was complete and looked flawless, like a real world. The raging flames of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon filled the sky. However, a nation of flames flew over, temporarily separating them from reality. The first palace master slowly appeared in the nation of flames. Then, he looked at the white-bearded old man and said, "My apologies, Lord Feng. I have never disobeyed my lord's orders in my life, but this time, since he does not want to go to Ancestor Dragon City to verify his bloodline and clear his name, my lord, just let him go. Sir, just let him go. No matter what his motives are, just let him go." The white-bearded old man was very old. When the first palace master was young, he was already a senior expert of Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man possessed extremely terrifying strength. In terms of friendship, he had even saved the first palace master's life. "You think that you can stop me? It has not started yet. How can I give up? If I don't try, who knows?" Chapter 2020. The first palace master made a move, while the white-bearded old man and the other Ancestor Dragon City experts from Lanzhou attacked. The entire place turned chaotic. The palace masters of the various outer palaces were shocked by the Heaven Dragon Palace master's attack, all of them stunned. This Axian is crazy. To think that he dares to attack Lord Feng. What kind of status does Lord Feng have? He is the Dragon's Gate's supreme elder. Does he want to die? Why is this fellow doing this? The first palace master's attack shocked everyone. It was also this moment that gave Situ Changfeng a small opportunity. Situ Changfeng turned into a shadow and quickly left with Shao Qin. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out in the air. The shock waves from Axian's and Lord Feng's fight spread out. Countless horrifying fireballs fell from the sky, looking like blazing suns descending. In an instant, no one was able to avoid this storm. Many of the outer palace's disciples and elders could not dodge in time and got injured on the spot. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The various palace masters recovered from their shock and quickly made a move to protect their outer palace's disciples. "Quickly retreat! Quickly retreat! We can't stay here anymore. Quickly leave!" The horrifying shock waves from the fight between two sovereign emperors were easy to imagine. Even a sovereign personage would find it hard to protect themselves. The various factions in Divine Dragon City were all shocked. Not knowing what was going on, countless experts soared into the air and gazed into the distance. Axian is fighting with Ancestor Dragon City's elders. Is he trying to rebel? Axian is one of the few peak experts of the mixed blood dragon bloodline. Why is he making a move? Today seems to be a major day for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is a major matter. It has been many years since such a huge storm has happened in the Divine Dragon Empire. Furthermore, it is in Divine Dragon City. Many of the factions outside the Divine Dragon Empire could not understand what was going on. They felt very confused, not knowing what was going on. When First Palace Master Axayan made a move, the storm caused by Xiao Qin immediately spiraled out of control. This caused the entire Divine Dragon City to be shaken. There were many factions with good and bad mixed in. The strong ones all rushed over immediately. They needed to figure out what was going on for such a major matter. Amid the chaos, Situ Changfeng supported Xiao Qin and left the center of the chaos. Xiao Qin said weakly, "Thank you, Situ. Let me go. I will walk by myself." With the dragon race's accumulations in Divine Dragon City and the hidden factions, if they searched for Xiao Qin with all their might, the dragon race would not be able to defeat Xiao Qin. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. However, now that the First Palace Master had suddenly made a move, the situation had spiraled out of control and he had become the center of the whirlpool. It attracted a lot of firepower and attention for Xiao Qin, giving him a chance of survival. It was already sufficient for Situ Changfeng to help him at the crucial moment. If he continued to get entangled, he would sink even deeper, and the trouble in the future would only be greater. Situ Changfeng said, "Don't speak. You are not familiar with this Divine Dragon City at all. Besides, the city is definitely sealed now. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to get out." Ignoring Xiao Qin's advice, Situ Changfeng brought Xiao Qin to a remote street and stopped. He looked down at the sky, deep in thought. Then, he asked somewhat anxiously, "Why is he not here yet?" Just then, a 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot appeared in the sky. "Get in." The carriage door opened, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei appeared. Situ Changfeng seemed to have been prepared and had been waiting for a long time. Without saying anything, Situ Changfeng flew into the heaven-suspending war chariot with Xiao Qin. Aside from Wei Hongfei, there was another person in the war chariot, the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. "Brother Duan, please take a look at Xiao Qin's injuries," Situ Changfeng said worriedly as he handed Xiao Qin to Duan Fei. Xiao Qin was a little surprised. He looked around. Everything seemed to have been prepared. Wei Hongfei noticed Xiao Qin's confusion. He said, "When that Lord Feng said that your identity was fake, I knew that things were bad, so I left with Duan Fei in advance. I will help you prepare a path of retreat. Leave Situ Yi and Murong Yen behind to provide support. Originally, I had some other methods, but this is all I can do for the time being." "Why did you help me?" "My identity is fake, and my bloodline is still uncertain," Xiao Qin said softly. Situ Hongfei and the others exchanged looks. Then, Wei Hongfei said, "After all, we have gone through life and death together. I don't believe that you are a spy. Your dragon race bloodline is definitely real. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, us brothers will believe you." Xiao Qin was touched and didn't know what to say. Since ancient times, there were many who added flowers to embroidery, but few who provided timely help. To be able to wait for a group of friends to stand up for him in his most difficult time was truly worth it. "Brother Wei, Xiao Qin's main problem is that his soul has been injured. It will be hard for him to recover in a short period of time. I've already done my best to heal my fleshly body. With the help of Xiao Qin's fleshly body, I'll be able to recover soon," Duan Fei said with a frown as he treated Xiao Qin. Wei Hongfei said, "We can only do that for now." The heaven-suspending war chariot flew around the city at an extremely fast speed. The shock waves from the fight between the First Palace Master and Lord Feng had already spread to the entire Divine Dragon City. The fight between the two sovereign emperors stirred up a huge commotion in the ancient city. The entire city turned chaotic. Many people took advantage of the situation, causing chaos everywhere. The city lord's residence's royal guard legion moved out urgently. When the heaven-suspending war chariot arrived above the city gates, the dragon race cultivators at the city gates had already sealed the city. Who knew how many restrictions were laid at the checkpoints? Unless a sovereign emperor came, one could not barge in. The war chariot in front, please stop. Divine Dragon City has already been sealed. No one is allowed to go out. When the voice reached the heaven-suspending war chariot, the group showed somewhat nervous expressions. Actually, these city guards did not know what exactly happened. They only knew that the city was in chaos, and the sovereign emperors were fighting. According to military rules, they had to seal the city immediately. There was no need to wait for orders from the higher-ups. Don't panic. Wei Hongfei showed a calm expression as he walked out of the heaven-suspending war chariot. Then, he took out a medallion and asked, "Even the Wei clan's people cannot go out?" When the dragon race cultivators saw the medallion, they were startled. The leader hesitated for a while. After verifying the medallion's authenticity, he felt somewhat conflicted. After a while, he said, "Since you are the Wei clan's people, naturally, you can pass. Let's go." Many thanks. Wei Hongfei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he returned to the heaven-suspending war chariot. When the restrictions opened, they rushed out of the city. The leader of the city guards frowned slightly. Then, he said sullenly, "Record this. Although we cannot offend the Wei clan's people, he is the first person to successfully leave the city." "My lord, why didn't you check the war chariot earlier?" "Check what? I don't know what happened. Even now, there is no concrete news. The major characters are probably busy dealing with the sovereign emperor's fight. Don't bother about that. Just record the time he left the city." Wei Hongfei left the city so easily. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked. "So, you should listen to me, right? Within the Golden Dragon race, aside from the royal clan, the strongest faction is the Wei clan. With Brother Wei making a move, it should be possible to send Brother Xiao out of the city." Situ Changfeng smiled faintly. Then, he gave Xiao Chen an explanation. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder the city guards gave him so much face. This divine dragon city was controlled by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The Golden Dragon bloodline held the highest status in the empire in the first place. With Wei Hongfei's identity, it would not be difficult for him to send Xiao Chen out before the matter was exposed. Xiao Chen's fortunate escape from the city looked like a coincidence. In reality, it was all because of his friend's help. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples had not fought with the Dragon Race Guards to stir up the situation. The first palace master had not suddenly made a move and caused the situation to escalate beyond control. Without Wei Hongfei's advice and plans, it would have been impossible for Xiao Chen to leave the city. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. After he got into trouble, so many people came to help him. Given the Dragon's Gate's strength, after the situation was settled, they would pursue the matter. These people who helped Xiao Chen would not be able to avoid getting into trouble. With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help feeling guilty. "Brother Xiao, let's go quickly. We can only send you out of the city. You will have to rely on yourself for the rest," Wei Hongfei said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had many things he wanted to say, but he did not know how to express himself. He was not a person who was good at expressing himself. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks. I will never forget today's kindness. Take care." Xiao Chen knew that the situation was urgent. He reluctantly glanced at the Dragon City, then at Wei Hongfei and the other two. Then, he decisively turned and left. As Wei Hongfei and the other two watched Xiao Qin leave, they showed somewhat complicated expressions, showing pity in their eyes. How unfortunate. I thought that the few of us could enter Ancestor Dragon City together and roam the northern region together, making a name for ourselves in the dragon race. Wei Hongfei sighed, melancholy filling his face. Soon, the Blood Dragon Guards will make a move. The few of us will disguise ourselves as Brother Xiao Qin and help divert some of his attention. This is all we can do. We can only do this much, Situ Changfeng said after withdrawing his gaze. The Blood Dragon Guards. At the mention of the Blood Dragon Guards, the three's expressions turned somewhat grave. This was a faction hidden in the darkness of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was an existence that inspired fear in everyone. After fleeing Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qin was far from safe. He would only be truly safe if he could avoid the Blood Dragon Guard's eyes and leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2021. In a continuous mountain range outside Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qin stood on one of the unremarkable peaks. When he looked back, he remained silent. He had not expected the competition between the 7 outer palaces to end like this. He felt somewhat wronged, somewhat helpless, but mostly guilty. The first palace master took the initiative to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's elders for him. His brothers and friends did not hesitate to oppose Ancestor Dragon City to protect him. After causing such a huge commotion, they would definitely be punished in the end. Big Brother Xiao, are we not leaving? Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at Xiao Qin with some worry. Sang was very worried about Xiao Qin's current situation. He knew that Xiao Qin blamed himself and would not be able to calm down for now. Was I too rash? At worst, I'll just make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Isn't that just exposing my blue dragon bloodline? Xiao Qin said softly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Qin had always been swift and decisive when doing things, rarely regretting them. However, he had not expected to drag in so many people this time. In reality, Xiao Qin could not be blamed for many things. It was trouble that sought him out, not that he took the initiative to create trouble. Situ Changfeng and the others charged out of their own volition. It was just like how Xiao Qin risked his life to save Situ Changfeng without hesitation in desolate God Valley. All he could do was follow his heart. However, no matter how resolute a heart was, there would be a weak and soft side. There would always be heartache that was hard to control. On this day, Xiao Qin truly felt helpless after his dream shattered in Divine Dragon City. The land of shattered dreams. Broken dreams. Broken heart. 5 years of wandering, 5 years of heartache. He was just one step away from seeing Lu Ryue. When Murong Yan attacked in rage and the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples attacked, cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up. Cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up, a broken heart that was hard to come by. After the shocking battle during the Great Tribulation of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin had not felt such emotions for many years already. Let's go. Xiao Qin could not bear to watch. He could not bear to look at the land of shattered dreams. Where to next? Are we leaving the Divine Dragon Empire? Sang asked. Recuperate first, 3 days later. The commotion in Divine Dragon City slowly calmed down. After the initial commotion, people finally figured out the truth. No one expected the commotion that resulted in 2 horrifying sovereign emperors fighting in Divine Dragon City. It was actually caused by an inconspicuous outer palace disciple. Xiao Qin, a disciple who only had some fame in the outer palaces, instantly swept through the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Whether it was the Imperial Emperor or Star Lord Cloud Sea, they all knew of this person. In the competition between the 7 palaces, Qin Mu, who had suppressed the Qin family's twin star, had been discovered to be a fake. This had caused a huge commotion. What was even more shocking was that the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, all the Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace stepped forward for such a person. As the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yi Yun did not hesitate to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's Supreme Elder. Everything was to send this person out of Divine Dragon City. The story was too bizarre, but it was usually the bizarre that would be praised by people. As time went by, people dug up Xiao Chen's past deeds of chopping down Rakshasa Tian's clone and rescuing the Flame Dragon Legion alone. This was even more shocking and inconceivable. 7 days later, in a small tea house by the roadside in the ancient dragon city where the White Dragon Palace was, some people sat in a rather desolate tea house, drinking tea and chatting. To think that this Xiao Chen has not been caught yet. This is strange. It has already been 7 days, but we have not even seen a shadow of him. This is really ridiculous. The Blood Dragon Guards have always been known for their efficiency. To think that they could not find any clues at all. This is indeed strange. I heard that there was something even more bizarre. There was a dragon race expert skilled in divination who tried to divine Xiao Chen's position. In the end, all of them drained their soul energy, vomited blood, and fainted. When they woke up, they did not say a word. No one dared to divine where this Xiao Chen was anymore. Haha. That is an absolute genius who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. There will always be some exceptions. Speaking of the Supreme Dragon Fist, have you heard of it? I heard that the Qin clan's twin stars already brought out the limits of the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, that Xiao Chen still defeated them. How come I haven't heard of it? The Emperor Dragon Fist has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is the top offensive martial technique of the dragon race, known as the King of Fist techniques. Even in the entire Central Great Realm, fist techniques that can compare to it are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who could have expected that it would lose to the Supreme Dragon Fist? A fortune teller said that the Golden Dragon Palace's luck is already affected. The Golden Dragon bloodline has already sent out the Dragon Protecting Squad. The order is to kill Xiao Chen on the spot. The Golden Dragon Palace's group of bastards is really ruthless. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. This Xiao Chen is already a threat to their ruling position. If it were me, I would have killed him before there were any signs. In a corner of the tea house, a cloaked figure put down his teacup, left behind some spirit jades, and stood up to leave. The person under the black cloak was Xiao Chen. After 10 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had healed. After he recovered, he carefully made his way to this place. The White Dragon Palace did not put much effort into pursuing Xiao Chen. They did not even search for suspicious people. However, Xiao Chen did not lower his guard. When he came to investigate, he only came to this desolate tea house. He did not even go to the more bustling inns. However, there was not much useful information. It was all outdated information. Xiao Chen already knew about this 3 days ago. According to the rumors, there were Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the many disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Surprisingly, they were not severely punished. They were only disqualified from entering Ancestor Dragon City for 1 year. After that, the various outer palaces dealt with them on their own. This was already the best result. It looked like Ancestor Dragon City still had some boldness and did not make things difficult for these disciples. Xiao Chen's only worry was the first palace master. Even now, there had been no news of the first palace master. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen stopped at the periphery of the mountain range where the White Dragon Palace was. He had already circled the entire White Dragon Palace. The formations layered over each other. If one tried to barge in, one would just be seeking death. Xiao Chen asked, "Sang, do you have a way?" "There's no problem. One of their formations uses the power of the mountains, using everything as a formation." I can communicate with some ancient trees and use that to make a breakthrough. If we are careful, we can enter. All right. After putting on the death god mask, Xiaochen successfully infiltrated the place after some effort. The death god mask had the ability to isolate all auras. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to detect. For the past 10 days, Xiaochen had been able to prevent the various factions from tracking him largely because of the death god mask. When necessary, the death god mask could even merge itself into the void to avoid detection. The White Dragon Palace was extremely vast. When Xiaochen silently barged in at night, he did not attract any attention. Following the route in his memory, Xiaochen carefully made his way to Lu Ruyun's residence. By relying on the death god mask to isolate his aura, Xiaochen evaded the many guards. When the full moon rose, Xiaochen finally arrived at the side of the lake between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The lake water was as clear as before. White mist seeped out of the lake's surface at night, making it look even colder when illuminated by the moonlight. An exquisite pavilion shrouded in white mist stood in the center of the lake, appearing indistinct at a glance. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the undulating mountain ranges, looking like a flawless piece of unpolished jade embedded in the mountains. As Xiaochen stood at the lake's edge, he saw that the picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. This small lake actually gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the center of the lake, Xiaochen peered through the mist. Dragons and jade phoenixes were carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a crystalline light, reflecting the rippling, jade-green surface of the lake. I've arrived. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he stared at the pavilion. Lu Riyue's residence in the White Dragon Palace was Xiaochen's destination. Although he could not go to Ancestor Dragon City, Xiaochen had not forgotten his initial purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he flew over silently. His figure rose and fell a few times on the lake's surface. Then, he gently drifted down like a swallow and landed on the pavilion's roof. Xiaochen did not enter rashly, as there were people inside. Inside the pavilion, Lu Riyun held a painting with only Xiaochen's silhouette. She said hatefully, "Damn Xiaochen. Damn Xiaochen. We agreed to go to Ancestor Dragon City together. Why did you cause such a huge commotion? It is just a movement technique. You could have just told me, and I would have gotten my father to do it for you. It would have been easy. You bastard. You left without a conscience. You should have at least reported that you were safe. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death." As the valiant and formidable-looking Lu Riyun spoke, her eyes turned somewhat moist. This girl did not know why she felt disappointed. She just felt her nose turn sour. Then, she behaved like a child, poking many holes in the painting. Xiaochen looked at the messy painting on the ground. All of them had similar holes. It was clear that this was not her first day here. Lu Riyun only left in embarrassment when it was late at night. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. After Lu Riyue was far away, he silently entered the pavilion. Lu Riyun once said that as long as Lu Riyue had time, she would come back to stay for a while. Xiaochen did not know when exactly, but this was where Lu Riyue stayed in the White Dragon Palace. He waited patiently. Perhaps he might get a chance to meet Lu Riyue before he left. He could only leave such an opportunity to heaven and try his luck. Xiaochen did not hold much hope. Time passed quietly. Soon, 1 month passed. Xiaochen already felt some despair. During this time, Sang urged him several times to leave this place quickly. There were many experts in the White Dragon Palace. Once discovered, only death awaited him. "Big brother Xiaochen, we really have to go. Right now, the most important thing is to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. We really cannot remain in this White Dragon Palace. Sang's voice came from the Divine Universe Steel again. Xiao Qin had already waited for many days. He had promised Sang to leave several times, but he could not help staying. Xiao Qin sighed softly, let's leave after tonight. Xiao Qin was destined not to see Lu Ryue again. Once he left, he did not know when he could see Lu Ryue again. Someone is approaching. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin and Sang both sensed someone slowly floating over from the lake. It was not Lu Ryun. In the past month, Lu Ryun had come several times. Xiao Qin and Sang were already very familiar with her aura. It's her. Chapter 2022. Someone was indeed here. The lake rippled under the night sky. A girl wearing simple clothes that could not hide her outstanding charm arrived before the pavilion amid the hazy white fog. She pushed the door open and entered. She went straight to the study and saw the mess on the floor. She frowned slightly and smiled softly. This girl is causing trouble in my room again. Clearly, she knew that Lu Ryun was the cause of all this. Aside from Lu Ryun, no one else could enter the pavilion in the center of the lake. Lu Ryun showed a relaxed expression and did not notice that someone was leaning against the roof beam, watching her. The only exposed eyes under the mask had lost their previous clarity, appearing somewhat sluggish. It really is her. Qingyun peeks Lu Ryue, the girl who once made Xiao Qin reveal his heart at the top of a 30-kilometer-tall peak and love her. After not seeing her for so many years, she had changed a lot. The only thing that did not change was her charm, which remained the same. She was exactly the same as in Xiao Qin's memories. However, she now had an air of nobility and holiness that others could not bear to blaspheme. Lu Ryue clearly had many charms, but she did not give off the aura of a prostitute. Instead, she was filled with contradictions and temptation. No wonder everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the White Dragon Holy Daughter. Who could compare to her charm? She is too reckless. I really have to scold her. Lu Ryun looked at the painting and the gaps of various sizes, appearing somewhat angry. As she looked at the blank painting with only a silhouette, she revealed a trace of gentleness and confusion on her face. Why is it that when I see only a silhouette, my heart relaxes? However, I cannot remember who he is. Who is it? Just at this moment, a strange sound startled Lu Ryue. It turned out that Lu Ryue could not help falling from the roof beam. Lu Ryue reacted very quickly. With a flip of her hand, she threw a palm strike. Given her sovereign personage cultivation, if this palm strike struck Xiao Qin, he would suffer. Whoosh! Xiao Qin suddenly startled awake. His figure flashed as he dodged the palm strike and flew out of the window. How bold of you! You even dare to barge into my room. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ryue's eyes. A small saber appeared in her hand as she gave chase like a beam of flowing light. Despite moving later, Lu Ryue arrived first, landing in front of Xiao Qin and blocking his path. Clang! Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian drew the short saber in his hand, and a cold killing intent immediately spread out. The temperature of the lake plummeted. The blade of the saber shone with a piercingly cold light, reflecting the gentle moonlight. A cool breeze blew in the surroundings, making it seem like willow leaves drifting about. The instant Lu Ryue drew her saber, her aura merged with the surrounding mountains and rivers. The blade was locked on to Xiao Qin. Apart from taking the blow head-on, there was no way to avoid it. Under the illumination of the full moon in the vast night, the clear surface of the lake was filled with cold fog. The saber light flying over was cold and desolate. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Qin had no idea. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Qin could not attack the person in front of him. The promise he made in this life would never be erased. Like a willow leaf, it flew along with the saber and was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Xiaoqin took off the Grim Reaper mask on his face. Under the gentle moonlight, this was a delicate and handsome face. It didn't have the magnificence of jade, nor did it have the arrogance of nobility. It was a face with delicate features and a pair of clear and bright eyes under the illumination of the moonlight. The instant Xiaoqin removed the mask, Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat. It was like a conditioned reflex as she forcefully pulled back her attack. The fatal saber stopped when it was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiaoqin. Their eyes met, and Lu Rui immediately felt distracted. While she was at a loss, she felt that the person before her was incredibly familiar, exceptionally intimate. White fog spread out in all directions, and the lake reflected the bright moon in the sky. As the two stood on the peaceful lake, it was like they were standing on a bright moon. The lake was empty, and only the 2 full moons in the sky and the man and woman in white remained in this world. Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. It had been so many years. Even if the other party lost her memories, she could not erase the feelings of the past. At this moment, Xiaoqin felt relieved. Many of his grievances were swept away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Rui's wrist, which she used to draw her saber, and slowly moved it away. Then, he bent over and gently kissed the back of her hand. Lu Rui immediately revealed extreme shock on her face. She had an incredulous expression. She blushed like fire. "You scoundrel!" Bang! Lu Rui threw a palm strike with her left hand at lightning speed and struck Xiaoqin's shoulder. Immediately, Xiaoqin flew back like a sandbag. Xiaoqin landed on the water and splashed up a large amount of water. He only managed to stand firm after flying a long distance. Xiaoqin wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Lu Rui in front. His smile did not diminish. Lu Rui's expression returned to normal as she asked Xiaoqin coldly, "Who are you?" The murderous intent on her face no longer existed. Although this was the first time Lu Rui met the person before her, she felt a sense of familiarity. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. This was the first time Lu Rui had experienced something like this in her life. She felt somewhat flustered, but she could only maintain a cold expression and pretend to be calm. Just as Xiaoqin was about to answer, a strong aura rushed over from the distance. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the White Dragon King. Xiaoqin glanced at Lu Rui and said, "We will meet again. The next time we meet, I will tell you who I am." Right after Xiaoqin spoke, he turned and left. Whoosh! Right after Xiaoqin left, the White Dragon King slowly descended. As the White Dragon King watched Xiaoqin leave, he felt astonished. This fellow is rather courageous. All the major factions of the Divine Dragon Empire are looking for him, yet he still dares to come to the White Dragon Palace. "Adoptive father, do you know this person?" Lu Rui asked as she looked at the White Dragon King. When Xiaoqin left, his usual calm immediately gave her some clues from the White Dragon King's face. If Xiaoqin were here, he would definitely feel suspicious about how Lu Rui addressed him. The White Dragon King's heart immediately tightened. This girl is still as sharp as before. She noticed the slightest change in his expression. What's going on? A figure flew over from the lake. It was Lu Rui. The White Dragon King immediately felt a headache coming. Another problem. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Rui pestered him. "Quickly speak. Quickly speak. What's going on? I feel like someone was here." Lu Rui said, "Indeed, someone was here. He wore white clothes and was young. He seemed to be of a mixed blood dragon bloodline. Xiaoqin. It's Xiaoqin. Father, what did you do to him? Don't hand him over to Ancestor Dragon City." Lu Ryue immediately guessed who it was. Then, she gave the White Dragon King a pitiful look. The White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then, he said helplessly, it was indeed him. However, I already let him go and did not make things difficult for him. Why didn't you keep him here? Lu Ryue immediately retorted angrily. The White Dragon King smiled embarrassedly. I'm really in the wrong now. It was wrong to keep him here, but it was wrong not to keep him here either. Shao Qin. The Heaven Dragon Palace's Shao Qin, who caused a series of commotion recently and successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that he dares to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire. The Golden Dragon Palace commissioned Ancestor Dragon City to issue a wanted order. However, Lu Ryue felt incredibly shocked, clearly surprised. Unexpectedly, this person whom she felt so close to had such an identity. Isn't that very dangerous? Father, please save him, Lu Ryue said worriedly. The White Dragon King showed a grave expression as he sighed softly, this trouble is worse than you imagine. Actually, he did not offend Ancestor Dragon City. He offended the Golden Dragon Palace. Back then, when news of him successfully practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist spread, the Golden Dragon Palace prepared to make a move against him. This time, the Supreme Dragon Fist suppressed the Emperor Dragon Fist, making the Golden Dragon Palace nervous. What is the difference between offending Ancestor Dragon City and the Golden Dragon Palace? Lu Ryue felt confused, not understanding. Lu Ryue entered deep thought. Then, she said softly, if he offends Ancestor Dragon City, everything will be handled according to the rules. At the very least, he will not die. After investigating the truth, if he is not a spy and there is nothing suspicious about his identity, Ancestor Dragon City might even let bygones be bygones and nurture him. If he offends the Golden Dragon Palace, it will be problematic. If the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor rages, how can anyone survive? Father, I don't care. You have to save him. When Lu Ryue heard that, her expression immediately turned unsightly. Only now did she realize the severity of the matter. Lu Ryue looked at the White Dragon King and said, Adoptive father, this person can be saved. The other Dragon Kings probably do not want him to die. If he lives, he will make the Golden Dragon Palace's people nervous. It might even affect the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. What made the Golden Dragon bloodline nervous was not Shao Qin but Shao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. The influence that this fist technique had back then was simply too heaven-defying. The previous generation Heaven Dragon nearly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to change the world. It would be a lie to say that the Qin clan, the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline, was not nervous. The White Dragon King observed Lu Ryue's expression. It looked like this Shao Qin did not say anything strange to Lu Ryue, forcefully evoking her memories. He was rather smart. I'll think about this matter. The two of you should not interfere, especially you. Do you hear me? The White Dragon King pointed at Lu Ryue and threatened her before leaving. Now, only Lu Ryue and Lu Ruyun remained on the lake. Lu Ryue smiled and said, Elder sister, your words are still the most effective. Based on father's appearance, he probably agreed. Lu Ryue smiled faintly and said, It's hard to say. The things involved are much more complicated than you imagine. At adoptive father's level, no matter what decision he makes, he will not be affected by emotions. He will only make decisions related to benefits. Of course, you are an exception. Is that so? Why do I feel that he does not care about me at all? He locked me up in the White Dragon Palace for many years, not letting me out, Lu Ryue said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 2023. Are you done? Gotcha. On this day, when night was about to fall, Shao Qin got up from the barren mountain where he was cultivating. As long as an aristocratic family had a divine physique, it was a sign of prosperity. As long as his god body grew normally, he could be invincible and achieve an earth-shaking undertaking. This person was a peak consummation holy venerate, only half a step away from sovereign personage. This person was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. Your Highness, there's nothing in the south either. In this world of light, the fresh blood was particularly eye-catching. It was like a blood-colored datura flower blossoming in Xiao Chen's palm. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry so much. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need his friends to risk their lives to save him. I am Qin Feng, an inner palace disciple of the Dragon's Gate. Sorry for disturbing your cultivation. We do not have any ill intentions. As long as you remove your mask and reveal your identity, we will leave. Unlike now, when he had to sneak around even when he was leaving. Sooner or later, he would return in a dignified and above-board manner. A handsome man in a purplish golden dragon robe slowly appeared in the forest with a regal aura emanating from his body. As the Golden Dragon Palace narrowed down the scope, it started to target people with suspicious characteristics. Now that his worries were gone, Xiao Chen set out on his journey. Wearing the death god mask, he hurried through the night. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's countenance changed. There seemed to be an accident happening below. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, Xiao Chen continuously improved his divine dragon body tempering art, heading for peak consummation of the 6th layer. It was called the divine body. Don't flatter me. I'm just a pawn. It was time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. In the Divine Dragon Empire, there was naturally only one person who could be addressed as the Crown Prince. Just at this moment, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Figures continuously gathered in the air towards the desolate mountain. He was very sure that the other party had not confirmed his identity and was only guessing and suspecting him. During the day, Xiao Chen would find a quiet place to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. At night, he would wear the death god mask and travel. Space was in chaos. Before the two of them could do anything, they were pulled into the world within Xiao Chen's palm. Looking at the corpses of the Dragon Protection Squad members on the ground, Zhang Xian searched the area and fell deep in thought. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise men deduced that Xiao Chen had a treasure that could hide his aura. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise man deduced that Xiao Chen had a treasure that could hide his aura. It could isolate all auras and even prevent him from being divined. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. He was extremely decisive. Exactly how much the Golden Dragon royalty hates Xiao Chen to of the Divine Dragon to the Dragon Guards. The true Divine Dragon war body completely changed one's physique, becoming an acquired divine body. All kinds of constitutions had all kinds of incredible effects. Among this group of special constitutions, there were very few that stood out, and even they had to look up to these special constitutions. To this the Chen, to the various physique, Xiao Tu was, Long Yun, A1, A, and A2, and a Qin, A, this. To, thou. A, the dragon, I, he. Chen. Of Chen. Demon, Xiao, spirit, of to was. Xiao from, Qin of realm of Qin, and of. To the Golden Dragon Palace's upper echelon, this was practically impossible. To think that it was so difficult to find a person. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor ordered that we would rather kill the wrong person than let him off. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he said seriously, "You do not understand what the Supreme Dragon Fist means. All the more, you do not understand what it means for that person to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist. If you do not pay attention to it while it is still a flame, when it becomes an overwhelming flame, you will not be able to extinguish it. That would be a tragedy. Even if that person was not Xiao Qin, he would not be someone to offend. He had an extremely strange temper. Right. Under the mask, Xiaoqin showed a calm expression, not flustered at all. One could easily imagine how horrifying it was. Aside from that, everything was fine. The remaining dragon guards beside Qin Feng said, "Young Master Qin, what do you think the chances of this person being Xiaoqin are?" 2 days later, in this forest, the death god mask had its own secret technique, Void Shadow. When used with the third layer of Firmament's Rage, Xiaoqin subdued the enemy in one move. Plants grew wildly in the forest below. Unexpectedly, the boundless saber formation formed by 10 odd dragon guards got trapped. Xiaoqin spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and said softly, 150 cauldron force. This was a group of strong factions that only obeyed the Golden Dragon royalty. They spread throughout the empire, infiltrating every nook and cranny. As long as Xiaoqin was in the Divine Dragon Empire, this group of people would find him sooner or later. In that case, I can only make things difficult for him. What surprised Xiaoqin was that the ones who appeared the most were not the Blood Dragon Guards but cultivators with the Golden Dragon race bloodline. As Xiaoqin guessed, Lu Ryue had indeed lost her memories. Whoosh! 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 The dragon guards were stunned for a moment before following. When they arrived beside Qin Feng, they were greatly startled. How can it be like this? Whoosh! After 2 months of pursuit, they had found nothing. There were no traces of Xiaoqin in the Divine Dragon Empire. The 5-element divine lightning flowed in Qin Feng's palm. Together with the boundless saber light, it formed a small world in his palm. Xiaoqin slowly understood what the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor meant. In the end, there was only one reason for today's sorry state: he was not strong enough. However, since such people purposely hid their auras, the ones they ran into were not kind. That was enough. Xiaoqin did not have much time to think. He leaped up and flew over. Boundless saber qi spread out, frantically chopping down tree branches and sending shrapnel flying. These people were also prepared to fight at the slightest disagreement. Not long after, more and more people rushed over from all directions. Every time someone arrived, they would kneel down on one knee and respectfully report their arrival. However, it seemed like the faster they chopped, the faster the tree grew. The more they chopped, the taller and larger the tree became. By the time they startled awake, they were already trapped, unable to show themselves. You want to leave now? It's too late. Reaching peak consummation of the Divine Dragon body tempering art was just the beginning. The earlier Divine Dragon war body was a joke. Xiaoqin was not in a rush. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for things to go wrong. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have already searched 50 kilometers to the east. There is no sign of young Master Qin Feng's corpse. Being able to see Lu Ryue one last time before leaving the Divine Dragon Empire satisfied Xiaoqian's wish. A light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He desired to become stronger, filled with ambition for his strength. At the foot of the White Dragon Palace, Xiaoqin looked up. He could still see the bright moon, but he could not see the beauty under it. Bang! Let's go. There's no saving these people. They offended someone they should not have offended. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming, there was no one else. At some point in time, Xiaoqin appeared above the two and executed the third layer of Firmament's Rage. The dragon protecting guards shouted, but the saber formation did not fall into chaos. It materialized a huge dragon of saber light radiating boundless killing qi in hot pursuit. Did this matter really startle the Dragon Emperor? An insignificant holy venerate actually angered the purple gold Dragon Emperor, to the point that he personally issued a kill order. In this world, there was a small group of people who were born with a special physique, possessing physical bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Having been prepared for this, he easily dodged and headed for the dense forest. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. The surrounding dragon protecting guards instantly drew their weapons and formed a saber formation surging with killing qi, surrounding Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin took down these two holy venerates, who could fight with ordinary sovereign personages, in one move. The 10-odd dragon protecting guards formed a saber formation that materialized saber lights filling the air. They formed a boundless killing formation, wanting to forcefully pull in Xiao Qin. As for the divine dragon body tempering art, it used a cultivation technique and the dragon race bloodline to form an acquired divine body. When Xiao Qin punched, his vital qi immediately surged like a dragon, moving around continuously. The force exploded in the fish light, producing a piercing sound that shook the surroundings. The desolate mountain under Xiao Chen's feet trembled. This allowed the clan to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. During the 10 days of hiding, Xiao Chen felt that even wearing the death god mask might not be foolproof. Qin Yun's expression remained calm. However, the other ancestor Dragon City disciples around him all held their weapons in their hands. Xiao Qin could not use the transportation formation or send out the demon blood vulture. If he relied on his movement technique, he would need some time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request. Qin Feng left on a whim, directly abandoning this group of dragon protecting guards, not caring about their lives. These are the dragon protecting guards. Soon, a group of dragon race cultivators gathered in front of Xiao Qin. The leader wore golden dragon robes with Ancestor Dragon City's insignia on his chest. Blood dripped from his robes, looking very alluring. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I can't remain in this place. I have to leave quickly. When I cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art to peak consummation, I will be able to undergo a rebirth, becoming no different from a true divine body. At that time, not only will my cultivation advance rapidly, but my physical body will also be terrifyingly strong. As the news continued to spread, the purple gold-robed youth said softly, This is the first time a royal clan disciple died in the past 2 months. No matter who it is, I will find you. The miserable shrieks in the dense forest below finally stopped. Sang leaped out and arrived beside Xiao Qin. Lightning flashed, saber light flashed, and flesh flew everywhere. Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen's calm voice came from under the mask, containing a trace of cold smile. As Xiao Chen waved his hand, boundless rage spread out in all directions. This person was very polite, further confirming Xiao Chen's guess that the other party had not confirmed his identity. Xiao Chen prepared to attack at any moment. Cultivation techniques that could allow one to cultivate an acquired divine body were extremely rare in the world, few in number. Xiao Chen clenched his fist. The world in his palm no longer had any blind spots. After a while, he let go. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and hid his thoughts in the depths of his heart. Then, he left under the cover of night. I'll leave it like this, then. Furthermore, there was something strange about the death god mask, which could easily give rise to negative emotions. The disciples of the Dragon Protection Squad and the Qin family had all suffered quite a bit over the past 2 months, so their attitudes had become much more polite. Chapter 2024. As time passed, Xiao Chen approached the Divine Dragon Empire's border. Since killing Qin Feng and the group of dragon protecting guards, Xiao Chen had encountered more and more attacks. However, this could not be blamed on Xiao Chen. When the huge gears of an empire started moving, the various organizations worked together. Even with the Death God mask, it was only a matter of time before he got targeted. There was no lack of wise people in the empire. Since you disappeared silently, you definitely have a treasure that can isolate your aura. There was no doubt about it. If that person changed directions and investigated these suspicious people one by one, he would eventually find them. This was something that Xiao Chen could guess. However, he could not guess that the divine dragon crown prince would make a move to hunt him down as well. Condensing Cloud City, this was the last major city at the northern border of the empire, and one could leave the divine dragon empire. This was the route that Xiaoqin took to leave the divine dragon empire. On a grassland 5,000 kilometers away from the city, Xiaoqin wiped the blood off his tyrant saber. The corpses of the dragon protecting guards littered the grassland. As Xiaoqin approached the border, the intensity of the pursuit increased. Along the way, Xiaoqin changed his path several times, moving without any pattern. However, he would be found soon. It was hard to imagine how difficult the journey would be without the death god mask. Xiaoqin would probably be found in less than half a month. After passing this city, I should be able to leave the divine dragon empire. Xiaoqin looked into the distance. Although he could not see the silhouette of a city at the limits of his vision, he could sense Condensing Cloud City with his spiritual sense. Where do you intend to go next? Sang asked as he looked at Xiaoqin after dealing with the corpses. After leaving the divine dragon empire, he would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. No matter how vast the world was, there would always be a place for him, Xiaoqin. There were many places that he wanted to go. Xiaoqin even considered returning to the Kunlun realm. However, given Xiaoqin's current cultivation, it would take too much time to go there. He could go to the Yanwu dynasty. His senior brother, Yi Zifeng, was in the Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital and had some friendship with the soaring dragon marquis. He could also go to the Tianwu dynasty. If he was lucky, he might be able to find news of Chu Chaoyun. Xiaoqin could go to the Golden Crow Empire, the top of the 8 great empires. Ao Jiao and Yellow Feather were both there, so it was not a bad choice. Even if he could not go anywhere, he could leave the central great realm and go to the Forbidden Seas to search for Xiao Suo. The Black Cutlass pirate group obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and did very well in the 7 great Forbidden Seas. With so many choices, Xiaoqin could not make any. Let's go to the Azure Dragon's old lands first. We can decide what to do after that. Xiaoqin said softly after thinking for a while. Blue Qin long ago. They existed for a very long time. I recall that the Azure Dragon bloodline was the leader of the divine dragons during the martial epoch. Sang said softly as he recalled. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. In that case, do you know why the blue dragon died? Sang smiled bitterly. My memories come from the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree was just a bystander. How could it understand these things? Indeed, that was so. Xiaoqin felt somewhat disappointed. He could only rely on himself to find out more. The imprisoned Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison once said that he had been to the Blue Dragon's old land and seemed to know some secrets. However, the Heaven Dragon did not tell Xiaoqin where the Blue Dragon's old land was. Xiaoqin could only search for information about the Blue Dragon's old land in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he compared it to the current map to see if he could find it. Let's leave this place first. After looking around, Xiaoqin found a desolate place. Then, he took out the Divine Universe Steel. Then, he entered it together with Sang. Now that he had the Death God mask, he could no longer rest easy. He could only take out his final trump card. Unfortunately, after entering the Divine Universe Steel, he could not control it. Otherwise, he could directly hide in the Divine Universe Steel and use it to travel. There would be no risk at all. The world inside the Divine Universe Steel was chaotic, like an unrepaired wasteland. In the future, if you have sufficient resources, you can actually open up a world in this Divine Universe Steel, Sang said softly as he looked around, finding this somewhat unfortunate. This was a spatial divine tool that many sovereign emperors yearned for. However, Xiaoqin could not make use of it. Xiaoqin appeared somewhat helpless. How could he not know that the divine universe steel was just a slightly larger storage ring in his hands? He could not discover its many wondrous uses. In reality, Xiaoqin had only infused his spiritual sense mark into this divine universe steel. He had not completely refined it. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could not say that it was his. If an expert came and snatched it, they could casually erase his spiritual sense mark, and the treasure would instantly change owners. Apart from the two of them, there was also a 7-colored coiling dragon tree and a sapling of the propping mulberry tree. The 7-colored coiling dragon fruits on the coiling dragon tree flickered with different colors. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged under the tree, cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiaoqin hoped to master this body tempering art soon and obtain an acquired divine body. Sang took care of the propping mulberry tree sapling at the side. After the sky turned dark, Xiaoqin came out of the divine universe steel and placed it in his body before continuing on his way. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far for him. Traveling at full speed, Xiaoqin arrived in front of Condensing Cloud City in less than 4 hours. Condensing Cloud City remained brightly lit at night, looking extraordinarily bustling. The border cities were indeed bustling. Aside from the dangerous forbidden lands, the nearby borders were guarded by dragon race armies, patrolling day and night. If Xiaoqin wanted to cross the border, passing through this city was the most suitable choice. Otherwise, if he took a detour, he would have to travel for another year or so, which would be extremely troublesome. Xiaoqin removed the death god mask, and his facial bones moved. After a while, he looked like someone else. This level of disguise could only change one's appearance. It could not hide one's aura. To experts, this was not very useful. Xiaoqin had lived in the Divine Dragon Empire for a long time. He had to have left his aura on some items in the hands of the Blood Dragon Guards and the Dragon Protecting Squad. However, he had to take a risk at the final stage. Xiaoqin believed that, be it the Blood Dragon Guards or the Dragon Protecting Squad, he should have left them behind. As long as he rushed, he should be able to cross the border smoothly. Before the city gates, Xiaoqin saw his portrait on a wanted poster pasted on the city walls. Fortunately, the cultivators guarding the city gates were not very strong. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. After handing over the primeval heavenly pills, he smoothly entered the city. At the same time, on the savannah where he fought during the day, the dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming, stood on the ground and looked around, his expression changing. After a while, the dragon protecting squad appeared and reported the information they collected to him. Interesting. I am one step too slow every time. I really don't believe that this is a coincidence. Qin Ming revealed a mocking smile on his handsome face. He was well aware of the hidden obstruction of certain factions. If the dragon god crown prince could not find Xiaoqin at the start, it would be understandable. Now, the dragon god crown prince had narrowed down significantly. To think that he still could not stop the other party. This was truly strange. However, this made sense. The other divine dragon palaces would be happy to see such a person succeed. They would not be willing to let the golden dragon palace's people kill him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that person should have arrived at Condensing Cloud City already. We can send a command to the Condensing Cloud City's city lord to seal the city first. Then, we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. A dragon protecting squad member suggested, sounding very reasonable. However, Qin Ming said indifferently, there's no need. Some people are probably already prepared and cannot be stopped. He is destined to leave the Divine Dragon Empire alive. Your Highness, there is no need to be so pessimistic. We will charge over tonight. Who dares to stop the Dragon Protecting Squad? What if it is the Blood Dragon Guards? Ah! The group of Dragon Protecting Guards revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, they were somewhat shocked. Why would the Blood Dragon Guard side with Xiaoqin? However, they did not dare to question Qin Ming, not daring to say anything. All of you, withdraw. There is no need for the Dragon Protecting Squad to participate in the remaining matters. I already made arrangements long ago. No matter who it is, they will not be able to protect you. Confidence flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he waved his hand for the Dragon Protecting Squad to withdraw. Yes. The Dragon Protecting Squad members withdrew, not daring to resist. Qin Ming looked at the city in the distance under the night sky. Then, he stood upright with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Since I guessed your plans, how could I not have made arrangements?" Chapter 2025. Under the night sky, in Condensing Cloud City, Shaochen walked the streets. Even though it was late at night, this border city was still bustling with activity, brightly lit. Shaochen did not choose to rashly exit closed-door cultivation. Instead, he found an inconspicuous inn to check in. After checking in, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The divine dragon body tempering art's energy circulated in his body. The rhythm of his breathing slowly changed along with the energy. After a while, azure-colored dragon chi soared up from Shaochen's body, burning like flames. The flames slowly burned up all the impurities in Shaochen's body, expelling them bit by bit. After 3 months of cultivation, Shaochen's divine dragon body tempering art was already very close to perfection of the 6th layer. He could break through at any moment. This was the divine dragon body tempering art. It continuously modified Shaochen's physical body, subtly refining it into an acquired divine body. An acquired divine body was not something that could be accomplished in a day. From the moment Shaochen started cultivating, the refinement of his divine body had already begun. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood, these were changes that Shaochen did not realize at the start. They were preparations for an acquired divine body. When the sky brightened, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone into the room. As the sun rose in the east, purple chi arrived. Following that, strands of purple chi shone in. Azure smoke came from Shaochen's body. Amid the haze, crunching sounds came from his bones as they squirmed. Shaochen's already changed appearance forcibly recovered. Shaochen experienced a kind of extreme pain. He felt as if his body was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives, as if countless iron hammers were pounding on him. This was an indescribable pain. It was also a transformation that one had to experience in order to refine an acquired divine body and undergo a complete rebirth. Only when the blazing sun was high in the sky did the pain in Shaochen's body stop. He opened his eyes with some difficulty. The glaring sunlight made his eyes hurt. However, in the next moment, his physical body adapted to the intensity of the sunlight and released a bright light. The divine dragon body tempering art's 6th layer succeeded. Shaochen exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes were extremely sharp. From head to toe, from inside to outside, he felt as if he had been reborn. With a thought, the vital qi in Shaochen's body gathered, and the formless vital qi appeared. As the vital qi flowed through Shaochen's body, it turned into many faint azure lines. Shaochen clenched his right fist and gathered the countless faint azure vital qi in his body. They instantly gathered together and formed a strand of dragon-shaped vital qi, which gathered in the fist light. Shaochen immediately sensed that the power contained in the fist had reached an extremely terrifying level. A total of 200 cauldrons of force. Is this a body? Shaochen was astonished. The change was so great that it completely exceeded his imagination. Why did you not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you? You have the cheek to call this the divine dragon war body. Don't embarrass me. Quickly go and cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. Stop wasting time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's disdainful words appeared in Shaochen's mind. Indeed, the blood-soaked dragon emperor did not bully him. It turned out that the divine dragon body tempering art that Xiao Qin did not pay much attention to back then was such a vast fortune. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen's acquired divine body had changed Xiao Chen's physique from the very foundation. In the past, Xiao Chen only had astonishing comprehension ability. His physique and aptitude were not considered excellent. However, now that he had an acquired divine body, his comprehension ability was even better. His future potential was simply unimaginable. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from his stomach. Strangely, Xiao Chen discovered that he was hungry. At Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he no longer needed food in the mundane world. He only needed to satisfy his desire for good food once in a while. Now, he was actually hungry. This was truly strange. After tidying up and changing his appearance, Xiao Chen chose a window seat on the second floor of the inn. He ordered many dishes and wine in one go. After the dishes were served, he ate heartily, feeling incredibly carefree. He had not eaten to his heart's content in a long time. Dear customer, your appetite is really huge. Even those strong men among cultivators would not be able to finish all the food and wine on the table. The waiter came over and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to ask for a tip. Xiao Chen smiled but did not say anything, not saying anything. After Xiao Chen's divine body was newly formed, he needed to replenish it. Naturally, others would not understand. It looks like you have not eaten anything good for a few months already. When the waiter saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, his smile did not fade. He sat across from Xiao Chen and picked up a cup of wine to drink. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After carefully sizing up the place, he was shocked to discover that the guests on the second floor had been replaced by experts with withdrawn killing qi at some point in time. It's the blood dragon guards. Just as Xiao Chen felt bewildered, the waiter's expression changed. After a while, it turned into a face that Xiao Chen was familiar with. It was Vice Hall Masterly of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiao Chen, it looks like your disguise is not up to standard. Vice Hall Masterly looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, appearing somewhat cocky. Xiao Chen had not seen through Vice Hall Master Li's disguise. Xiao Chen wiped off the grease on his lips and said softly, I underestimated the Blood Dragon Guard's ability. I thought that I managed to deceive everyone and that no one noticed me along the way. It turns out that the Blood Dragon Guards have been watching my every move. At this point, if Xiao Chen still did not realize that the Blood Dragon Guards knew his every move, he would be a fool. Vice Hall Masterly smiled and said, there's no need to be humble. The Blood Dragon Guards spent a lot of effort to find you. If you were not in the Divine Dragon Empire, we would not have been able to find you. First Palace Master, how is it? Xiao Chen did not say anything else, only asking about the topic that he was most concerned about. Vice Hall Masterly sighed softly, you are still the Xiao Chen that I know. You did not ask me why I did not capture you first. Don't worry. The First Palace Master is fine. With his prestige in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one dares to truly touch him. However, he will definitely not be able to escape being imprisoned for several decades. Compared to that, you should be more concerned about yourself. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. If they wanted to capture me, they would have done so long ago. If I guess right, the Golden Dragon Palace has always been one step behind me. Is that also because of your contributions that the Golden Dragon Palace has been one step behind me? Indeed, that's right. The Blood Dragon Guards, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, personally ordered us to escort you out. Don't ask me why. I don't know, either. Vice Hall Masterly shrugged, indicating that he did not know. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign ordered us to escort me out of the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked. This was truly unexpected. He had never seen that person before. Furthermore, an expert on the level of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign was not someone Xiaoqin could deal with. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign already stood at the peak of the entire Central Great Realm. Let's go. We already controlled this city in advance. The Golden Dragon Palace and the Dragon Protecting Guards will not be able to find us here, Vice Hall Master Li said as he stood up. Xiaoqin left behind a few spirit jades and stood up to leave with Vice Hall Master Li. However, he could not resolve the doubts in his heart. Vice Hall Master Li sent Xiaoqin off. As he said, Xiaoqin did not encounter any interference and came out of closed-door cultivation smoothly. When Xiaoqin looked back, he saw Condensing Cloud City behind him. A vast and boundless ancient swamp lay before him. This place was called Cloudwater Marsh. There was a spring for 5 kilometers and a river for 50 kilometers. When looking from a distance, one could only see a vast mist, not knowing how deep the ancient swamp was. After stepping into Cloudwater Marsh, one would be considered to have left the Divine Dragon Empire and be completely safe. However, Cloudwater Marsh itself was not peaceful. Ferocious beasts roamed it, and the environment was complicated. Just as Xiaoqin looked around, a murderous chi surged over. Xiaoqin immediately sensed danger. It was Vice Hall Master Li. To think that he attacked me. Xiaoqin did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his vital chi surged as he threw a punch. Bang! Xiaoqian's fist light landed on Vice Hall Master Li's right shoulder. Vice Hall Master Li's palm strike landed on Xiaoqian's left shoulder. Pu ci. Vice Hall Master Li vomited a mouthful of blood. He nearly fainted from the pain. The bones in his right shoulder shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. The impact knocked Xiaoqin back. When he landed, he happened to land on Cloudwater Marsh. Xiaoqin was not injured at all. This startled him awake. Vice Hall Master Li was putting on an act, sending him to the final floor. The Blood Dragon Guards helped Vice Hall Master Li up after wiping the blood off his lips. Then, he smiled bitterly. This fellow is really ruthless. He nearly took half my life. That's fine. At least I can account for my injuries. Let's go back. As Xiaoqin watched Vice Hall Master Li's group leave, he silently thanked them in his heart. At this moment, Xiaoqin was already outside the Divine Dragon Empire. He felt somewhat complicated. Previously, he had put in a lot of effort to get to this place. Now, for the sake of leaving, he paid an even greater price than before. Fate was truly unpredictable. The matters of the world were like a game of Go, unpredictable. But sooner or later, he would definitely come back. He would come back in an upright and above-board manner. Xiaoqin took one last look at the Empire's border, at the final city. Then, he turned around and entered Cloudwater Marsh's hazy white fog. However, was he really safe after entering Cloudwater Marsh? Chapter 2026. The sky was vast, and the water was vast. There was a spring for 5 kilometers around and a river for 50 kilometers around. Cloudwater Marsh lived up to its reputation. Clatter! Clatter! Xiaoqin stepped on the muddy ground, traveling light as he advanced through the mist. The next 3 days were calm. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts, there were no other disturbances. At this point, Xiaoqin relaxed, knowing that he was safe. However, he did not let down his guard. After putting in so much effort, the Golden Dragon Palace would not let him off so easily. At the very least, Xiaoqin had to cross Cloudwater Marsh. As Xiaoqin familiarized himself with his acquired divine body, he traveled. He did not fall behind in his cultivation either. 7 days later, Xiaoqin roughly familiarized himself with his acquired divine body. Cloudwater Marsh, which had had enough, was about to leave. Everything was developing in a good direction. Woo! Woo! What is that sound? A flute. However, just as Xiao Chen lowered his guard to its lowest, something strange happened. Suddenly, melodious flute music rang out in the vast mist. Xiao Chen looked around, feeling confused. The flute music surrounded him, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chen shouted, "Which friend is playing the flute? Why not show yourself and meet me?" The flute music suddenly stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the mist in front. Xiao Chen's body was like jade, and he looked delicate and pretty. He held a flute in his hand as he floated over. Within the mist, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. There were 3 scarlet marks on his forehead, forming a beautiful scarlet orchid. A white cloud flies in the depths of the white clouds. A dot of azure and red reflects the moonlight. I am Bai Yunfei. I was entrusted by Qi Ming to wait for Brother Xiao for a long time. Bai Yunfei. Xiao Chen had heard of this person before. He was the top expert of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan's younger generation. In the White Marsh Beast Empire, he held the same status as Qi Ming. Many years ago, Bai Yunfei's name had shaken the northern region. He could be said to be unrivaled among the northern region's younger generation, extremely strong. To think that Qi Ming actually invited him out, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He said coldly, "Since when did the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan become Qi Ming's lackey?" Bai Yunfei said softly, "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I only owe him a favor. If you have any requests, I might be able to satisfy them before I die." Xiao Chen's thoughts spun rapidly. This person's cultivation was too high. His talent, comprehension, and bloodline were all 1 in a million. He'd laid down a solid foundation long before he came to the Central World. If he was given another year and a half, he might be able to compete with this person. But now, it was a little difficult. At the same time, he realized that Vice Hall Master Li and the others might have been deceived. Qi Ming might have been deliberately attracting the Blood Dragon Guard's attention in the Divine Dragon Empire. He knew that even if he were to make a move within the Empire, he would be obstructed. He might as well let him go and let Bai Yunfei kill him without any interference. What a good plan. To be able to make Qi Ming feel assured that Bai Yunfei alone would be able to intercept and kill him, this Qi Ming was truly confident. Cloudwater Marsh happened to be a place where the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators could bring out their full combat prowess. Enough nonsense. Make your move. With a cold face, Xiao Chen paid no attention to Bai Yunfei's hypocrisy. I originally kept my heart as bright as the moon. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao's enmity for me is too deep. Bai Yunfei shook his head gently. As he held the flute with his right hand, he slowly patted his left palm. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's patting seemed somewhat strange. Oh no! Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. In that instant, his figure soared into the air, spreading his arms. Boom! A large snake suddenly appeared where Xiao Chen originally stood, its gaping maw biting empty air. Xiao Chen could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Had he been slower, he would have ended up in this beast's stomach. This person's heart was truly like that of a venomous snake, extremely sinister. As Bai Yunfei spoke, he actually hid a killing move in secret. Furthermore, he still appeared calm. Good movement technique. Bai Yunfei praised as he pointed with his flute. In the next moment, thousands of snake images shot out of the marsh, charging at Xiao Chen like arrows. Rumble. The ground trembled. The scene of thousands of snakes flying was truly shocking. When they appeared at the same time, they erupted with an aura even more terrifying than dragon might. Let's see how you break this. My flute already controlled all the large snakes within 5,000 kilometers. Bai Yunfei stood upright with his hands behind his back, appearing calm and confident in the mist. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, from the moment Xiao Qin saw him, Xiao Qin was already a dead man. The only thing left to guess was whether Bai Yunfei would finish off Xiao Qin in 3 moves, 2 moves, or 1 move. Firmament's rage. Just as Bai Yunfei was calculating how Xiao Qin would block and how he would deal a fatal blow after being severely injured, Xiao Qin, who was in the air, suddenly opened his palm. In that instant, he caught all the thousands of snake images in his palm. Boom! Xiao Qin clenched his fist. When he opened his palm again, blood spurted into the air. Lightning and saber lights rained down in the sky. Xiao Qin's palm strike broke the killing move that he set up calmly. Go! While the other party was stunned, Xiao Qin turned into a flash of lightning and flew over Bai Yunfei's head. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was startled and furious. He had not expected Xiao Qin to break this move so easily. By the time the shock passed, Xiao Qin had already turned into a flash of lightning, flying 500 kilometers away. You want to run? It's not that simple. Clouds with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei revealed a grave expression for the first time. With a wave of his hand, mist soared for 5,000 kilometers around, condensing into an unending stream of white clouds. Just as the righteous Dao's Xiao Qin was feeling uncertain, the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned into towering mountains, falling down one after another. Xiao Qin was forced to reveal himself. He continuously punched out, shattering the mountains. His speed was greatly restricted. Rain with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly and attacked again. Fine rain fell from the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This water is poisonous. When Xiao Qin came into contact with a drop, he immediately discovered that his veritable essence energy was being suppressed. The white rainwater turned into black poisonous gas that relentlessly attacked his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Qin already had an acquired divine body and did not fear this poisonous water. However, the rain continued endlessly, corroding his body. In the end, it was a problem. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. This person is really like a venomous snake, sinister and vicious, and relentless. After being targeted, it is extremely troublesome to shake him off. After being targeted by me, Bai Yunfei, you still want to leave. Bai Yunfei flew up, moving like a venomous snake. A jade-green light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved strangely fast. Die! Xiao Qin ignored the poisonous rain in the air. He took out the god shadow bow, turned around, and fired an arrow. Bai Yunfei drew back the bowstring and released. The arrow arrived before Bai Yunfei at a frighteningly fast speed. A soul tool. This startled Bai Yunfei, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He gathered his sovereign will on his forehead and shot it out, immediately pausing the arrow. Then Bai Yunfei quickly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Boom! The arrow struck the afterimage and instantly tore it apart. The arrow continued forward, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yunfei dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. He frowned heavily, revealing an even graver expression. Unexpectedly, the other party had a soul tool. That was to say, he had a chance of killing Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was no longer in an invincible position. Now, there was the risk of dying. I just knew that Qin Ming's mission would not be easy. Bai Yunfei cursed in his heart. He felt that Qin Ming had tricked him. Killing this Xiao Qin was not an easy task. Originally, Bai Yunfei thought that he could kill Xiao Qin in a few moves and return the favor to Xiao Qin. Now, it looked like things were not that simple. That's fine as well. Let me see how many arrows you can shoot. Bai Yunfei soared up and gave chase again. He actually missed. Since using the god shadow bow, this was the first time that Xiao Qin missed an opponent. The poisonous rain had already sealed off the path in front. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and relied on his divine dragon war body to endure the rain as he continued flying forward. As long as Xiao Qin left Cloudwater Marsh, the other party would not be so terrifying. At that time, he would have a much greater chance of escaping. This fellow's physical body, Bai Yunfei felt incredibly shocked when he saw Xiao Qin moving through the rain. Bai Yunfei understood the horror of the poison in the rain the best. He had once relied on this poison to kill 10 sovereign personages when he was a holy venerate, shaking up the northern region. Now, someone could move about fearlessly in this poisonous rain. How could Bai Yunfei not be shocked? This person has to die. Bai Yunfei made up his mind. Even if Qin Ming did not kill Xiao Qin, he had to deal with this future problem. To think that Xiao Qin's killing move failed. In the future, Xiao Qin would definitely be Xiao Qin's nemesis. Chapter 2027. Braving the poisonous rain, Xiao Qin ran as if he was flying. Every time his feet touched the surface of the swamp, he would travel 100 miles. 10,000 meters in an instant. At some point, Bai Yunfei was already standing under a white snake. The huge white snake was wriggling on the ground. However, its speed was even faster, and it did not need to worry about the effects of the poisonous rain on itself. He had the white snake chase after Xiao Qin fearlessly. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the white snake to catch up to him. Moreover, he could still maintain his physical strength and true essence, so victory was within his grasp. Actually, Bai Yunfei could fly even faster. However, he feared the god's shadow bow in Xiao Qin's hand. If he was caught off guard and was hit by an arrow, it would be troublesome. With the white snake chasing after Xiao Qin, he would be more confident of dodging the god's shadow bow's arrows. However, the edge of Cloudwater Marsh was right in front of him, giving Xiao Qin a trace of hope. Hua! Xiao Qin suddenly felt his whole body relax. The world in front of him suddenly became clear, and a vast wasteland appeared in front of him. The blazing sun was scorching, and the land was scarlet, for thousands of li vegetation was sparse, and life was scarce. What is this place? Desolate Sea. Xiao Qin thought for a moment and remembered this place. This was the central world, a vast and boundless region. The northern region and eastern region combined were not as vast as the Desolate Sea. The Desolate Sea lay between the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. Rumor had it that it was the main battlefield of the previous Great War between righteous factions and demonic factions. It was originally a blessed land that was comparable to a fairyland, but after the Great Battle, everything turned to dust and became what it was today. There was no sea, but the vast and boundless desolate land was simply too vast. It was as vast as a continent or ocean. Hence, this land was called the Desolate Sea. Xiao Qin had not expected that in his panic, he would end up here from Cloudwater Marsh. However, that did not matter. He could compare it to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and the map of reality. The Blue Dragon's old land seemed to be in the Desolate Sea. It seemed like the heavens were also fated to send him to the Blue Dragon's homeland to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. Woo-woo, the sound of the flute was melodious and moving. Bai Yunfei chased after it. Hearing the sound of the flute, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. This was not the way to go on. Even the god's shadow bow could not scare the other party away. If he didn't teach Bai Yunfei a lesson, he wouldn't learn his lesson. We reached the Desolate Sea. Standing on the head of the white snake, Bai Yunfei took a look at the surroundings and was slightly astonished. Unknowingly, Xiao Qin had chased them so far, arriving at the Desolate Sea. Looking around, he quickly locked onto Xiao Qin's position. Snakes were most sensitive to smell. Now that he had smelled Xiao Qin, it would be extremely difficult for him to completely escape from his pursuit. So be it, the Desolate Sea. This place is really annoying. The dry temperature and the scorching sun above their heads made Bai Yunfei, who specialized in the element of water, somewhat uncomfortable. The giant snake beneath his feet was also in a bad mood. There was no need to waste any more time on this mixed-blood dragon. Bai Yunfei flung his sleeves gently. He decided to go all out, not holding anything back. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly soared, reaching a horrifying level. The beautiful orchid formed by the 3 dots on his forehead looked like it would drip off at any moment. In the next moment, Xiao Chen pushed off the head of the white snake with his feet. He placed the flute by his mouth and used his veritable essence energy to blow it. As wondrous flute music rang out, Xiao Chen's figure soared into the air. The surrounding scenery changed continuously, looking like he teleported. Xiao Chen was scarily fast, more than twice as fast as the white snake. Bang! 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 What was even more horrifying was that the sound of the flute reverberated in the air. Everywhere it passed, it was an indiscriminate sound wave attack. Mountains flattened, and the scarlet ground exploded. Lava spewed out of the ground, and rocks floated in the air. This was a scene of the end of the world. No matter where Xiao Chen hid, as long as Bai Yunfei caught up, he would be injured by the sound waves. There would be no space for him to dodge. Suddenly, the flute music stopped. Bai Yunfei frowned heavily as he put down the flute. Then, he looked around in shock. It's gone. That's right. It's gone. The aura was still incredibly clear a moment ago. In the next moment, all traces of Xiao Chen's aura vanished. It was like this person had been erased from the world, no longer existing. Where is he? Bai Yunfei exclaimed softly. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered that demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers had covered the sky at some point in time. The instant Bai Yunfei looked up, a pair of eyes happened to appear in the demonic clouds, staring at him in a daze. A demonic Dao expert. Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. A black-cloaked figure stood on a mountain peak in front. This person wore a white mask that looked like paint. 2 strange scriptures were written vertically on the exquisite mask. Bai Yunfei probed the person and was shocked to discover that he could not sense this person's cultivation. The desolate sea connected to the Shuowu dynasty. This vast region should be the place with the most active demonic Dao cultivators in the central Great Realm. It was not strange to run into a demonic Dao expert. Just as Bai Yunfei felt uncertain, a ferocious beast soul suddenly appeared before him. Great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, Qiongqi beast. This startled Bai Yunfei. This thing was even harder to deal with than the arrows shot by the god Shadow Bao. Even though Bai Yunfei had already retreated at his fastest speed, that Qiongqi ferocious beast still managed to bite him. Then, Bai Yunfei's soul turned into a shadow and was dragged away. After the Qiongqi ferocious beast bit Bai Yunfei, a jade pendant on Bai Yunfei's neck gave off a ring of white light and forcefully pulled the incomplete soul back into the physical body. Bai Yunfei cried out in pain as he held his forehead. His complexion paled as he retreated frantically. A soul tool. It's another soul tool. When Bai Yunfei saw the Qiongqi beast ghost pendant in the cloaked person's hand, his heart thumped wildly. What's wrong with me today? First, I ran into Xiao Qin, who casually took out a soul tool. To think that a random demonic Dao cultivator has a soul tool as well. Isn't a soul tool a sect soul tool? Could it be that the world has changed? In the future, I have to carry a soul tool when I go out. Bai Yunfei felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. His soul actually sustained severe injuries. If not for Bai Yunfei having a defensive soul technique secret treasure, he would have died here. Why did you attack me for no reason? Without a reason I, Bai Yunfei, absolutely will not let this matter rest. Bai Yunfei felt that his name was rather famous in the desolate sea. Regular demonic Tao experts would give him some face. Even if they did not give him face, they would give the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan some face. The Bai clan was an overlord of a region in the central Great Realm. Haha. I just caught a good physical body and am refining it into a demonic soul. You used sound waves to kill your way here, and you actually dare to ask me why I attacked you. Scram. If not for you being a Bai clan disciple, I would have refined you as well. A sinister voice came from the black-clad person. Bai Yunfei felt startled. I just caught a physical body. Could it be, may I ask Senior, if the physical body you caught was wearing white clothes and was poisoned? I have no comment. Quickly scram. However, Bai Yunfei only smiled at the black-clad person's rage. It looked like it was true. No wonder Xiao Qin disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the soul-devouring sex people dealt with Xiao Qin, even refining his soul. TSK. How miserable. The pain of having one's soul refined was so painful that one could neither live nor die. One would have to suffer torment for life. A fellow who practiced the supreme dragon fish should have a limitless future. To think that he ended up in such a state. This was really lamentable. Bai Yunfei immediately felt that the injury to his soul was nothing much. Instead, he felt somewhat guilty. He was the one who forced Bai Yunfei into such a state. In some sense, it was because of him. However, don't blame me. Just die obediently at my hands. There would not be so much pain. Sorry for disturbing Senior. I will take my leave first. I really did not know that Senior was refining a ghost pennant. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. After apologizing, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After the other party left and entered Cloudwater Marsh, Xiao Qin slowly removed his mask on the summit. There's no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, which still contained a strand of Bai Yunfei's soul. I should keep this strand of soul first. Perhaps I can use it in the future. I have to find a place to treat my injuries first. I still have to force out the poison in my body. To severely injure Bai Yunfei, Xiao Qin nearly overdrew on his soul energy to activate the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. However, it was all worth it. Chapter 2028. Inside Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei sat on the huge snake, holding his forehead as he walked back in satisfaction. However, 1 hour later, the more Bai Yunfei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it was really a demonic Tao expert, would he really show mercy after severely injuring him? Given the nature of demonic Tao experts, if Bai Yunfei were in his peak state, they would definitely be very polite after reporting his name, not daring to act rashly. However, would a demonic Tao expert with a soul tool remain indifferent after severely injuring him? Bai Yunfei's soul was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. To the soul-devouring sex people, it was a great supplement, filled with temptation. No matter what, Bai Yunfei had to go back and take a look. Whoosh! Bai Yunfei gently waved the flute in his hand, and the clouds and fog for 5,000 kilometers around scattered. Bai Yunfei leaped up and soared into the air with his hands behind his back. The expression on his handsome face changed continuously. Clearly, his emotions fluctuated. After 15 minutes, Bai Yunfeng, who was flying at full speed, returned to the place where he negotiated with the black-clad man. However, the mountain summit was empty. There was no one there. Bai Yunfei's exquisite and handsome facial features twitched involuntarily as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled slightly. A terrifying murderous intent spread in his heart. I got played. It would be impossible to refine the ghost pennant in a short time. If the other party had not lied, he would not have left at this moment. Bai Yunfei was a smart person. Naturally, he would not hold on to any hope at this moment, saying some self-consoling words. He had to admit that Xiao Chen had tricked him. To think that a plaything dared to reprimand him, pretending to be an expert and telling him to scram. The pitiful Bai Yunfei even believed it and apologized to the other party. Thinking about it, Bai Yunfei felt a pent-up frustration in his chest that he could not vent, feeling extremely unbearable. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the other party had injured him, yet he was secretly delighted. This was simply foolish. Even Bai Yunfei could not bear to look at it. Bai Yunfei closed his eyes and did his best to calm his emotions. His lips were still trembling. This showed how unbearable such humiliation was for Bai Yunfei. After a long time, Bai Yunfei finally opened his eyes. His expression had completely calmed down by now. Sighing, he said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in a soldier's life. A man will always experience some setbacks in his life. It's not a good thing if things go too smoothly. This is a good lesson. I should thank him." Having said all of this, Bai Yunfei seemed to have completely let it go. He had already calmed down. However, Bai Yunfei had only taken one step when he suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down onto the mountain below him. Buzz! At the foot of the mountain, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the next instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 li exploded. A terrifying aura swept across the place, turning the barren land into a land of death. "It would be strange if I thanked you. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come to the desolate sea to wash away today's humiliation." After venting his anger, Bai Yunfei finally calmed down. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. Naturally, Xiao Chen couldn't appreciate this wonderful scene. While riding on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen had already traveled more than 500,000 kilometers away from this place. He could be considered to have crossed the desolate sea's borders and truly stepped into the desolate sea that nurtured countless legends. After making sure that it was safe, Xiao Chen chose another place to land and treat his injuries. After everything calmed down, Xiao Chen discovered with some fear that he had still underestimated the poison in the rain. This poison had actually infiltrated his soul without him realizing it. No matter where the poison was, be it the internal organs, blood vessels, or bone marrow, the acquired divine body could cleanly remove it. However, the poison actually infiltrated his soul. In his soul pool, the azure-colored wool of soul that represented Xiao Chen's soul was dyed with a layer of black fog. Although there wasn't much poison, it was difficult to expel. It was constantly corroding his soul. Even worse, Xiao Chen had used his soul energy to drive the Chungchi beast ghost pennant without realizing it, causing the poison to infiltrate further. Although it was not fatal, it would be difficult to eradicate it quickly. Xiao Chen searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for poisons that could corrode the soul. However, he was greatly startled. It turned out that there were hundreds of poisons that could corrode the soul in this world. There were even sinister people who could combine the poison with a curse. Even if one destroyed their soul and cultivated a part of it, they would not be able to remove the poison. As Xiao Chen continued searching for a way to detoxify the poison, he learned that the poison Bai Yunfei used was the Thousand Taste Red, which only the extremely talented people of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan could comprehend. This poison cultivation technique had extremely harsh requirements, even more difficult than Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. However, once one succeeded in practicing it, one would be extremely horrifying. One would not need to fear cultivators with higher cultivations. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had suffered from it. Xiao Chen immediately felt some lingering fear. Now, he knew how horrifying Bai Yunfei was. How fortunate was he to be able to escape from Bai Yunfei's hands and even severely injure him. Naturally, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not want to suffer from such a terrifying poison cultivation technique a second time. After much effort, he finally thought of a way to detoxify the poison. Xiao Chen carefully thought about the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method to detoxify the poison. After understanding it, he felt much more confident. According to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he only needed 7 days to perfectly remove the poison in his soul. Woo! Woo! Just at this moment, the sound of musical instruments rang out from behind. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. At first, he thought that it was Bai Yunfei chasing after him. However, after a while, he discovered that was not the case. The musical instruments behind him clearly came from a group of people playing. However, there was a flute among this group of people, an exceptionally refined sound. This flute sounded like resentment and admiration. It was ethereal and refined, going on endlessly. The sound lingered in the air, its cadence pleasant to the ear. What was even more amazing was that the flute player did not deliberately stand out. Instead, the zither and pipa music around her intertwined and fused together. It was like a clear spring, twisting and turning, and she was just a fish in the spring. Occasionally, she would be lively, leaping out of the water and looking at the world in a cute and mischievous manner. Then, she would immediately fall back into the spring and flow happily with the flow. Soon, the performer of the music entered Xiao Chen's vision. It turned out to be a group of white-clad women, each looking like a fairy with a moving spirituality. They played the flute and the zither, appearing carefree and unfettered. Are they from the heavenly fragrance? Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he watched this group of women pass by, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The heavenly fragrance was an ancient and mysterious holy land. Holy lands were existences that surpassed rank 7 sections. Like most holy lands, the heavenly fragrance rarely interfered with mundane matters. Without a doubt, the overlords of the world were the 4 dynasties, the 8 great empires, and the various rank 7 sections. However, the truly strong holy lands with ancient inheritances rarely appeared in the world. They pursued mundane benefits. Among the holy lands, the heavenly fragrance was the strangest. It always remained neutral. Even in the great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it would not involve the unfettered sections. The heavenly fragrance's disciples were all women. All of the disciples were as beautiful as fairies and had outstanding grace. It was said that the heavenly fragrance's sect was in the desolate sea. However, no one knew the exact location. I am pretty lucky to be able to see a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. The earlier music seemed to still echo in Xiao Chen's ears. He revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing some doubt. The heavenly fragrance's disciple, who had just passed by him, had actually turned back. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He was not confident that he could attract the heavenly fragrance's disciples with his charm. Otherwise, they would not have passed by earlier without slowing down at all. They really came. As Xiao Chen thought this, the group of fairy-like heavenly fragrance disciples really landed before him and stopped playing the instruments in their hands. One of the people holding a flute slowly stepped forward. He was not wearing a veil. She did not wear a veil, but her face gave off a blurry feeling, like looking at flowers in the fog. It was hazy but not to the point where one could not see anything. She should have been the one who played the flute earlier. However, what did she mean by walking over? Chapter 2029. What is she trying to do? Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. This flute-bearing woman was already very close to him. She was less than 2 meters away. Furthermore, she was getting closer. When she was 1 meter away, she stopped. Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, a spirited voice came from the flute-bearing woman's mouth. This young master seems to be poisoned by the White Marsh Beast Empire's strange poison, Thousand Taste Red. So, it is because of this, Xiao Chen smiled helplessly in his heart. For a moment, he really thought that his charm was boundless. That's right. I am indeed poisoned by the strange poison, thousand taste red. Do the fairies of the heavenly fragrance have a way to treat me? The flute-bearing woman shook her head and said, this poison can only be treated by an elder of our sect. The process is rather troublesome. However, our sect rarely receives outsiders. Here is a detoxification pill. It can help young master for a while. I wish young master good luck. The flute-bearing woman came all the way here just to give him a medicinal pill. Even though the poison could not be completely cured, it was still a token of goodwill. Xiao Chen thanked her and received the medicinal pill. I hope that young master will be blessed by heaven. The flute-bearing woman sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Being poisoned by thousand taste red was basically a dead end for a holy venerate. Although it was said that heaven helped the worthy, it was not that easy. Might I ask for young lady's name so that I can repay this favor in the future? We are just strangers meeting by chance. It's nothing much. There is no need. The flute-bearing woman did not stop walking, drifting away with her senior and junior sisters. They came like the wind and left like the wind. They came and went in a hurry, like a dream or an immortal. If not for the faint fragrance lingering in the air and the medicinal pill in his hand, he would find it hard to believe that he had just interacted with a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and carefully put away the medicinal pill. As Xiao Chen looked around, he entered deep thought. I have to find a city first to figure out where I am. The desolate sea was boundlessly vast, but the population was sparse. The scarcity of resources had created a valiant and unyielding people. On the endless barren land, newcomers needed some luck if they wanted to find a city without spending too much time. At dusk, on the western horizon, an incomparably huge setting sun appeared at the end of the horizon. Such a setting sun could only be appreciated in the desolate sea. It was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. After sunset, the sky quickly darkened. The temperature plummeted. It was the complete opposite of the scorching heat of the day. It was bone-chilling. Just by opening one's mouth, one would exhale cold air. Blood moon. Xiao Chen looked up and was surprised to find that the moon had appeared in the sky. However, it was a blood-red moon. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen a blood-red moon, and he frowned. Xiao Chen seemed to have heard that the desolate sea's moon was scarlet every night. He looked around and gradually found that something was wrong. The air was cold, and there was a chill in it. It wasn't entirely because of the temperature. The yin qi in this place was extremely dense. It was said that the decisive battle between the righteous and demonic paths had taken place here. Both sides had killed until their eyes were red. This resulted in the original immortal realm turning into the current desolate sea. Who knew how many aggrieved spirits and corpses were buried under the ground? Furthermore, the desolate sea was located at the intersection of the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. It could be said to be a chaotic place. Over the years, there had been endless killings. After the war between the righteous and demonic paths, who knew how many corpses had been buried here? Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to listen in all directions. He could hear the terrifying wails of many aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. Together with the blood moon in the sky and the sinister cold qi, this boundless night made one feel somewhat flustered. When Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye, he could see scattered black resentment coming out of the cracks in the ground in the night. The resentment lingered in the air, swaying and looking very strange. It looks like this place is not suitable for traveling at night. Xiao Chen did not understand much about the desolate sea. He had only heard a little about it. Xiao Chen felt that many places in the boundless night were different from the day. This gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not see through many places at all. The desolate sea's night seemed exceptionally deep. Xiao Chen had been unlucky during the day, failing to find a city. However, the night suddenly became so strange. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen chose to rest here, not advancing any further. He got the demon blood vulture to patrol the surroundings to protect him. As for Xiaochen, he chose to continue cultivating. Now that his divine body was formed, he needed to spend more time on his cultivation. He had already been stuck at late-stage Holy Venerate for a long time. He needed to break through to Sovereign Personage as soon as possible. After losing the protection of the Heaven Dragon Palace and coming directly to the Desolate Sea, Xiaochen's Holy Venerate cultivation was insufficient. Xiaochen checked his resources. Of the millions of primeval heavenly pills he had, only about 500,000 remained. He probably would not be able to cultivate for long, which would be problematic. This was how things were after leaving the sect. One needed to face many things alone. However, Xiaochen was already used to this. He maintained a good attitude and did not worry too much. Under the night sky, Xiaochen laid a simple spirit gathering formation and infused spirit jades into it. Then, he waved his hand and consumed 100 primeval heavenly pills. Together with the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, he refined them at the same time. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Whoosh! The 100 primeval heavenly pills were digested in mere moments. After tempering his body, his cultivation speed was on a completely different level. However, his need for resources also increased exponentially. Rumble. Just as Xiaochen cultivated, the sound of fighting came from the night sky. Based on the sound, it was not far from where Xiaochen was. That's not right. The source of the sound was continuously approaching Xiaochen. Soon, he sensed two auras. The two auras were very chaotic. When mixed together, it was hard to tell what exactly was going on. Xiaochen's vision and spiritual sense were significantly affected in the night sky. Xiaochen stopped cultivating and soared into the air. Then, he landed on the demon blood vulture's back and waited in formation. While on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and finally saw what was going on. A gray-clad man was currently dodging the pursuit of another person. The gray-clad man was covered in mud and looked somewhat miserable, appearing very dangerous. The humanoid ferocious beast radiated death chi, obscuring its appearance. It seemed to be someone of the demonic Tao. It was very common to run into people of the demonic Tao in the Desolate Sea. The factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao maintained a delicate balance in the Desolate Sea. The relationship between the cultivators of the two factions was not as tense in the Desolate Sea as it was in other places. The gray-clad man appeared extremely weak and severely injured. When he saw Xiaochen, he rejoiced and shouted, "Friend of the dragon race, I am Qin Zhuolin. Can you help block the desolate slave behind?" Desolate slave? What is that? Could it be that the person behind is not a demonic Tao cultivator? Without thinking, Xiaochen attacked decisively. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiaochen used the Thunder Great Tao's Thunder Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. When the Thunder Great Tao energy infused into the 5-element Divine Lightning, it quickly formed a solid spear. Whoosh! Boundless electric light burst out in all directions from the spear. A sovereign's aura spread out on the spear. Under the illumination of the electric light in the night, Xiaochen's face appeared solemn. Bang! In the time it took for Xiaochen to think, the Thunder Monarch spear stabbed into the strange desolate slave chasing after him. Bang! The horrifying electric light exploded, illuminating the surroundings in the night. Qin Zhuolin took this opportunity to climb onto the demon blood vulture. Then, he urged, "Quickly go. This thing cannot be killed. It is not something you can fight." "Is that so?" Xiaochen looked over. Although the 5-element Divine Lightning did not blast the strange desolate slave into pieces, it collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The five-element divine lightning blasted away most of the death chi on its body, causing it to twitch endlessly. Five-element divine lightning. This startled Qin Zhuolin. Then, joy appeared on his face. So, it is the five-element divine lightning. No wonder you dare to barge into the desolate sea as a mere holy venerate. However, we still have to leave quickly. There is still a large group behind this thing. Xiaoqian did not dare to be careless, so he got the demon blood vulture to turn around and leave. Sitting on the demon blood vulture, Qin Zhuolin's flustered expression calmed significantly. Qin Zhuolin wiped away the dirt on his face. Under the dirty dirt, his facial features appeared upright, giving him a forthright air. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. He could compare to the white marsh beast empire cultivators that Xiaoqian had seen before. Qin Zhuolin smiled generously and said, "Many thanks, brother, for saving my life. If there is anything you need in the future, just give me a call. I will be at your beck and call in the desolate sea." "You are too polite. What is the background of the desolate slave chasing you?" When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he felt slightly startled. After a while, he smiled and said, "It looks like this is not your first time coming to the desolate sea. Furthermore, you did not come on purpose but were forced to." Chapter 20:30. Xiaoqian was not surprised. With just a little deduction, he could tell that this was his first time here. Qin Zhuolin paused for a moment before explaining to Xiaoqian, "Desolate slaves are not strange things. They are just the unclean things in the ground. In other places, they are called zombies. The cultivators of the desolate sea are used to calling them desolate slaves. They are much more horrifying than regular zombies. Lightning had a strong suppressive effect on unclean things like zombies. However, the Thunder Monarch's spear could not completely kill zombies. They could no longer be described as simply horrifying. Calling them zombies was no longer appropriate. It was hard to imagine how this Qin Zhuolin managed to escape from a group of desolate slaves. Based on Qin Zhuolin's cultivation, he was only an initial perfection sovereign personage, not even at small perfection. He was far from great perfection. Sovereign personages had a total of 4 grades: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With every 10%, the difference in strength would be significant. Right now, Xiaoqian no longer feared an initial perfection sovereign personage. If he grasped the timing well, he could even severely injure or even kill the other party. However, he still had to be careful when running into a small perfection sovereign personage. This Qin Zhuolin before Xiaoqian definitely had something extraordinary about him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from a group of desolate slaves. To think that you dare to appear in the wilderness under the blood moon. I guess that you have not found a city yet. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Xiaoqian guessed correctly. Then, he added, "The nearest city is to the southeast. You will reach it after about 15 million kilometers." When Xiaoqian heard that, he felt flabbergasted. This desolate sea was really remote. If Xiaoqian were unlucky, he might not even find a city after 10 days or half a month. 15 million kilometers was said to be very far. However, in the vast desolate sea, it was not even the tip of an iceberg. Even if the eastern and northern regions were added together, the desolate sea would not be as large as the desolate sea. To cultivators, 15 million kilometers was a relatively long distance. If one did not travel at full speed, one would need 2 days. When we get there, we should buy a map of the desolate sea. Although it is not complete, we will not get lost. Qin Zhuolin suggested considerately, appearing very experienced. This person was also very mysterious. Xiaoqian never had the habit of speaking out of turn. Naturally, he would not ask why this person was being chased by a group of desolate slaves. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously and said, "Come, I'll treat you to some wine." It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this wine, but I haven't had the chance to drink it yet. Qin Zhuolin felt grateful to Xiao Qin for saving his life. The best wine in the world. Xiao Qin, who had drunk the 1,000-year flame before, did not believe it. He showed a suspicious expression. Qin Zhuolin took out an ancient metal wine flask. The wine flask was azure and had some dust on it. After wiping away the dust, a complex and exquisite appearance was revealed. There was a curved dragon-shaped handle, and the body of the bottle was embroidered with a dragon pattern. A long, thin chain was attached to the handle to prevent it from being lost. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a blue dragon sealed in chains, raising its head and roaring angrily, wanting to soar into the sky. This has a blue dragon drawn on it." Xiao Qin exclaimed hoarsely, truly startled. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. "So, this is a blue dragon. You dragon race people are really more knowledgeable. However, what kind of dragon is a blue dragon?" Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Qin curiously. Xiao Qin recovered his wits and said, "I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse of it in ancient texts and did not understand it in detail." Qin Zhuolin did not mind. He handed the flask to Xiao Qin and said, "Hee. There's no need to care what dragon it is. Try drinking it." After receiving the blue dragon wine flask, Xiao Qin took out a wine cup and filled it up. Then, he took a sip. Not bad. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, an extremely cold sensation invaded every cell in Xiao Qin's body. In the next moment, he felt extremely carefree. His entire body, including his soul, could not help trembling. The fiery feeling turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Xiao Qin felt dizzy. After drinking one cup, he actually felt drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that after drinking this cup of wine, Xiao Qin felt his cultivation improve significantly in an instant. This was equivalent to half a year of bitter cultivation. Xiao Qin was truly shocked. After a long time, he slowly recovered his wits. However, the blush on his face did not fade. The after effects were hard to get rid of. Xiao Qin's entire body felt like it was on fire. His internal organs and even his soul felt like it was burning. "How is it? This wine is pretty good, right?" Xiao Qin took a deep breath and stabilized his somewhat shaky mind. Then, he asked, "How old is this wine?" Hee. "Not long. I estimate it to be at least 5,000 years old." "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. This bottle contains the already lost exceptional wine, Heartburn. It is the legendary strongest wine of the dragon race. Rumor has it that a powerhouse was willing to pay a jade mine for this cup of wine." That news shook the world. Heartburn indeed felt like the heart was on fire. The after effects were great, leaving one with a rich aftertaste. Amid the heat was an indescribable carefree feeling, boundlessly delightful. Great wine. However, Qin Zhuolin did not even tell me about this 5,000-year-old wine. This Qin Zhuolin is really bad. Seeing something amiss with Xiao Qin's expression, Qin Zhuolin quickly smiled and said, "Ah. Don't be angry. I'll give you this wine and the wine cup. This wine cup is also a wondrous item. As long as you drip a drop of wine on it, it will fill up the entire flask in an instant. Also, I'll give you the recipe for heartburn as well. I have no use for it anyway." Qin Zhuolin's repeated generous gifts did not make Xiao Qin angry. He really liked this wine flask. In addition to the brewing recipe of heartburn, the amount spent was really quite large. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Xiao Qin to accept such a big gift. There was no such thing as an undeserved reward. Although Xiao Qin had saved the other party's life, it was just a slight effort. Compared to this generous gift, it was truly insignificant. Qin Zhuolin smiled straightforwardly and said, "To you, this is an insignificant gesture, but you saved my life. Furthermore, I have no use for this, so it is not much. Many thanks." Xiaoqian did not stand on ceremony, accepting the blue dragon wine flask and the recipe for heartburn. The appearance of the blue dragon wine flask piqued Xiaoqian's curiosity. "Where did you get this?" Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously but did not answer. "Oh no." Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed. Xiaoqian turned his head to look. In the sky, a huge figure appeared under the huge blood moon that seemed as if it could be reached out to touch. This figure wore heavy armor, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered under the helmet. Death chi spread all around him. There was a rusty chain in his hand, and there was an iron hook that was as sharp as a knife tied to it. As the man waved the chain, the iron hook and the iron chain spun like the wind. The huge figure hovered in the air, covering most of the blood moon. Even from a great distance, the two could feel the cold wind blowing at them. That pair of intimidating eyes made one tremble with just one look. Xiaoqian instantly sobered up, feeling wary and fearful. Xiaoqian's legs went soft, and he could not control his limbs. How horrifying was the strength of this desolate slave that targeted the two? Xiaoqian did not dare to imagine. He felt that the other party only needed one strike to crush him to dust, killing him. He felt incredibly insignificant before it. Damn it! It still caught up. Run! Qin Zhuolin pushed Xiaoqian and quickly jumped off the demon blood vulture. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. Xiaoqian startled awake. He turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then, he shot off like lightning. Right after the two left, the iron hook traveled more than 500,000 kilometers and landed where the two had been. With a swoosh, the iron hook sank into the ground. Bang! Before Xiaoqian could react, he was horrified to discover that the ground stood up like a wall and crashed into him. Xiaoqian immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shattered, and the ground exploded, turning into countless huge rocks. This desolate slave in tattered heavy armor actually managed to pull up the ground. From a distance, it looked like it had pulled out a square lattice from the ground. However, in reality, this square lattice was already as large as the Heaven Dragon City. Just the impact of the ground instantly severely injured Xiaoqian. After all, he had an acquired divine body and was severely injured. One could easily imagine how horrifying the impact was. Xiaoqian and Qin Zhuolin could not help themselves as they got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave ignored Xiaoqian. It fixed its gaze on Qin Zhuolin, who got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave spread out its hand, and space seemed to shrink in front of it. The distance between it and Qin Zhuolin shrank. Qin Zhuolin looked as insignificant as an ant before that palm, powerless to struggle. After being captured, he would not be able to escape death. The scene before Xiaoqian was somewhat similar to Xiaoqian's firmament's rage. Without much thought, Xiaoqian activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline and used the 5-element divine lightning to drive firmament's rage. Then, he threw a palm strike. Something strange happened. The gigantic hand, which was much larger than Qin Zhuolin, was about the same size as the one Xiaoqian used to execute firmament's rage, only slightly larger. Just as the heavy-armored desolate slave was about to grab Qin Zhuolin, Xiaoqian threw a palm strike first. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiaoqian got knocked back like a sandbag. Space turned chaotic, nearly tearing Xiaoqian's physical body to shreds. Qin Zhuolin took the opportunity to escape. When he saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from a sure-death situation. Seeing the heavy-armored desolate slave focus on Xiaoqian, Qin Zhuolin immediately panicked. He crossed his hands and formed hand seals. Qin Zhuolin's eyes turned pitch black, looking boundlessly deep like a bottomless pit. It was so deep that it made one's heart tremble. 9 Heavens God Sealing Formation, rise. After Qin Zhuolin formed the hand seals, he shouted, and light shone behind him. Thousands of formation flags soared into the sky like a boundless rain of arrows. In the next moment, thousands of formation flags layered over each other. Spiritual light danced in the night sky, forming an incredibly complicated formation that turned into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. The 9 layers of heavenly curtains smashed down on the heavy-armored desolate slave, preventing it from killing Shao Qin. However, before the 9 layers of heavenly curtains could finish smashing down, the heavy-armored desolate slave tossed out a metal hook. The heavenly curtains broke layer by layer, turning into starlight that filled the sky. When the formation broke, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. The legend is true, Qin Zhuolin turned ashen, feeling some despair. Just at this moment, the first ray of light from the east appeared in the distant horizon. Dawn is approaching. Qin Zhuolin felt stunned. Then, he rejoiced. I'm saved. The heavy-armored desolate slave could not be bothered with the two. It stretched out its hand to cover its eyes and quickly fled far away. It quickly withdrew its overwhelming death qi. Chapter 20:31. With the appearance of dawn, the blood moon receded. In the desolate sea, the sinister, cold, and strange atmosphere vanished. That heavily armored desolate slave also felt some fear. After the first ray of light shone on its body, it quickly withdrew its death qi and fled far away. By the time the sun rose, this terrifying desolate slave was nowhere to be seen. The desolate sea fell into another extreme. Shao Qin and Qin Zhuolin stood side by side as they looked at the morning sun. After surviving a calamity, the two felt somewhat rueful as they looked at the rising sun. No one expected to be able to escape from such a horrifying desolate slave. This was the first time in their lives that they found the morning sun so familiar. Shao Qin asked, "What is the origin of that desolate slave?" "It came for you, right?" "That is Soul Reaper." Because it resembles the Soul Reaper from the Immortal epic, the people of the desolate sea call it Soul Reaper. It is one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. According to legend, everyone who saw it died, but the two of us survived. Qin Zhuolin appeared to be in a good mood. Under the morning sun, he relaxed. As Qin Zhuolin looked at Shao Qin, his initial indifference turned into admiration. He had not expected Shao Qin to be able to save him from Soul Reaper with one palm strike. You should not be a nameless person. How come I have never heard of a dragon race cultivator who can reach the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage? Even now, Qin Zhuolin still felt somewhat shocked at the crucial palm strike that saved him. It was not only the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage that shocked him but also Shao Qin's courage. How many people could have the courage and boldness to attack Soul Reaper? Not only did Shao Qin not flee, but he even turned around and made a move, saving Qin Zhuolin. This was much more valuable than the first time Qin Zhuolin saved him. The first time, he was only caught by a desolate slave. I believe that your name will shake the desolate sea soon, becoming a dragon race outstanding talent no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince or the White Dragon Holy Daughter. Qin Zhuolin thought highly of Shao Qin's potential, not holding back on his praise. Shao Qin smiled but did not say anything. The person in front of Shao Qin was even more mysterious than Shao Qin had imagined. Shao Qin originally thought that the desolate slaves had injured him. Now, it looked like the one who severely injured him was Soul Reaper. Then, a group of low-ranked desolate slaves chased after him. To be able to come out unscathed after receiving a blow from a Hellguard, it was clear that this person was no simple character. You must be a Geomaster, right? Shao Qin shook the blue dragon wine pot in his hand and said thoughtfully, 5,000 years of fine wine, I wonder which tomb it was taken from. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Who knows? Goodbye, we'll meet again someday." This answer was a tacit admission. "See you later." For some reason, Xiaochen felt that he would meet this Qin Zhuolin again in the future. At that time, the mysterious identity of that person would be revealed. After coming to the desolate sea, he first ran into the heavenly fragrances fairy maiden. Then, he ran into this Qin Zhuolin. This was rather interesting. After watching the other party leave, Xiaochen set off again according to Qin Zhuolin's instructions. He needed to find a city and obtain a map of the desolate sea. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he used the secret technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind. Xiaochen had to remove the thousand taste red from his soul. His injuries were rather problematic. Fortunately, there were no major problems and no fatal danger. When the sun set, the silhouette of a city appeared in Xiaochen's vision. The huge setting sun, in the skyline, slowly sank. Every time one saw such a huge setting sun in the desolate sea, they would feel incredibly shocked. The setting sun looked like fire, dyeing the horizon red and forming unending volcanic clouds. Together with the darkening sky, the setting sun looked somewhat ancient. Clatter! Clatter! Cultivators from various places could be seen on the ground, riding huge mutated beasts. These cultivators kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed to the city. Only in the city could one find a sense of security in the desolate sea's night. However, many cultivators stood on the city walls, wearing all sorts of clothes. Their expressions were cold as they occasionally leaped down, going in the opposite direction. These people moved out of the city in groups of 3 to 5, looking exceptionally eye-catching. These people all gave off faint demonic qi. They were all demonic Tao cultivators. The desolate sea's night was especially suitable for these demonic Tao cultivators. They could bring out their full combat prowess. If these demonic Tao cultivators were lucky, they could find strong souls or capture desolate slaves and refine them into corpses, which would be a pretty good harvest. Of course, there were also some righteous Tao cultivators among them. They were all skilled and bold people. There would always be such adventurers everywhere, daring to challenge themselves. Perhaps they were here for experiential training or to seek out fortuitous encounters. The desolate sea seemed to be much more exciting than what Xiaochen first saw. However, at this moment, no matter what others thought, he only wanted to enter the city quietly and rest well after experiencing the excitement of the previous night. Ping City, as its name suggested, it was just an ordinary city. It was far from being as majestic and glorious as the Dragon City. However, this small city bustled with people and was brightly lit. The density of people and the bustle of the night made it even livelier than Heaven Dragon City. This made sense. There might not even be a city within 50 million kilometers. With such a small population, there had to be a lot of people. Xiaochen was not in a rush to buy a map. After choosing an inn to stay in, he started to treat his injuries. Be it the fight with Bai Yunfei or the previous night's fight with Soul Reaper, he needed to recover properly. Xiaochen stayed in the inn for 7 days before coming out. His injuries had all healed, and he returned to his peak state. He even felt like he was going to improve further. 1 cup of heartburn allowed Xiaochen's cultivation to improve significantly, completely stabilizing his cultivation as a late-stage holy venerate. Xiaochen estimated that when he finished this bottle, no matter how many resources his divine body required, he would be able to reach peak holy venerate. His cultivation would also reach peak consummation holy venerate. As Xiaochen wandered around the city, preparing to buy a map, he stopped in front of a magnificent building with a 4-legged cauldron in front of it. The 9-cauldron pavilion. No matter where Xiaochen went, he would run into such shops. The 9-cauldron pavilion before him seemed to be of a higher standard than the ones he had seen before. Learning from his previous experience, Xiaoqin took out the VIP medallion that Li Xiuhai gave him and asked, "What is this medallion? Can I meet the manager of this pavilion with this medallion?" "You can. Young master has the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's gold VIP medallion. Please come with me. I'll go and inform him first." Soon, a maidservant led Xiaoqin to the VIP room of this pavilion. After meeting the manager, the matter of buying a map went much smoother. Furthermore, the map that Xiaoqin obtained was not a detailed one that ordinary people could easily obtain. The identity of a VIP helped him a lot. All that remained was to compare the map with the one in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he would compare the current map with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and find the old lands of the Blue Dragon. This was not a good task. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been alive for 100,000 years already. 100,000 years ago, there was no such thing as the Desolate Sea. Xiaoqin needed to walk around, continuously observing and comparing. There were many difficult problems to solve. The sea had changed into mulberry fields. 100,000 years had changed the landscape greatly, something that could not be explained in a few words. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiaoqin had to do it. As the last Blue Dragon descendant, Xiaoqin was duty-bound to search for the map. 2 months later, on a mountain peak, Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Then, he muttered to himself, "Is this the place?" In the past 2 months, Xiaoqin had traveled a lot and encountered many troublesome matters. Finally, he determined the general area. However, he did not dare to guarantee it. Before Xiaoqin was a barren land of death covered in sand. The blazing sun shone down. Even a cultivator like Xiaoqin found this somewhat unbearable, unable to endure this harsh sunlight. "This is too barren." Xiaoqin closed his heavenly eye, showing a suspicious expression. This large region was too barren. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a land of death. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the sound of rocks tumbling came from the cliffs. Xiaoqin looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a child carrying a medicinal herb on a cliff, climbing under the blazing sun. This was a native of the Desolate Sea, born and raised here. Hence, he was more accustomed to the environment here than outsiders. Over the past 2 months, Xiaoqin had seen many natives. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, they were much stronger. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, the ordinary people of the Desolate Sea had it much harder. The lack of water, the harsh environment, and the dangers at night were all tests of life and death. The child nimbly dodged the rocks and stopped. Then, he revealed joy on his face. The child found a medicinal herb between the cliffs. The harsher the environment, the more valuable the medicinal herb that grew. In this place where vegetation was sparse, one could easily imagine the value of medicinal herbs. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber chi chopped a venomous snake hidden in the cliffs, about to attack. Whoosh! Xiaoqin leaped into the air and landed firmly, sending the startled child to the ground. "Thank you, Big Brother." "Big Brother, are you a cultivator?" The little girl did not panic. Clearly, she had seen many strong cultivators in the Desolate Sea. She blinked and asked curiously. The child's voice was clear and melodious. Xiaoqin had not noticed that the child was actually a girl. "You are too polite." Xiaoqin looked at the little girl. Her hands and feet were bruised. He could not bear to see her like this. "Where is your home?" "I'll send you there." Who knew, right after Xiaoqin said that, the little girl started crying. Little Qing Chen was chased out. Little Qing Chen no longer has a home. "Big Brother, if you want to help me, send this herb back. My little brother needs it." Chapter 2032. So, this girl is called Qinchin. Why was she chased out? After being chased out, she still has to risk her life to pick herbs. How is this girl going to live in the future? Based on the girl's appearance, she should not be more than 10 years old, and her body was covered in dust. Xiaochen felt somewhat sad. It was really difficult for ordinary people to live in the desolate sea. Don't cry. I promise you that I will bring this herb back. However, tell me, why were you chased out? Who chased you out? Where are your parents? Xiaochen's string of questions confused the girl. The girl looked at Xiaochen with watery eyes as she stammered, not knowing which to answer first. Xiaochen knew that the girl was too anxious. He sighed and asked in a warmer tone, "Where are your parents?" Qinchin does not have parents. They died when she was very young. This pitiful child turned out to be an orphan. Xiaochen continued asking, "Who chased you out?" Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief told little Qinchin to go as far away as possible. Sob. 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 However, little brother is sick. If I do not bring the herbs back to the spirit jades, what will happen to little brother? Sob. 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 The girl seemed to have suffered a great grievance. Worried about her little brother's illness, she cried even harder. Xiaochen did not continue asking. He waited for the girl to calm down before asking, "Where is your village?" "Over there." The girl pointed in a direction. Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into his eyes and looked into the distance. There was indeed a village more than 50 kilometers away. Xiaochen picked up the girl and carried her on his way. "Big brother, I cannot go back. Grandpa Village Chief will be angry." The girl said somewhat fearfully, "Big brother, just bring the herbs I picked back." Little Qinchin cannot go back. As Xiaochen looked at the setting sun in the distance, he said softly, "The sky is turning dark. Where can you go?" To Xiaochen, 50 kilometers would not take long. Along the way, Xiaochen ran into a group of bandits riding mutated beasts. Bandits were like sand in the desolate sea, everywhere. In the land of bloodshed, it was difficult for morality to exist. Chaos and slaughter coexisted. Xiaochen didn't speak to the other party. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. Xiaochen covered Qing Chen's eyes with his left hand and punched with his right. The 100 bandits in front of them, along with the strange beasts they rode, all turned into a bloody mist. After Qing Chen let go, she blinked. Why did that group of bad people suddenly disappear? Looking at his surroundings, he felt more and more familiar with them. Qing Chen felt both anticipation and fear. She did not dare to say anything in Xiao Chen's embrace. When it was getting dark, Xiao Chen arrived at the village. There were about 100 households in the village. The village was surrounded by a simple fence made of lightning-subduing wood, which was used to prevent dirty things from entering at night. The lightning-falling wood was a kind of wood in the desolate sea that had a suppressive effect on filthy things. Villages and other gathering places mostly had this kind of wood, forming a fence, making it look like a stockade. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Many villagers were reinforcing the fence. When they saw Xiao Chen and the girl in his arms, they immediately panicked. "Quickly, tell the village chief that Qing Chen is back. Quick! Quick! Quick!" These villagers stopped what they were doing and ran back in a fluster. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. When Qing Chen, who was put down, saw this scene, she felt sad and could not help crying again. Soon, the villagers escorted a skinny, hemp-robed old man over. The old man looked at Qing Chen, then at Xiao Chen. Then, he sighed and said, "Bring her back. This young hero, it is getting dark. Come in and talk." This old man's cultivation was not high. However, the people who lived in the desolate sea were much stronger than the ordinary people outside. If one could not adapt to this harsh environment, one would not be able to survive. Hence, while this old man looked old, he was spirited. Seeing that this old man did not seem like a bad person, Xiaoqin said softly, "Village chief, these are herbs that little Qingchen picked outside. She wants to give them to her younger brother." Qingchen's eyes brimmed with tears as she carried the herbs over. She sobbed and said, "Grandpa village chief, little Qingchen will not be going in. Grandpa village chief will help me sell these herbs. Take care of my younger brother. He is sick. I'm afraid that no one will take care of him." The old village chief let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow flashed in his ancient eyes, and tears flickered in them. "Come in. It is getting dark. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. You should go and see your younger brother. Everyone has been taking care of him." "Really?" Qingchen blinked but still did not dare to go in. Xiaoqin did not say anything. He picked her up and directly entered the village chief's residence. As the sky turned dark, the villagers quickly closed the village's wooden gates and scattered a layer of black dust along the way. After Xiaoqin sent Qingchen to her house, Qingchen could not help but bow to him. "Thank you, big brother. I'm going to see my younger brother." As for the wooden house, Xiaoqin did not enter. The old village chief sighed and led Xiaoqin to the side. "How should I address this old man?" The village chief said, "I am old and the seventh child. Everyone in the village calls me Grandpa Seven. In that case, I'll call you Grandpa Seven." The village chief quickly said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. With one look, I can tell that little brother is not an ordinary person. You have delicate features and delicate bones. How can you address me, an old man, as Grandpa Seven? It's fine. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Grandpa Seven led Xiaoqin to his house. There were other people in the house. When they heard that Grandpa Seven had an honored guest, they quickly took out wine and started to serve him. Unexpectedly, the wine poured out of the crude beast skin wine pouch was unexpectedly delicious. Xiaoqin drained it in one gulp. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "Great wine. Grandpa Seven brewed this yourself?" Grandpa Seven revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. "Yes, a little craftsmanship passed down from my ancestors." An honest-looking youth at the side said, "How is it a little craftsmanship?" "The wine that our Grandpa Seven brewed is the best in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. The wine that our ancestors brewed has even appeared in Desolate City's Heavenly Fragrance Banquet." Desolate City, the largest city in the Desolate Sea, could be considered a holy city. This city was very ancient, even older than some of the dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. This city gathered the factions of the world, a dazzling pearl in the Desolate Sea. As for the Heavenly Fragrance Banquet, it was even more incredible. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would hold a banquet every 100 years, inviting everyone. It was a rare event in the world that could attract all the factions. Grandpa Seven sighed, "This is all in the past. The world is too chaotic now, and ingredients are hard to find. The skill of brewing wine was mostly lost in my generation. What is the point of knowing how to brew wine in this day and age?" Grandpa Seven's words were filled with emotion. His tone was filled with sorrow. Xiaoqin changed the topic. "Grandpa Seven, why did you chase little Qingchen out? I can tell that you are not a ruthless person. Is there a reason for this? The great rock soars with the wind and soars 45,000 kilometers. Little brother, your aura is extraordinary. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Our small village is not even a drop of water in the great rock's eyes. Little brother, why do you have to worry about such things?" The old man could tell that Xiaoqin was not an ordinary cultivator, so he said that Xiaoqin had a great future ahead of him. The The small matters of the village were nothing compared to his world, so he told Xiao Qin to ignore them. The great rock would not pay attention to you, who leaped up with the waves as it soared. When it soared, it would cross 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it would become nothing. It could only fly higher and further by looking forward. Grandpa Seven's words were a tactful rejection and also out of politeness. There was also some pride, not wanting to ask a stranger for help. He could clearly see that Xiao Qin and Xiao Qin were people of two different worlds. Grandpa Seven, you can't say things like that. Xiao Qin found this somewhat strange. He put down his wine cup and wanted to say something. However, Grandpa Seven interrupted him. In the desolate sea, there is always blood and death every day. Even the sages cannot deal with this. Little brother, you really don't have to worry. Everyone has their own fate in this world. You should rest well here tonight. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he felt helpless. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose, Xiao Qin walked out of his house and saw the villagers gathered together, worshipping a lone peak in the distance. The lone peak was a verdant mountain. However, there was no vegetation on it, looking like it was made of divine metal. Xiao Qin looked at it and frowned heavily. He could not help feeling suspicious. This green mountain had an extraordinary aura. When it rose from the ground, it gave off a sharp aura that soared into the sky. However, when it reached the summit, this aura stopped. There was a flat platform at the summit. It looked neat and smooth, like someone had chopped it off. After these people finished worshipping, Xiao Qin went to find the honest-looking youth in Grandpa Seven's house yesterday and asked about it. When the honest-looking youth heard this question, he scratched his head and said, "I don't know, either. What's strange about this place? I heard that every morning, they worship this green mountain. This is a rule passed down by our ancestors. I don't know what they worship either. However, after worshipping it, I do feel somewhat at ease. It's strange. Has no one gone to take a look? That place is not clean. Even if it's daytime, it is still very gloomy. After getting within 10 kilometers, no one dares to go over. Grandpa Seven also warned us not to go over." Xiao Qin could not help feeling even more suspicious. Suddenly, the honest-looking youth leaned over and whispered, "I once heard from the elders in the village that this mountain originally had a dragon head. It has always been a dragon head mountain. Later, the dragon head broke, and it became unclean." Chapter 2033. Grandpa Seven, the village chief, smoked his pipe as he watched Xiao Qin go in and out every day. He showed a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. When Xiao Qin saw that Grandpa Seven had some difficulty squeezing through the crowd, his face filled with excitement. Xiao Qin could not reject Grandpa Seven's kind intentions, so he dismounted and bent his back to let Qin Qin put on a garland of flowers for him. Xiao Qin felt slightly startled. He had seen many bandits recently, but Iron Egg had never shown such shock on his face. When Xiao Qin opened his palm, boundless electric light and saber chi burst out, and blood blossomed in the air. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Scram. Who said that I, Iron Egg, am not good-looking? I've been walking around the village with Big Brother Xiao for the past few days. Many ladies like me. The ordinary people who lived in the desolate sea always lacked food and water. The old people told him everything they knew, saying that this was how their ancestors passed it down. No one had seen it for themselves. Normally, before the other party could say anything, they would kill them in an instant. You speak a lot of nonsense. Ta. 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 Iron Egg, you told me earlier that there was a dragon head on the Azure Mountain. Which old person in the village said that?" Xiao Qin had not experienced life for a long time already. After spending a few days together, he felt rueful. After dealing with the corpses, Xiaochen turned his head to look at the azure mountain. Then, he returned to the village with Iron Egg. Good. After searching for many days, Xiaochen obtained some useful information. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he led Xiaochen to his house. Iron Egg, you are not embarrassed. With your dark and swarthy face, you will not look good even if you wear it, someone mocked. Everyone guffawed. Blood flowed endlessly, and Iron Egg died on the spot, falling off the horse. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and nodded. Right. I want to know where the dragon head went. Big brother, wear a garland of flowers and look good. When Qingchen saw the garland she weaved on Xiaochen's head, she felt overjoyed. Iron Egg rubbed his head and smiled. Little Qingchen, why don't you make one for your big brother Iron Egg as well? However, the azure mountain, which had soared with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped, made Iron Egg enter deep thought. They would bring large prey back to the village. Xiaochen said with a smile, why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. If you have time, come with me to the other villages. I still want to ask around. Let's go back first. I don't have a name. Everyone in the village calls me Tai Dan, the honest-looking young man said shyly. Keep bragging. At this moment, the honest-looking young man said that there used to be a dragon head on the Green Mountain. To think that he was actually a holy venerate like Xiaochen. However, when asked why they worshipped Qing Shan, no one could give them an answer. Leave it to me. Bruiser felt a little embarrassed that he hadn't found anything. Yes, I know. Brother Xiaochen, can you teach me martial arts? I want to be like you. Tai Dan said with some longing. It's only been a few days, but he's already helped me gather enough food for several years. I don't have to risk my life hunting anymore. With so many legends put together, it could basically be confirmed. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Big brother, here you go. Xiaochen did not say much. Tai Dan was just an early-stage holy venerate. Xiaochen grabbed with his palm. He could not be bothered to waste time with Tai Dan, so he executed Firmament's Rage. Tai Dan was not very knowledgeable and did not understand the difference in strength between cultivators, which was why he was so shocked. All the villages within 5,000 kilometers did indeed have a tradition of worshipping Qing Shan. Qing Shan was the dragon head. Many villages had similar legends. The black-cloaked man glanced at Xiaochen and sensed that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. There had indeed been a dragon head on the Green Mountain. However, it was already so long ago that it could not be considered. While laughing, Xiaochen discovered Grandpa Seven in the distance, smoking a pipe and looking at him. But for the mortals of the mortal world, surviving was what they had to face and think about at every moment. Right now, Xiaochen's combat prowess rivaled that of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Squashing a holy venerate to death would be as easy as squashing an ant. After looking carefully for a while, Xiaochen discovered that the leader actually cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique and possessed a significant cultivation. There was a dragon head on the Green Mountain? Tai Dan still did not dare to believe that Xiaochen could kill the demonic Dao envoy with one palm strike. After arriving at the village, Xiaochen took out a huge ferocious beast from his storage ring. All the households rejoiced. They had been waiting for a long time to cut up the ferocious beast meat. In the following days, many old people have said this before. What's wrong? Big brother Xiao, you don't really believe that there is a dragon head on Azure Peak, right? Iron Egg was astonished that Xiaochen actually believed the nonsense he spouted. The two did not return empty-handed this time. The group of bandits before them seemed somewhat different. When Xiaochen looked over, he discovered that the leader seemed somewhat strange. Xiaochen and Tai Dan traveled everywhere. They went out during the day and returned at night. They never returned empty-handed. How dare you attack my people? You are seeking death. Tai Dan's attire made him look very valiant. Xiao Chen borrowed a horse from the village, and the two went out together. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a strand of saber chi pierced through the foreheads of the surrounding bandits. Qing Chen struggled out of the crowd with some difficulty. Then, she ran over excitedly, holding up a garland she made from tree branches and wildflowers. Young hero Xiao is really our village's lucky star. Xiao Chen never had a good impression of bandits. Their bodies contained spiritual energy. When ordinary people consumed them, they would strengthen their physique, tendons, and bones. They were great supplements. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. He looked at the distant azure mountain and remained silent. To cultivators, this piece of land was filled with fortuitous encounters. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not satisfied with such an answer. How could words be trusted without any proof? However, Tai Dan's words made Xiao Chen somewhat wary. Xiao Chen instantly grabbed Tai Dan, not giving Tai Dan a chance to flee. That was why there were no clear words or words passed down. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's hard to say for sure. There is always some basis to legends. Do me a favor and bring me to meet the elders in the village." To think that a bona fide holy venerate would team up with a group of bandits. This was truly shocking. Xiao Chen needed to make time to go to the Azure Mountain and take a look. Just at this moment, the urgent sound of horse hooves rang out. It was a group of ostentatious bandits. The leader wore a black cloak and a conical bamboo hat, covering himself well. This ferocious beast meat was very different from the wild beasts they normally hunted. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. After some thought, he asked, "What is your name?" This was rather rare. The bandits that Xiao Chen normally met only knew some mediocre martial arts. Those who were slightly strong would not go to the extent of becoming bandits. There were too many ways to survive. "Big brother Xiao, it looks like I can't help you." On hearing that Xiao Chen was willing to help him hunt, Tai Dan felt incredibly excited. Soon, he appeared on a handsome horse with a bow on his back and a large saber at his waist. Dragon Head Mountain. A bandit pointed at Xiao Chen as he held the reins of his horse. "Ha! It's just a small matter. Everyone is dying to talk to someone like Big Brother Xiao. Come, I'll lead you there." A look of terror appeared in Bruiser's eyes, and he clenched his right fist in fury. He said coldly, "Friend, you just arrived at the desolate sea. Don't you know the rules? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke." Xiao Chen and Iron Egg rode ferocious horses and stopped at a riverside, looking up at the green mountains. From afar, it approached the two of them. After they sat down and drank a cup of wine, Grandpa Seven said, "Little brother, have you been asking about Dragon Head Qing Shan recently? Big brother Xiao, you killed the demon envoy." As for worshipping the Green Mountain, it was already a tradition. All the villages in this area had this tradition. He planned to stay here for a while before continuing his search. It looked like these bandits were backed by a demonic Dao faction. They were not as simple as they seemed. The people in the village were all overjoyed. They did not expect to see a martial artist. He actually stayed in the village and even helped them hunt. Demon Envoy. It was just something passed down by word of mouth, passed down from generation to generation. This startled the black-clad man. He had not expected Xiao Chen to attack at the drop of a hat, instantly killing the group of bandits by his side. That's the black-clad man from earlier. All the bandits in the vicinity are under the control of the demon envoys. They are like demons. No one dares to disobey their orders. They are simply demonic gods. The horse that Xiao Chen sat on felt the black-clad man's emotions and started neighing somewhat restlessly. Bruiser was so shocked that he even stuttered. Under Bruiser's lead, Xiaochen asked several elders in the village about the dragon head on the Green Mountain. Sure, but I have to go out to hunt. I have not hunted for half a month already. Xiaochen had long noticed that Grandpa Seven wanted to say something. After saying that to Bruiser, he walked over. "Milord, it's him. Recently, he killed many of our brothers, never leaving anyone alive. We spent a lot of effort to find him." Xiaochen had found this place based on the maps of the modern realm and the modern realm. Originally, he had some doubts and did not dare to be sure. Chapter 2034. I would like to know where the dragon head went. Grandpa Seven tapped the table with his pipe. Wrinkles filled his aged face as he sighed. How many years has it been? There have been people coming to look for the dragon head, but no one has found it. People thought that it was just a legend long ago. Little brother, don't take it too seriously and delay your proper business. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. Others have come to look for it. There were many in the past, but there are fewer now. When I was young, I saw my grandfather entertain one person. Since then, no one has come. Before that, people came intermittently, but they all returned disappointed. There is nothing to look for. Grandpa Seven puffed out a mouthful of smoke as he looked at Xiaochen through the smoke. From what I remember, that person's aura is somewhat similar to little brother's. Somewhat similar. Xiaochen casually waved his hand and used his veritable essence energy to draw a portrait in the air. When Grandpa Seven saw the portrait, he exclaimed in shock, "That's him. Little brother, you know him." I remember that back then, he came alone as well. He was as kind as little brother. I wonder how he is now. The person in the portrait was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Now, Xiaochen was certain that this place was the Blue Dragon's old haunt. There were no more surprises. However, Xiaochen could not immediately answer Grandpa Seven's question. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was currently locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, suffering inhumane torture day and night. He is very good and very tenacious. Xiaochen paused for a while. That was all he could say. Grandpa Seven smiled and sighed. "You cultivators are good, unlike us ordinary people. We do not have enough talent and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, my grandfather would be able to live until now. However, living in the Desolate Sea is not a good thing. Practically no sect in the Desolate Sea would accept disciples or nurture disciples here. Firstly, the land was vast and sparsely populated, and resources were scarce. Secondly, there were too few natives in the northern region. The sects here were all branches of the various large factions. These sects would draw disciples from their headquarters and slowly develop." Xiaochen was deep in thought. Since the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation had been here before, did he leave any clues behind? After some questioning, Lord Seven recalled with some difficulty, "I really can't remember clearly. Let me look for it." Grandpa Seven gulped down a mouthful of wine and began rummaging through the old house. Found it. Grandpa Seven took out a yellowed book from an old box. He patted the dust off it and said, "This is my grandfather's diary. I remember that he would write down all the major matters in this book." Xiaochen received it solemnly. He revealed a joyful expression and said, "Seventh Grandpa, thank you so much. This thing is very useful to me." Grandpa Seven smiled and said, "If it's useful, then take it. You've helped the village so much these past few days. I don't know how to repay you. You're too polite, Seventh Master." That's right, when I saw Seventh Master earlier, I wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed like I had something to say. Xiaochen put away the book and asked softly. Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "There is indeed something that I would like to ask little brother for help with. However, this old man has not been able to repay me, so I have not been able to say anything." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Grandpa Seven is too polite. It is not convenient for me to tell you about my fate with this place for now. However, you can rest assured. If you have anything to say, just say it. I owe you. When Grandpa Seven saw Xiao Chen's sincere expression, he sighed softly. There is a peach blossom city 1,500,000 kilometers away. There is a small-scale peach blossom wine festival every 10 years and a large-scale peach blossom wine festival every 100 years. Peach Blossom City. Xiao Chen had seen this city before when he was roaming around. Indeed, the fragrance of wine spread everywhere. One could smell it from 50 kilometers away. However, as Xiao Chen was in a rush, he did not enter the city to take a look. Senior, please continue. Yes. When I was young, I would bring the wine that I brewed to the wine festival. Even if I could not make it stand out, I could sell it for a good price, helping the village not to worry about food and clothing for a few years. However, 30 years ago, after the ancient well outside the village dried up, it could no longer brew any good wine. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "Do you always want to come out of retirement and participate in this centennial wine festival? I am also a wine lover. Grandpa Seven, if you have any requests, just let me know." Grandpa Seven sighed and said, "I did not do this on a whim. Peach Blossom City's city lord is a major character. If he takes a fancy to the wine brewed by someone in the Centennial Wine Festival, he will agree to one request of the brewer. With just one word from him, our village will be safe for 100 years. Although the chances are slim, I still want to risk these old bones of mine and give it a try." Centennial Wine Festival. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Grandpa Seven seemed to be worried about something. There seemed to be a hint of worry on his face. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already finished drinking heartburn long ago. He had used it to stabilize his cultivation and raise his cultivation. As for the 1,000-year flame, Xiao Chen still had half a bottle left. If he dripped a drop into the Blue Dragon wine flask, he could fill it to the brim, which he could use to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Before Xiao Chen drank heartburn, he had felt that the 1,000-year flame was the best wine in the world. However, after drinking heartburn, Xiao Chen had to admit that there were indeed more outstanding wines in the Great Thousand Realms. It was hard to say whether the 1,000-year flame could take the top spot in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Grandpa Seven, look at this wine recipe. Can you brew it? Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out the wine recipe. Perhaps Grandpa Seven could brew it himself. This is the Dragon Race's wine, heartburn. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat startled. He quickly returned the recipe to Xiao Chen and said, "This wine recipe has been lost for several thousand years. If I brew it and participate in the wine festival, I might attract a fatal disaster. There's hope." When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Seven, there is no rush. Help me brew it. I won't participate in the wine festival. How about I drink it myself?" Grandpa Seven hesitated before saying, "However, I'm afraid that I cannot obtain the ingredients." "It's fine. Leave the ingredients to me." "Grandpa Seven, what wine do you want to brew?" "I'll take care of all the ingredients." "All right, but we need to restore the ancient well outside the village first. Without that well water, we can't do anything. Without that well water, your heartburn and the wine I want to brew will not succeed. I'll go and take a look. If I really can't do it, I'll go further away and look for a replacement well water." What well water was so important? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen arrived at an ancient well not far from the village. The well water had already dried up long ago. "Sang, what's strange about this well?" Xiao Chen asked after calling out softly. Xiao Chen did not have any outstanding talents, so he could only ask Sang to take a look. Sang was an expert in this aspect. Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at the dried well. Then, he looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression changed slightly as he said softly, "This is a coldine spring. To think that a coldine spring can appear in the desolate sea. Coldine spring. That's the spring that appears in places of extreme een. Places of extreme een are bone-chilling, extremely cold. It is very difficult for running water to flow. If there is, and the terrain happens to produce a fountain, it will be called a coldine spring. First of all, places of extreme een are very hard to find in the desolate sea. Having running water is even harder. Furthermore, the terrain produces a fountain, which is even harder." Sang paused for a while before continuing, "The spring water of a coldine spring is indeed suitable for brewing good wine. It is very difficult to find a substitute." That was somewhat problematic. It looked like Grandpa Seven was right. If the wine recipe stated that it required the spring water of a coldine spring, there was indeed no way to brew it. Why did the spring water stop? There are too many reasons. It might be that the water source broke, or the een energy might be too dense, causing the water to stop flowing. It might also be that the terrain changed, and the underground water flowed further downstream. As the propping mulberry tree, Sang knew the terrain and the spring water like the back of his hand. There was no need to doubt Sang's words. "It looks like I still have to go down and take a look," Xiaochen said softly as he stared at the deep, dried well. "Don't go down first." Sang pulled Xiaochen back, not letting him rush down. "What's wrong?" Xiaochen did not understand. Sang explained seriously that Grandpa Seven is just an ordinary person and does not know much about the coldine spring. "I suspect that this coldine spring is not naturally formed. Man-made? That is too exaggerated. Who could change the terrain so precisely, even altering yin and yang to create a place of extreme yin?" When Xiaochen heard that, he felt flabbergasted, somewhat in disbelief. Sang said softly, "Although it is somewhat difficult, I have seen everything you said before. It is very difficult for a coldine spring to appear in the desolate sea. It is not appropriate to go down rashly." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he looked up at the decapitated blue dragon in the distance and then at the coldine spring. Sang's words were indeed worth thinking about. A green mountain with a decapitated dragon head and a dried-up coldine spring. If these two were connected, it would indeed feel a chill. Chapter 2035. Coldine Spring. Is this a trap laid by someone else? Xiaochen stood in front of the well and entered deep thought. After a while, he decided to go down and take a look. "I'll accompany you. If anything happens, we can look after each other," Sang said softly. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Without giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Not giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. Sang looked at the well and then the surroundings, entering deep thought. Soon, he soared into the air and looked down at the surroundings. He saw indistinct mountain ranges in the distance. The entire terrain gave off an indescribably strange feeling. Below, in the well, Xiaochen descended for a long time. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he landed. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen's feet touched the ground, a chill assaulted him. Xiaochen's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt inattributed qi in his body, and the chill was overwhelming. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to waste a lot of veritable essence energy. Xiaochen circulated the ice feather divine incantation and directly absorbed this inattributed qi, turning it into the power of his ice domain. When he looked up, he could see a bowl-sized light. The ancient well was probably 10 kilometers deep. When he thought about it, he realized that he was now 10 kilometers underground. He could not help but be exceptionally cautious. As for the surroundings, it was pitch black. He could only see within 100 meters. Xiao Chen groped his way forward in the darkness. The narrow path widened as he walked. However, the terrain became increasingly complicated. Soon, his vision suddenly widened. Xiao Chen had already arrived at an underground cavern. The inverted stalactites were 2 meters long. They gave off a crystalline light, barely allowing him to see the entire cavern. One had to admit that the strange stalactites and the night view of the water looked rather shocking and wondrous. After admiring it for a while, Xiao Chen followed the water and headed upstream. The yin-attributed qi became increasingly denser. To his surprise, Xiao Chen discovered that his frost domain was rapidly expanding. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiao Chen broke through and comprehended the ice Great Tao. His ice domain had long reached the limits. He only lacked a fortuitous encounter, and he could break through to the power of Great Tao. Perhaps, this was an opportunity. With this thought, Xiao Chen circulated the ice feather divine art to its limits. The cold qi around Xiao Chen condensed into strands of cold qi that glimmered in the night sky. The cold qi around him grew thicker and thicker. The cold qi that had condensed into threads had already condensed into feathers. Countless ice feathers flew up and down, looking exceptionally beautiful. Along the way, they came across many round stone pillars that were wrapped in layers of thick ice. It stood abruptly on the ground. The underground environment was really strange. They didn't run into any danger along the way, but that made Xiao Chen even more cautious. He felt that something was off. Gotcha! Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped on a patch of frozen ground, and his right foot sank in. The cold qi instantly froze his foot. Xiao Chen cursed himself for being unlucky. Then, he lowered his head and tried to pull his foot out. However, he suddenly felt the danger of impending death. Xiao Chen could not care less about pulling his right foot out. He tilted his body slightly, and a 2-meter-long stalactite silently slid past his face and into the ground. Whoosh! The sharpness of the stalactite surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The long stalactite directly pierced into the ground, not making a sound. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill run down his back. If he had not dodged, this stalactite would have pierced through his head and body, killing him on the spot. Was it a coincidence? There did not seem to be any formation fluctuations or signs of anyone controlling it. It could only be explained as a coincidence. After pulling his frozen right foot out, Xiao Chen stretched his legs. He had to be even more careful from now on. No, suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something and looked back. He saw that on the way here, he looked at the round stone pillars that had suddenly appeared on the ground, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike ferociously, and a saber wind spread out. All the dust on the surface of the circular stone pillar fell off in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick stone chips peeled off bit by bit, the cylindrical stones revealed their true bodies. They were all corpses. The frozen corpses stood erect on the ground. Their blank expressions before they died could even be seen clearly. The saber wind didn't stop, and in the next moment, all the corpses were turned into dust. Xiao Chen's face was deathly pale. He was completely frightened out of his wits. With his courage, there were very few things that could scare him. However, the scene before him had truly frightened him. It turned out that he had already walked through many paths of death before this. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have lost his life on the spot. Xiao Chen recalled the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, there was a kind of exquisite killing formation that completely merged with the natural environment. One would not even be able to sense the existence of the killing formation. Even when one died, one would not understand what happened. I can't go any further. The killing formation of this place already surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. Even a divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor might not be able to leave alive. When Xiaoqin sized up the area in front, he felt that the rather ordinary underground environment was filled with killing intent. Xiaoqin sent out a few palm winds and discovered several more corpses in various states of death. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blank expressions, not understanding what was going on. Among them, Xiaoqin even discovered the corpse of a sovereign emperor. Most of the frigid qi in the surroundings came from the corpse. Xiaoqin understood why this spring dried up. Someone once discovered the secret of the cold Yin spring and came down to explore it. In the end, they all died in there. None of them left. The influence of the cold qi on these corpses suddenly intensified, affecting the flow of the cold Yin spring. The cold spring dried up, and the death gate of the killing formation opened. On the contrary, the life gate might appear only after the cold spring flowed. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin chopped these frozen corpses into pieces. Then, he sat down cross-legged and cultivated without moving. Right now, he was already in a dead end. If he returned rashly, he would definitely die. Only when the cold Yin spring flowed again could this killing formation disappear, giving him a chance at survival. Xiaoqin drove the ice feather divine incantation, continuously absorbing the surrounding cold qi. Firstly, he could save himself and use this opportunity to break through and comprehend the ice great Tao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The surrounding cold qi gathered at Xiaoqin like a storm. Boundless ice feathers danced in the air like goose feathers. Xiaoqin held his breath and focused, not bothering with anything. He had experience with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao. Xiaoqin was very experienced in breaking through the Ice Great Tao. He did not panic, taking his time. Ding dong. Ding dong. Time passed slowly. After some time, the sound of water dripping rang out in Xiaoqin's ears. With a thought, "It's coming." Xiaoqin continuously absorbed the cold qi. The cold qi plummeted, and the cold Yin spring flowed again. Xiaoqin needed to break through before the cold Yin spring arrived. The life gate would give him only one chance. Charge! 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 A heroic spirit surged in Xiaoqin's heart as he drove the ice feather divine incantation to its limits. His long hair fluttered, and his fine black hair gave off a jade-white light. His entire body radiated cold qi. Then, Xiaoqin saw spots of white light the size of grains of rice appear behind him. In the next moment, the spots of white light suddenly gave off a bright light and turned into a complete Tao disc behind Xiaoqin. Boom! Xiaoqin opened his eyes and saw an ice spring surging over from upstream. It was like a dragon, wanting to swallow him up. Before Xiaoqin could feel the ice Tao's great Tao energy, he leaped up and rushed forward. The ice spring gushed endlessly behind him. The life gate of the killing formation was fully open. As Xiaoqin rushed forward, he did not run into any danger. Xiaoqin retraced his original path and finally arrived at the bottom of the well. Without even thinking, his veritable essence energy surged and exploded under his feet. Then, he leaped up and soared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Xiaoqin soared into the sky. Soon, he leaped out of the well and hovered in midair. Xiaoqin landed on the ground and retreated to the side with Sang. Then, he informed Sang of the situation underground. Sang said with a grave expression, "You ran into a heavenly Tao killing formation. This kind of killing formation merged with the heavenly Tao. It is extremely profound and formless. Being able to return alive is truly luck. It is not fake at all." Xiaoqin also felt some lingering fear. If he had continued forward at that time, he might have died in there without realizing it. Sang paused for a moment before saying, "The person who laid this killing formation is extremely profound. If someone dies, it means that the secret of the cold Yin spring was discovered." Furthermore, when someone dies, the spring dries up, no longer attracting the attention of others. This is a very natural form of self-protection. It is truly indescribable. Xiaochen thought about it carefully and also found it somewhat scary. Just at this moment, the coldine spring rushed out of the well and turned into a wave soaring into the sky, attracting the two's attention. Spring water gushed out and sprinkled in the surroundings. When the villagers saw this scene, they all stirred up and rushed out. All of them felt wild with joy. Water was scarce in the desolate sea. Having an underground spring was enough to feed hundreds of families. Since this coldine spring dried up, the villagers had to travel 50 kilometers to get water from the villages they had a good relationship with. Now that the spring water was flowing again, they no longer had to beg others for water. The overjoyed villagers all smiled as they bathed in the spring water. Several of them took out farming tools to store water, their faces filled with smiles. When Xiaochen and Sang saw this scene, they revealed smiles. Their expressions involuntarily warmed up significantly. No matter how many startling secrets this coldine spring had, it was just a well to feed ordinary people. The person who laid down the killing formation was someone who did not miss out on anything. He definitely could not have predicted this. Many times, life was simpler. Not knowing and not understanding was bliss. The person who laid the formation had incredible means and might not be as happy as the simple villagers. Chapter 2036. Who do you think laid this heavenly Tao killing formation? Xiaochen and Sang chatted in soft voices. Sang shrugged and said, "How can I know? Just take your time." As the two spoke, Grandpa Seven walked over with a smile on his face. This was the first time Xiaochen saw Grandpa Seven so happy. When Grandpa Seven saw Sang, he felt slightly surprised. Xiaochen introduced, "This is my friend Sang. Without his help, we would not have been able to draw out the spring water." Many thanks, many thanks." Sang nodded and said, "You are too polite." Xiaochen thought for a while before asking, "Grandpa Seven, what other ingredients do you need?" "I'll go get them for you." Right. I made a list. See if you can do it. Don't worry. Leave it to me." The Dragon Race's excellent wine, Heartburn, was not only an excellent wine but also something that could raise one's cultivation. It could even be used when one advanced to sovereign personage. Naturally, Xiaochen would do his best to obtain it. 3 days later, the gushing spring water slowly receded. The coldine spring settled in a place similar to the ancient well. Xiaochen busied himself with the various ingredients that Grandpa Seven needed, doing his best to run errands. When Xiaochen had free time, he would read the records left by his grandfather in the village. Today, that little brother from the dragon tribe actually went down into the ancient well. That's an ancient well that our ancestors have warned us not to go down. That little brother went down for a long time. In the middle of the night, I heard strange cries coming from the ancient well. Feeling worried, I came out to take a look. Aside from the exceptionally scarlet blood moon reflected in the water, there was nothing strange. When that little brother came out the next day, he had an excited expression on his face. He told me that he discovered an incredible secret in the well, that he knew where the dragon head was. When Xiaochen reached this part, he showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, he hurriedly flipped to the next page. However, the second page talked about something else and did not record anything. The previous generation heaven dragon went down the ancient well. Did that little brother go further than me? He even discovered the secret in the ancient well. Xiaochen showed a grave expression as he looked at the records. Xiaochen continued reading. Little brother went to the Azure Mountain again today. Every time he went, he showed an unsightly expression. My ancestors told me not to go to the Green Mountain, because I would be cursed if I went there. But I know that even if I tell him, he won't listen, so I can only let him be. Every night, we tremble in fear, afraid that the desolate slaves will come out. Ever since little brother came, the desolate slaves seem to take special care of our village. Fortunately, little brother is here. The desolate slaves cannot kill him. I wonder how strong little brother is. Winter is here, and the ground is covered with snow. Little brother hasn't left yet. With him around, the people in the village won't go hungry. It's a blessing. This winter won't be too difficult. Too scary, too scary. It was unknown what array the little brother had set up, but the killing mountain that was thousands of miles away seemed to be roaring angrily. Many streams of light entered the green mountain. That green mountain trembled, flowing light flickering about. It was as if blood vessels were flowing, as if it was going to come to life in the next moment. The villagers were scared silly. They trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. But the little brother didn't stop. He flew above the green mountain. I saw the blood moon and the great sun appear at the same time. Many, many terrifying people charged over. The little brother seemed to be injured. I looked through the window and saw that the little brother seemed to have lured them into the ancient well. 3 days passed, but the little brother did not come out. Those terrifying people did not come out either. It has been several months. I know that the little brother is definitely fine. However, he definitely won't come again. The village is finally at peace. The little brother really did not come again, Pa. Xiaochen closed the notebook and pushed off the ground. When he arrived at the Coldine Spring, he felt an urge to jump in immediately. It turned out that the people below were all lured down by the Heaven Dragon. He tricked all those sovereign emperors and sovereign personages to death. The Heaven Dragon was indeed a ruthless person. The old village chief was right. The Green Mountain was indeed cursed. The Heaven Dragon's ending was truly miserable. One could not go to the Green Mountain casually. However, the blood moon and the great sun appeared in the desolate sea's night sky at the same time. What exactly did the Heaven Dragon do? What exactly did he discover? Did he know why the blue dragon was destroyed? Did he know who the person who set this up was? After that, he was locked up in the starry heavens dragon prison, suffering for eternity. Xiao Chen's reasoning suddenly felt somewhat terrifying. If the Heaven Dragon was locked up in the starry heavens dragon prison not because he provoked the purple gold dragon emperor but because he discovered a startling secret, then who exactly did he offend? Why was he even more horrifying than the purple gold dragon emperor? After looking at the ancient well and calming down, Xiaochen no longer had any impulses. He did not have the cultivation of the Heaven Dragon yet. It was hard to say if he could survive after going down. Big brother, what are you looking at? Xiaochen turned his head and saw Qing Qin. He had not seen this little girl for several days. She was no longer like when he first saw her, crying. She was already satisfied with returning to the village and being able to take care of her younger brother. Although Xiaochen said that he would not return, he actually could not bear to part with her. Let me take a look as well. Qing Qin hopped over and leaned against the mouth of the well to take a look. Xiaochen quickly turned around, worried that this little girl would fall in. How strange. Why is there a moon in the water? Isn't it daytime now? There is a moon. Xiaochen went over to take a look and found nothing strange about the water in the well. Just as he was about to say something, Qing Qin said, "The moon slipped away again." Xiaochen immediately laughed hoarsely. Then, he carried Qing Qin to the side and warned, "Don't come over again. This well is very deep. If you fall in, you will die." "Right, I'll listen to Big Brother." Xiaochen rubbed Qing Chen's head and said, "Go back and take good care of your younger brother." As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he revealed a faint smile. Then, he raised his head and looked into the distance, at the azure mountain in the distance. The lonely mountain peak looked crisp and clear. Not a single blade of grass grew on it as it stood tall on the ground. The villagers within 5,000 kilometers worshipped it. Xiao Chen still had to go and take a look. What exactly was the connection between the Azure Mountain and the ancient well? He had to make a trip there to figure it out. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and flew towards the Azure Mountain. Are you really going? This mountain is cursed. It will bring bad luck. Sang reminded Xiao Chen from the divine universe steel. How can a cultivator believe this? If there is a curse, we just have to remove it. There was no lack of secret techniques for curses in the Great Thousand Realms. Curses were not that mysterious to cultivators. When Xiao Chen saw the nearby Azure Mountain, he realized that it was still some distance away. The distance between them and the village was very far. In just a short while, they had left the village far behind. By the time Xiao Chen got close, the sky had already turned dark. An incredibly vast and majestic setting sun slowly set in the distance, half of it already disappearing into the horizon. Every time one saw the desolate sea's setting sun, they would feel shocked, sensing its vastness and boundlessness. It was just like the desolate sea's blood moon, which felt cold and sinister. They were polar opposites. Did you sense anything? Sang asked softly as he appeared beside Xiao Chen. The two were still 10 kilometers from the Azure Mountain. They did not enter rashly. They extended out their spiritual sense and carefully checked. Xiao Chen did indeed feel something strange. The space around the Azure Mountain was exceptionally cold and sinister. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed resentment, invisible to the naked eye, spreading everywhere. Indeed, ordinary people could not get close. If they did, they would immediately go crazy from the negative emotions. However, aside from this, Xiao Chen also felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a voice in his heart was calling out to him. Don't move first. I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Chen stepped forward alone, walking towards the Azure Mountain step by step. Immediately, countless negative emotions assaulted him. Pain, dissatisfaction, and rage filled Xiao Chen's mind, trying to drive him crazy. Xiao Chen maintained his calm as he slowly approached the Azure Mountain. To Xiao Chen, 10 kilometers only took a few steps to cross. However, these few steps were not easy. Instead, it felt like he was walking on thin ice, every step taken cautiously. When Xiao Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up at the Azure Mountain and felt a sense of familiarity. However, just as Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the Azure Mountain, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art in his body instantly suppressed the purple thunder divine incantation. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art circulated wildly, and demonic chi spread out from his body. The entire Azure Mountain exuded strands of black aura. Xiao Chen quickly let go and took a step back, sweat pouring down his face. What happened to you earlier? You scared me to death. There was no movement for 4 hours. Sang said worriedly as he rushed over to Xiao Chen's side. 4 hours. However, Xiao Chen clearly felt that it was only an instant. He was greatly startled when he looked around and discovered that the sky had already turned completely dark. The blood moon already hung high in the night sky. 4 hours had really passed. This startled Xiao Chen. What happened earlier? I'll go up and take a look. This Azure Mountain is somewhat strange. I have to figure it out. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a bolt of lightning, soaring up. After a while, his figure appeared and landed at the place where the solitary peak was cut off. The instant Xiao Chen's feet touched the ground, he immediately felt boundless demonic chi pour into his body. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. Sang was greatly startled when he saw Xiao Chen standing under the huge blood moon. His white robes and long hair fluttered chaotically, and his eyes turned scarlet. Under the blood moon on the Azure Mountain, Xiao Chen looked like he was in the moon, looking incredibly strange. Scatter! Xiao Qin shouted and scattered all the demonic qi in his body. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation at full power, suppressing the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. The scarlet in Xiao Qian's eyes slowly receded, and his mind recovered. However, he still felt some lingering fear. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin, who was looking into the distance on the lone peak, suddenly frowned. A fiery light soared into the sky where the village was. It was destroyed. Chapter 2037. Fire lit up everywhere where the village was. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat as he leaped down from the azure mountain. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of red light and caught Xiao Qin, who had jumped down. Then, they rushed towards the village. Whoosh! Sang gently leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back. When he looked into the distance, he immediately felt startled. Oh no! The village is in trouble. No village would be on fire for no reason. In the desolate sea, which was filled with roving bandits, such a scene could only mean one thing: the roving bandits broke into the village. Every once in a while, roving bandits would sweep through a village in the desolate sea. However, when Xiao Qin saw the village that he had stayed in for so long suddenly suffer a calamity, he felt an indescribable rage in his heart. At this moment, outside the burning village, wooden stakes were hammered into the ground. A villager was tied to each wooden stake. Hundreds of roving bandits rode ferocious horses as they looked at this group of people with sinister smiles. Paw! 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 Iron Ag's flesh was lacerated, dripping with blood. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Bastard! Brat, weren't you very awe-inspiring earlier? You killed a few of my brothers. Why are you not awe-inspiring now? This old man will whip you to death. The bandit leader held his whip and lashed it a few times. Then, he spat on Iron Ag. Iron Ag's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Too strong. This group of people is too strong. Even if Big Brother Xiao taught me a saber technique and can block these bandits, I will not be able to last one strike before the demon envoys. Why? Why? This group of bastards. Why did they burn down the village, not even letting off the elderly and children? Sob. 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 All the villagers, young and old, were tied to the wooden stakes. Several children were so frightened that they started crying loudly. Their cries sounded incredibly miserable in the night. However, this group of roving bandits laughed without a care in the world. Some of them even ran over to torture the elderly and children. You bastards! Come at me if you have any problems. Iron Ag roared in dissatisfaction as he vomited a mouthful of blood. The bandit leader had a dark complexion and a tall and sturdy figure. He revealed a cruel smile. You finally spoke. Hee hee, don't worry. In any case, all of you will die later. Bruiser kept struggling against the chains on his body, causing the wooden stake to sway back and forth, but to no avail. The bandit leader laughed. I don't have time to play with you. Behave yourself. Paw! Another whip landed on Bruiser's mouth. Bruiser's flesh split open, and the pain almost made him faint. The leader of the roving bandits walked over to the wooden stake that village chief Seventh was tied to. Not far from this wooden stake stood a cold and arrogant young man. The young man was wearing black armor and a blood-colored cloak. There was a strange pattern embroidered on the chest of the armor, which should be the symbol of a certain sect. Sir, please let them go. This time, it's my fault. If there's any lord, you can just blame me. The seventh lord looked at the young man and said in a choked voice. The young man remained expressionless as he said indifferently, I gave you a chance. I said that if you come across a purine body, you have to hand it over immediately. Did I say that? When Grandpa Seventh heard that, his aged face trembled slightly, but he could not say anything in response. Answer me. Did I say that? Sir said that. Grandpa Seventh lowered his head and answered softly. Since you know, why hide it? Our Heavenly Slaughter sect has been in this region for many years, and we have been upholding justice by interacting with you. As long as you hand over the children on time, we will not come and cause trouble for you. If you hand over a purine body, you will even receive a reward. The young man paused for a moment before continuing indifferently. If I do not kill one to warn 100, how will I convince others in the future? Tell me, do you think you deserve to be killed? Grandpa Seventh remained silent, unable to say anything. Humph. I gave you face, but you rejected it. You have to show some colors before you know who's better. You mortals are really despicable. Continue whipping. The young man ordered, not wasting his breath. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Lord Demon Envoy said? Hurry up. The bandit leader quickly shouted in a fawning manner. Then, he smiled and said, Lord Demon Envoy, there is no need to bother with these lowly commoners. Just rest at the side. Teach them to us, lest you dirty your hands. The young man showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, torture them until midnight before you can kill them. Tell your subordinates to pay attention. What I need are the souls with the heaviest resentment. Don't mess it up. However, right after the young man spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up. He saw a large bird covered in scarlet flames in the night sky, spreading its wings as it flew over, exuding an overwhelming demonic nature. A demon blood vulture. The young man's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it was a mutated demon blood vulture, a peak-quality demonic pet that the demonic Tao dreamed of. Whoosh! Just as the young man was about to ask who his friend was, countless saber lights flashed in the night sky. Countless saber lights flickered in the night. In the next moment, all the roving bandits in front of the wooden dummies were minced into pieces by the saber lights without exception. The bandit leader was so frightened that his legs went numb. He took a few steps back, stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. The black-armored young man's expression immediately turned extremely sullen. As he stared at the descending Xiao Qin, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Qin did not reply to the black-armored young man. Instead, he swept his gaze over the villagers on the wooden pillars. All the villagers, young and old, regardless of gender, were tortured. No one escaped. After taking a few steps, Xiao Qin arrived before Iron Egg. As Iron Egg looked at Xiao Qin, he started crying. Big brother Xiao, I'm useless. Iron Egg had many things he wanted to say. However, when he truly saw Xiao Qin, his chest filled with rage, but he did not know where to start. All the things he wanted to say were contained in these 3 words. You've suffered, Iron Egg. Xiao Qin patted Iron Egg's shoulder, calming his emotions. His heart bled as he did his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Friend, I advise you not to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is not in existence that you can afford to offend. The black-armored cultivator felt that although Xiao Qin was not a sovereign personage, he felt immense pressure for some reason. Feeling somewhat unconfident, the black-armored cultivator used the name of his sect to scare Xiao Qin away. The Heavenly Slaughter sect. Xiao Qin muttered to himself, entering deep thought. That's right. It is the rank 7 Heavenly Slaughter sect. Not to mention you, even the major sects of the northern region and eastern region would not dare to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. I see that you are a dragon race cultivator, so I'll give you some face and let it go this time. Quickly withdraw. When the black-armored cultivator saw that the Heavenly Slaughter sect's name was effective, he slowly regained his confidence. Then, electric light flashed, and a fist light charged at the black-armored cultivator at an incredible speed. The black-armored cultivator wanted to retreat, so he quickly tried to block. However, he missed. Bang! The fist light struck the black-armored cultivator's face, and 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. This early-stage holy venerate heavenly slaughter sect demonic envoy died on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Cassier. On the other side, Sang helped the villagers undo their chains. At the same time, he infused gentle veritable essence energy into them to treat everyone's injuries. Soon, Sang arrived beside Xiaoqin. He whispered, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Everyone is fine. However, I did not see little Qingqin. Before leaving, Xiaoqin had patted the little girl's head. The smile on her face had yet to fade from his mind. Xiaoqin walked over to the village chief and sighed, "Grandpa 7, stop hiding things from me. Why did you chase little Qingqin out back then?" Grandpa 7 wept as he replied, "Little Qingqin has a purine body. She is a good cauldron for the demonic Tao sects to cultivate their evil cultivation techniques. As long as she was discovered, it would bring disaster to the entire village. However, this old man could not take the initiative to send her out. So, I could only chase her out." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. The many cultivation techniques of the demonic Tao sects did indeed require a purine body. Grandpa 7 was right. Ordinary people could not resist demonic Tao cultivators at all. Xiaoqin also understood why Grandpa 7 did not tell Xiaoqin at the start. The demonic Tao and the righteous Tao coexisted in the desolate sea. The demonic Tao even suppressed the righteous Tao. Similar things had happened countless times. Which group of bandits did not have a large sect supporting them? In Grandpa 7's opinion, telling Xiaoqin was sending him to his death. Perhaps Grandpa 7 had seen many hot-blooded people in his life. When they saw injustice, they drew their weapons and attacked. However, they ended up losing their lives. Time had worn away this old man's sharpness. When facing the desolate sea, his heart had already died. Grandpa 7 did not tell Xiaoqin because he wanted to deal with it himself. He wanted to seek peace for the village at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At some point, Sang arrived, carrying the bandit leader. This fellow wanted to run, but I caught him. After seeing Xiaoqin's means, the bandit leader was so frightened that he was at a loss for what to do, continuously begging for mercy. "Milord! Milord! Spare me! I was forced." Xiaoqin looked at Sang and said, "Help keep an eye on things. I'll go and save little Qingqin. Don't worry. Leave this to me." Xiaoqin grabbed the bandit leader and leaped into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture expressionlessly. Under the illumination of the blood moon, Xiaoqin's delicate face looked scarily gloomy. It was as Grandpa 7 said. Blood flowed every day in the desolate sea. Even a sage could not stop it. However, Xiaoqin had his own principles in his heart. He could not kill all the demonic Tao sects in the world. However, those who touched his friends had to pay the price. A man's courage should not be worn away by time. Chapter 2038. If Xiaoqin wanted to save Qingqin, he had to know where she was sent. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's black-armored cultivator had already been killed by Xiaoqin. The only one who knew this was the bandit leader. This was also why Xiaoqin did not kill the bandit leader. "Come up." Xiaoqin lifted the bandit leader onto the demon blood vulture and asked coldly, "Where is Qingqin sent to?" The bandit leader's eyes darted around as he cried, "Milord, this lowly one really does not know such a secret. Please spare me. Let me go, and I will give you all the resources I have accumulated over the years." Xiaoqin smiled coldly. "You think I am interested in your resources? You are not going to speak, right? Paw! With a slap, Xiaoqin sent the bandit leader flying off the demon blood vulture's back. At this moment, the bandit leader was more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Given the bandit leader's cultivation, he would be severely injured or crippled even if he did not die. The bandit leader immediately screamed in the air, his complexion pale. "I'll speak. I'll speak. Pull me up. Ga. Ga." The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh as it swooped down and flapped its wings. It treated the bandit leader like a toy, flapping its wings in the air. Sometimes, it would toss him up several kilometers, sometimes, he would fall 10 kilometers. After a few times, the bandit leader's soul nearly left its scabbard in fright. "It's done," Xiaoqin sent a voice projection to the demon blood vulture. "Hee hee. Got it, master." The demon blood vulture had enough fun. It flapped its wings, and a strong suction pulled the bandit leader onto its back. The bandit leader was still startled, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Then, he suddenly met Xiaoqian's gaze and said quickly, "I'll speak. I'll speak." The bandits of various sizes in the vicinity have to hand over 10 girls every 3 months. There is a mountain manor on a mountain range in the north. That is their stronghold. That girl should still be in the mountain manor. "Milord, I already said it. Spare me. How many groups of bandits does the Heavenly Slaughter sect control? How many girls do they need each time? There are too many bandits. They need about 400 to 500 girls each time." Xiaoqin clicked his tongue. He could roughly guess what these little girls would be used for by the demonic path sections. They were either used as cauldrons to cultivate evil techniques, or they were used to collect Ean's souls to refine ghost penance. He just didn't expect there to be so many of them. Xiaoqin had long known that demonic Dao cultivators were vicious and merciless. For the sake of becoming stronger, they would do anything. Today, he finally witnessed it for himself. "Sir, the villa is over there." On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqin looked in the direction that the bandit leader pointed. He saw a brightly lit mountain manor in the mountain range ahead. However, there was something strange about the light. It looked like a ghost flame flickering with a glossy green light, looking exceptionally scary in the desolate sea's night sky. "Sir, we've arrived at the place. Shouldn't you let me go?" The bandit leader carefully begged for mercy. "When did I agree to let you go?" Xiaoqin snorted coldly. He had never agreed to let this person off. Given what the bandit leader had done, he would not regret dying 10,000 times. Before the bandit leader could speak, Xiaoqin tossed the bandit leader down. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and swallowed the bandit leader. "The meat is really sour and not tasty at all," the demon blood vulture muttered as it digested the meat. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with the picky demon blood vulture. He turned the meat into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then, he put on the death god mask and silently approached the mountain manor in the dark night. This mountain manor should be just one of the Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds in this area. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and there were even spirit formations and restrictions around it. The formations and restrictions layered over each other, and a huge, formless existence encased the entire mountain manor. Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye, and the formless existence slowly became clearer. That was a mutated beast with a ghostly face made of countless souls. The horrifying ghostly face hovered above the mountain manor, its body encasing the entire mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect truly lived up to being a rank 7 demonic Dao sect. This was just a stronghold, and its restrictions were already so terrifying. If not for Xiaoqin having so many trump cards, he would not have been able to do anything and could only return in defeat. The ghostly face's eyes scanned the surroundings. However, it could not detect Xiaoqin. The death god mask isolated all auras. Right now, Xiaoqin was like air. Even a sovereign emperor could not figure out his true identity. After silently sneaking in, Xiaochen leaped over the many guards and landed on the wall of the mountain manor. Then, he slowly removed the mask on his face. The mask could be considered one of Xiaochen's trump cards. If he used the mask to save others, someone with ulterior motives would find out that he was the masked person related to the village. Since Xiaochen already snuck in, there was no need to wear the mask. The moment Xiaochen landed, he heard weeping. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiaochen sneaking through the many buildings of the mountain manor. Soon, he arrived at the source of the sound. This was a dilapidated house. Xiaochen lay on it and sent in his spiritual sense. Xiaochen saw more than 300-odd young girls locked up in there. Cry, cry, cry. You bunch of stinky girls. If you keep crying, I won't give you anything to eat. The door opened, and an old woman with a withered face and a walking stick walked in. Then, she cursed ferociously. The old woman showed a terrifying expression. When she roared, the many young girls no longer dared to cry, only silently sobbing. This old woman is a sovereign personage. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He did not act rashly, continuing to observe. The old woman continuously searched the young girls. After a while, her gaze landed on Qing Chen. The old woman squeezed out a smile and walked over with a smile. Come, you must be the new girl that was sent over. Don't be afraid. Granny dotes on you. However, Qing Chen was frightened. She retreated continuously. Soon, she could no longer move, so she retreated to a corner. Come, let this granny touch you. The old woman held her walking stick, smiling somewhat horribly. Before Qing Chen could refuse, she placed her hand on Qing Chen's head. A dim light came from the old woman's hand and entered Qing Chen's body. Qing Chen immediately closed her eyes, feeling somewhat pained. Her body gave off a white light. At first, this white light had some green light mixed in. However, in the end, the white light on Qing Chen's body became pure and translucent, as white as divine jade. A faint cold light appeared in the surroundings. When Qing Chen reopened her eyes, they also gave off a jade-like light. A cold moon slowly appeared behind Qing Chen amid the cold light. Extreme Yin body. This startled the old woman, and she quickly let go. Then, she rejoiced. It really is an extreme Yin body. It really is the legendary extreme Yin body. Whoosh! 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 The mysterious phenomenon earlier startled several experts in the mountain manor. In the shabby thatched cottage, a few old men followed a middle-aged man in black armor and quickly walked in. Manor Lord, this girl has a peak-quality pure Yin body, the legendary extreme Yin body. When the old woman saw the black-armored, middle-aged man, she quickly reported the good news. She looked like she had become several hundred years younger. The black-armored, middle-aged man stared at Qing Chen for a long time. Then, he revealed a smile. It really is an extreme Yin body. Good. The 8th prince will definitely be happy with this gift. Ha ha ha. Men. Send this girl to our sex branch in the desolate sea. We need to send her back to the dynasty quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought, if I had come any later, it would have been too late. Qing Chen actually has an extreme Yin body. Such a body was extremely rare. It was a physique that would drive some demonic Tao cultivators crazy. Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. I'll send a message to the main sect and make some preparations. The black-armored, middle-aged man glanced at Qing Chen, feeling wild joy in his heart. He had done a great service this time. Soon, this group of people left one after another, leaving behind a confused Qing Chen. Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, his figure leaped up and caught up to the black-armored, middle-aged man, jumping onto the roof. Inside the house, the black-armored, middle-aged man took out a medallion and used his spiritual sense to send a message about Qin. The black-armored, middle-aged man did not give Xiao any chance to stop him. Damn it! Xiao cursed. Then, he shattered the roof beam and punched at the black-armored, middle-aged man. The sudden appearance of Xiao startled the black-armored, middle-aged man. In his fluster, he quickly punched. Bang! Who knew, Xiao fist light contained frightening force. A faint azure-colored dragon-shaped vital qi gathered in his fist light. 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. The black-armored, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His vital qi shook the surroundings. The entire house instantly exploded. Someone sneaked in. The entire mountain manor immediately turned chaotic. The hidden cultivators emerged and stood behind the black-armored, middle-aged man. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Chapter 2039. The sudden explosion threw the entire mountain manor into chaos. A few of the black-armored, middle-aged man's subordinates supported him. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Where did this junior come from? To think that he dares to cause trouble in the heavenly slaughter sect's base. The old woman that Xiao saw earlier shouted as she looked at Xiao while holding her walking stick. The other party looked like they had the advantage in numbers. However, the truly powerful ones were the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman, two initial sovereign personages, whom Xiao feared. After Xiao injured the black-armored, middle-aged man with one punch, the remaining old woman was no match for Xiao. You do not need to know who I am. Today, none of you can leave. Xiao looked at the people in the mountain manor. His white robes showed an indifferent expression, appearing extremely cold. To think that such a demonic Tao sect like the Heavenly Slaughter sect raised young girls like pigs and dogs, using them as cultivation furnaces. They were utterly devoid of conscience and deserved to be killed. How arrogant! You are just an insignificant holy venerate, yet you are ridiculously arrogant. Kill him. The old woman smiled coldly, and the many demonic Tao cultivators behind her stepped forward. Demonic flames surged from their bodies, and their auras soared. They used martial techniques that Xiao rarely came into contact with as they charged over. When they worked together, their auras were boundlessly vast. The dense demonic qi in the night looked exceptionally terrifying. Xiao did not need to waste time with this group of people. Relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao circulated his vital qi, and a faint azure vital qi merged into a blue dragon. A casual punch brought out a strong dragon might. Furthermore, his vital qi reached a startling 200 cauldron force. Bang! 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 These holy venerates were demonic Tao cultivators of varying strength. However, Xiao easily tore them apart like he was breaking dry branches. Practically no one could take a punch from Xiao. In mere moments, the demonic Tao cultivators charging over turned into blood splattering in the air. Xiao white robes remained untainted by the blood splattering in the air. His dragon might did not appear angry. Damn it! He's a body cultivator. Use the sky-killing array to kill him. The black-armored cultivator caught his breath and led the others back. Then, he saw the disciples taking out their formation flags. The ghost-faced soul beast that shrouded the mountain manor roared angrily. It turned from formless to corporeal and lunged at Xiao. The light of the sun and moon. Xiao snorted coldly. The sun and moon behind him rose into the sky at the same time, instantly overshadowing the ghost-faced exotic beast's terrifying aura. Xiao will of soul was much stronger than his cultivation. His will of soul had broken through the shackles of a sovereign personage long ago. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together was comparable to the soul will of a great perfection sovereign personage. Tao of Thunder. Accompanied by the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, the peak consummation thunder great Tao appeared. Shao Qian did not hold back at all. He used the peak thunder great Tao energy, his soul energy, and the blue dragon's vital qi to punch. Hua! The explosive fish light was like the blazing sun in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately, the mountain manor became as bright as day. This punch instantly blasted the ghost-faced exotic beast charging at Shao Qian into ashes. The old woman holding a walking stick looked at Shao Qian incredulously. This is impossible. You are so young. How can you have such a strong will of soul? Who exactly are you? Do your elders know what you have done? Now, the old woman suspected that the unremarkable Shao Qian might be a true inheritor of a rank 7 sect. Or perhaps he was the scion of an ancient noble clan. Otherwise, a holy venerate could not possibly erupt with such terrifying strength. With such strength, Shao Qian would be considered a peak existence among the heavenly slaughter sect's true inheritors. The black-armored, middle-aged man said with a sullen expression, "He is a dragon race cultivator. However, he only has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. No matter who you are or what your background is, you have already caused great trouble. No one can save you." When Shao Qian heard that, he smiled and said, "Interesting. Even at this moment, you are still concerned about who I am. Think about how the two of you are going to survive first. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons." Whoosh! Veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out as Shao Qian punched. Shao Qian's entire body trembled, and killing qi spread out. Then, it merged with his veritable essence energy and turned into strands of dragon qi moving about in the sky, materializing thousands of dragon images. A dragon image appeared in the sky. Guided by the force of Shao Qian's punch, it swooped down. Countless dragon images swept through the surroundings, attacking all the demonic Tao cultivators in the mountain manor indiscriminately. Bang! 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 The many dragon images flattened the mountain manor in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. Many of the demonic Tao cultivators who could not block vomited blood when the dragon images crashed into them, severely injuring them. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the dragon race's most ferocious fist technique. The moment it was executed, it showed a boundlessly tyrannical scene. After Shao Qian advanced to peak consummation holy venerate, this was the first time he used the Supreme Dragon Fist against an enemy. This resulted in a startling scene. Those whose cultivations were weaker than Shao Qian's were instantly severely injured by the first punch, losing their combat prowess. Among the thousands of dragon images, only the black-armored, middle-aged man and that old woman remained, stubbornly resisting. Damn it! What fist technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The ferocious and tyrannical dragon images containing boundless killing qi continuously attacked. Every time they shattered a dragon image, it would shatter it. Every time they shattered a dragon image, the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt their arms go numb. Their qi and blood surged, and their internal organs slowly ruptured. Soon, they found themselves unable to do as they wished. Commanding the dragons. Shao Qian did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He roared, releasing the rage in his heart as he roared. The berserk dragon images all calmed down, listening to his command and flying back to his body. This allowed Shao Qian's aura to soar. His body erupted with a tyrannical aura that made the dragon submit to him. Shao Qian punched. Using the unparalleled tyrannical aura of commanding the dragons, his fist aura surged out like an overwhelming wave. Whoosh! The black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt a strong wind blowing in their ears. Their hair became disheveled as they retreated continuously. Before this tyrannical fist aura, not only could they not stand stably, but they could not even open their mouths. Their bodies were forced back involuntarily. Before the fist light arrived, this fist aura filled with killing chi tore terrifying cracks on the surface of their bodies. They could only watch as the tyrannical fist light surged over like a surging wave. The two felt despair in their hearts, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! However, no matter how unwilling they were, it was useless before this unreasonable fist technique, the strongest ferocious fist technique of the dragon race. When the fist light arrived, the two vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bones shattered, their internal organs ruptured, and their souls shook. They fell to the ground, twitching. Paw! Paw! Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he flew forward and stomped twice, crushing the two's heads. They were just two demonic Dao sect trash. There was no need to take pity on them. Xiao Qin looked around. Aside from the dilapidated hut that Xiao Qin took care of, the entire mountain manor was destroyed. Xiao Qin did not rush over. Instead, he patrolled the interior of the mountain manor. He killed all the fish that slipped through the net, not leaving a single one alive. Xiao Qin was not a ruthless person. However, he understood that evil people could not be spared, and scourges would last for 1,000 years. Xiao Qin stood before the ruins of a formation in the courtyard for a long time. A pile of corpses lay before him. The ghostly mutated beast formation that he saw earlier was made from the corpses of ordinary people combined with the demonic Dao sect's blood sacrifice. Many of the corpses were of children, a ghastly and flabbergasting sight. Xiao Qin shook his head. After searching the mountain manor for some useful information, he went to the thatched hut. The girls in the hut trembled in fear, all of them crouching in a corner. Big brother. Qing Chen immediately spotted Xiao Qin in the crowd. She flew over, tears filling her eyes as she cried endlessly. Big brother, the bad guys captured Grandpa Village Chief and the others. It's all Qing Chen's fault. Sob. 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 Xiao Qin consoled, it's fine. The bad guys are all dead. Don't cry. While Xiao Qin consoled her, he sighed in his heart. This girl possessed the legendary extreme mean body. Such a body was extremely special. Many major characters coveted it. Even Xiao Qin did not dare to boast that he could protect her. Xiao Qin had started a massacre in anger because he could not stop the black-armored, middle-aged man from spreading the news of her extreme mean body. When Xiao Qin looked ahead, he saw many pairs of weak, fearful eyes in the darkness, looking helplessly at him. Little Qing Qin, be good. Don't cry first. Tell the other big sisters that the bad guys are all dead. Tell them not to worry, all right? All right, all right. Qing Chen said resolutely as she wiped away her tears. The night passed in silence. When the sky turned bright, Xiao Qin sent the hundreds of girls back. After much effort, Xiao Qin found out from the information he obtained in the mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was a rank 7 sect of the Shuowu dynasty. Its headquarters was in the Shuowu dynasty. There were a total of 13 branches in the Desolate Sea. The strongest branch was located in the Desolate City. Aside from this, each branch controlled more than 100 strongholds like the mountain manor. The various branches were very far apart from each other. The Desolate Sea was too vast. Even the Heavenly Slaughter sect could only use such a method to expand the area they controlled. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He discovered that the establishment of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches was not simple. Every branch spent hundreds, even thousands of years to gain a firm foothold and slowly develop many strongholds. If Xiao Qin could uproot the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch that controlled this area, then the village Qing Qin was in would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. In that case, Qing Chen's village would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. Some crazy ideas popped up in Xiao Chen's mind, but they could not be stopped. Chapter 2040. By the time Xiao Chen returned to the village, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. With Sang's help, the village had more or less recovered. Most of the villagers were emotionally stable. They started to help each other, repairing the destroyed houses and tidying up the messy things. As they helped each other, the villagers slowly revealed smiles on their faces. This was how things were in the desolate sea. To many ordinary people, living one more day was already a blessing. Living in the desolate sea was already a terrible thing. Resources were scarce, the environment was harsh, and bandits roamed the land. They had long since accepted life and death. The desolate sea's citizens showed a simple attitude that did not care about life and death under their valiant appearance. Go back first. Don't overthink. Xiao Chen patted Qing Chen's head as he said softly. Qing Chen nodded and quickly left. However, she kept turning her head back. Xiao Chen sent her off with Xiao Qin, feeling extremely reluctant to part as she returned home. Seeing Sang Chao walk over, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he told Sang about last night's events and some of his thoughts. Sang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about destroying the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch. The two sovereign personages from last night were only initial perfection sovereign personages. They probably could not even become outer sect elders in a rank 7 sect. Furthermore, you severely injured one of them. That's why they won so easily. The branches have been operating for at least 100 years. They definitely have many small perfection sovereign personages and even a great perfection sovereign personage. There was a huge difference in strength between initial perfection sovereign personages and small perfection sovereign personages. As for great perfection sovereign personages, that was even more so. Xiao Chen relied on the will of soul of a great perfection sovereign personage, the acquired divine body, the three great Tao, and the supreme dragon fist. He could fight a small perfection sovereign personage and even defeat some of the weaker ones. However, he would definitely lose to a great perfection sovereign personage. I need to advance to sovereign personage quickly. Xiao Chen felt some pressure. However, the acquired divine body required too many resources. In reality, if not for that flask of heartburn, a peak holy venerate would need at least a year. The flask of heartburn that Qin Zhuolan gave Xiao Chen was a great help. On the way back, I thought about it carefully. Wiping out a branch is indeed a bit risky. Think of another compromise. The Heaven Fiend sect branch that controls this region has about 80 strongholds. Xiao Chen paused for a moment and continued, if we uproot all 80 strongholds, it will take about 10 years to rebuild them. The Great Desolate was too vast. Without these strongholds, they would not be able to control the roving bandits. It is impossible for the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch to control this area. Within 10 years, the village should be safe. The attention of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch should also be attracted by me. Sang asked softly, what about 10 years later? If I participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, as long as I get a promise from that big shot, I will not have to worry about anything for 100 years. 100 years later. 100 years later, my name will shake the desolate sea. With Xiao Chen's name around, I can ensure the safety of the village. Sang felt somewhat flabbergasted. At this moment, the sharpness of Xiao Chen's body made it hard for others to look directly at him. He said sullenly, it is still somewhat risky. If we are not careful, we might run into a branch elder patrolling. What do you mean by 100 years later? Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, if I don't take some risks, how can I resolve the problem? I do need some battles to temper myself when I break through to sovereign personage. I'll just treat it as cultivation. Seeing that Xiao Chen had made up his mind, Sang did not try to dissuade him. Xiao Chen had always been swift and decisive. That night, he set off silently under the cover of night. When the sun set, Xiaochen returned to the village with some minor injuries. In the following days, Xiaochen's return became increasingly irregular. Sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days, and sometimes as long as 7 or 8 days. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat worried. He asked Sang several times, but Sang did not say much. He only told Grandpa Seven to brew wine and prepare for the Peach Blossom Festival. However, with Grandpa Seven's experience, he could tell that Xiaochen's killing chi had grown heavier every time he returned. Most of the time, the blood on Xiaochen's body had not dried yet. Then, Grandpa Seven received news from the nearby villages, saying that the number of roving bandits had decreased. There were rumors that a white-clad youth had appeared recently and was sweeping up the bandits in this area. Some people even saw the white-clad youth kill the demon envoys. He attacked. The shock in Grandpa Seven's heart was somewhat indescribable. He had experienced too much in his life. He had seen many righteous Tao cultivators boasting. However, in reality, these people were just acting on a whim. Either they were young and rash, losing their lives because they underestimated their enemies, or they gave up when they met with some resistance. Grandpa Seven even saw righteous Tao cultivators and demonic Tao cultivators walking together, chatting happily. At Grandpa Seven's age, he had already seen through many things. He already knew about the desolate sea's environment. It was the result of the major characters compromising. In the eyes of those true experts, ordinary people like them were no different from ants. They had never been important. There was no right or wrong in the desolate sea, only benefits. Hence, when Xiaochen first asked Xiaochen about it, Grandpa Seven did not tell him why he chased Qingchen away. However, now, it was this somewhat taciturn person who directly took action without saying a word. Gradually, many of the nearby villages began to sense something different. A month had passed, and the bandits that could be seen almost every day were nowhere to be seen. Some rumors also started to spread. Recently, a strange bird appeared that specialized in killing roving bandits. It could swallow up more than 100 roving bandits in one bite. When that huge bird saw the demon envoys, its eyes lit up as it chased after them. The master of the strange bird was the white-clad man who had been sweeping up the nearby roving bandits. However, Grandpa Seven and the people in the village started to worry, as Xiaochen had not returned for half a month already. Qingchen would wait on a pile of rocks at the village entrance every day. Under the setting sun, a little girl could be seen waiting in the distance at dusk every day. However, Qingchen would return disappointed every day. Rumors continued to spread. Some people saw the white-clad man with a pale complexion being chased by 7 or 8 demon envoys, appearing extremely dangerous. Some people also saw a bloodied white-clad man lying on the sea of sand in the distance. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A large scarlet bird stopped beside him. However, when these people approached, the scarlet bird scared them away, causing them to flee in a fluster. The village's worries seemed to have become reality. Xiaochen had not returned for a month already. This, combined with the bad rumors, made the people exceptionally worried. Sang guessed that Xiaochen might have fallen into a trap. At the start, Xiaochen would return once every 2 or 3 days. After a series of incidents, he would definitely be on guard. No matter how cautious Xiaochen was, he would not be able to avoid it. Even if a rank 7 demonic Tao sect was only one of the 12 branches in the desolate sea, it still could not be underestimated. It was not something that one person could deal with easily. Later, more bad news came. The roving bandits that had been scared away started to wander again. Rumors said that the white-clad man died. Rumors said that the white-clad man startled a terrifying major character and got swallowed up by a horrifying ghost-faced soul beast. Some roving bandits also started to appear near Grandpa Seven's village. Qingchen was warned not to go to the village entrance again. It had not been peaceful recently. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat nervous. Sang told him that it was fine and that he should focus on brewing wine and preparing for the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. The villagers all felt somewhat depressed. Many of them thought that Xiao Qin was already dead. However, there were always people who did not believe it. Qin Chen was one of them. Every day, the little girl would sneak out and look into the distance, waiting anxiously. Why did she wait? Only when there was anticipation would there be anticipation. However, every time her anticipation fell through, the disappointment would intensify. When the villagers saw the little girl's heartache from waiting, they advised her not to go out again. However, the little girl stubbornly insisted that Big Brother would definitely return. Another month passed. Grandpa Seven had finished brewing all his wine. Aside from the heartburn that Xiao Qin asked him to brew, Grandpa Seven had also finished brewing the wine that he prepared for the wine festival. This is heartburn. Sang looked at the wine bottle and carefully examined it. A fragrance assailed his nose, but it was not much different from regular wine. Xiao Qin still had not returned. Even though Grandpa Seven had finished brewing the Dragon Race's best wine, he felt somewhat dispirited. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he said casually, "Yes, it is heartburn. It has not appeared for more than 5,000 years, perhaps even longer. I don't know if the world can still recognize it. If not for some techniques passed down by the ancestors, this old man would not be able to tell that this is heartburn. Sang, tell this old man what's going on with little brother. He has not returned for 2 months already. Now that the wine is ready, if he does not appear, what is the point?" Grandpa Seven brought up the same topic. He had already asked Sang several times, but Sang did not answer. Sang put down the wine flask and said softly, "I know him very well. Even if his legs break, he will continue walking the path that he chose with his hands. As long as he does not bleed to the last drop, he will not give up." Grandpa Seven sighed in shock. Little brother is so young. What exactly did he experience for him to have such a mental state? "Oh, right, Sang, keep an eye on Qin Chen. That girl keeps sneaking out. No one can stop her." Sang was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "He returned." "Ah." Grandpa Seven felt startled when he heard that. He quickly asked, "What do you mean returned?" "Little brother returned." At the ancient well outside the village, Qin Chen looked at the spring water in the well and said innocently, "Moon, oh, Moon, tell me, when will Big Brother return? You stinky moon, bad moon. You never speak. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that Big Brother did not return, right?" Qin Chen said unhappily to the ancient well with a pout. "Didn't I say that the ancient well is dangerous and that you should not come back?" Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qin Chen. Startled, Qin Chen turned her head to look. Under the light of the setting sun, a familiar face appeared before Qin Chen. "Big Brother." Qin Chen felt incredibly joyful. She quickly ran over, crying tears of joy as she hugged him tightly. Xiao Qin felt somewhat confused. When he turned around, he saw the village entrance. He saw Grandpa Seven and Iron Egg leading the entire village, young and old, over. When they saw Xiao Qin, they all showed shock and joy on their faces. After disappearing for 2 months, Xiao Qin, who was rumored to have lost to the demon envoys while sweeping away the roving bandits, actually returned.